Here's Lester Holt.
Good day, everyone. We're coming on the air to bring you live coverage of a joint session of Congress as it meets to count each state's electoral votes. It's the final step in ratifying the election of the next president of the United States. Today's proceedings would normally be no more than a routine formality confirming Joe Biden as the next president. But as you've likely heard by now, today a number of his Republican supporters, the president's supporters, plan to file objections which will slow the process but not ultimately change the outcome. All this plays out as President Trump rallies tens of thousands of supporters in Washington in an effort to pressure Congress, but also as the Democrats are on the verge of taking the U.S. Senate. And NBC News is reporting that Joe Biden's pick for Attorney General will be Merrick Garland, the former nominee for the Supreme Court. But first, let's walk you through what to expect as today's proceedings get underway. Moments from now, Vice President Mike Pence will preside over a joint session of Congress as the electoral votes for each state are read out in alphabetical order. As each state is recognized or is counted, he will ask if there are any objections, which must come from at least one member of both the House and the Senate to be considered. Once that happens, each chamber will then convene separately to debate each objection for up to 2 hours. More than a dozen Senate Republicans and more than 100 in the House have already said they plan to object. So all this, a very long way of saying this could be a very long day. Casey Hunt is on Capitol Hill to help guide us through all this. Casey, where do things stand right now? How does this work?
We are, Lester, as you said, at the beginning of a very long day as members of the House and the Senate are headed to begin this joint session of Congress. And as you said, normally this is a process that only takes about half an hour or so. It's not something we even necessarily take significant notice of, but it's become very different, like so many things in the Trump era, as Republicans, some of them have said that they do plan to object. And as you pointed out, to start this process of debate and voting, you do need one member of the Senate and one member of the House to send a written objection in this joint session. And we know that House Republicans plan to object to as many as 6 states. These are, of course, states that were critical in getting Joe Biden, the president-elect, the Electoral College votes he needed to surpass President Trump. We're still not sure how many of these states a senator is going to be willing to sign on to, but we think it's likely to be 2, perhaps 3 of these, and that could send this process hours and hours into the evening. It's a couple of things. First of all, the process of debate, 2 hours, that's quite significant, but also we're grappling with the coronavirus pandemic. That means that fewer people are allowed to be on the floor of the House, so they have to come and go in groups. It could take up to another hour to hold the vote on the objection, which of course each chamber will have to do separately, the House and the Senate, before they come back together to consider the next state in line. Now, politically, Lester, this has really fractured the Republican Party in a dramatic way, and the results in Georgia were yet another blow to Republicans in the age of Donald Trump. They're seen here on Capitol Hill as another rejection of Donald Trump's tenure as president. And there are Republicans who are casting this in pretty stark moral and political terms, saying that this is unconstitutional, this is not something that represents democracy, that they'll regret in the long term, that it would be a dangerous precedent to set. We have Republicans like Mitch McConnell, Mitt Romney making those kinds of arguments. But of course, President Trump has his staunch supporters in the House, perhaps as many or over 100 members of the House prepared to support these objections, a number of Republican senators agreeing to go along. Many of them, of course, are looking ahead to their own political ambitions, perhaps in 2024, thinking that they may need supporters of President Trump's to help them. So a pretty dramatic showdown, although, of course, as you pointed out, we should underscore no change ultimately to the outcome of the election from today's proceedings, Lester.
All right, Casey, thanks very much. We see Vice President Pence, who will be, as you noted, be presiding over what we're about to see, and a lot of eyes on him because of a request from the president and the belief that somehow the vice president can overturn these votes, which, as we know, he can't. Let's go to Kristen Welker right now at the White House with more. You talk about your split screen moments, this happening as the president rallies his supporters in Washington, Kristen.
You're absolutely right, Lester. This is a remarkable split-screen moment, and we just saw Vice President Mike Pence speaking there to House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, and all of this unfolding just moments after President Trump speaking before a fired-up crowd of thousands of his supporters here in Washington, D.C., again calling on the Vice President to, quote, do the right thing. He has been pressuring his Vice President for days, who will be presiding over these proceedings, to somehow try to block this vote count, to send it back to the states. The Constitution says he does not have the authority to do that. Some of the president's own attorneys, including Jay Sekulow, have underscored that as early as today. And now we hear, Lester, moments ago from the vice president himself. Let me read you what he said in a statement. Quote, our founders were deeply skeptical of concentrations of power and created a republic based on separation of powers and checks and balances under the Constitution of the United States. Vesting the vice president with unilateral authority to decide presidential contests would be entirely antithetical to that design. Lester, we are hearing for the first time from the vice president himself essentially saying he is going to follow the Constitution, not his boss, not President Trump. The first real break we have seen between the vice president and President Trump, Lester.
The social distance.
All right, Nancy Pelosi, Speaker of the House, is speaking at the opening of this session. Let's listen in for a moment.
On each side, so that we can responsibilities to this chamber, to this responsibility, and to this House of Representatives. Please exit the floor if you do not have an assigned role from your leadership. You can share with your staff if you want to have a few more, but you cannot be
into order. We expect it from the Vice President.
Floor of the House with that many people.
Nancy Pelosi simply kind of chairing this to order, and we're going to hear from the Vice President in a moment. But let me quickly go to Hallie Jackson right now, who is standing by as we watch all this as well. Hallie?
Yeah, Lester, you saw Speaker Pelosi looking to get a handle on the floor there. This is a test today in a lot of ways. You note correctly this is preordained, but for Vice President Pence, it is a loyalty test. For democracy, it is a kind of stress test as well. There are a lot of eyes on what happens,
Speaker,
not because of the outcome, but for what it says specifically about the GOP.
And the laws of the United States. The Senate and House of Representatives are meeting in joint session to verify the certificates and count the votes of the electors of the several states for President and Vice President of the United States. After ascertainment has been had that the certificates are authentic and correct in form, the tellers will count and make a list of the votes cast by the electors of the several states. The tellers on the part of the two houses have taken their places at the clerk's desk. Without objection, the tellers will dispense with the reading of the formal portions of the certificates. After ascertaining that the certificates are regular in form and authentic, the tellers will announce the votes cast by the electors for each state, beginning with Alabama, which the parliamentarians advise me is the only certificate of vote from that state and purports to be a return from the state, and that has annexed to it a certificate from an authority of that state purporting to appoint or ascertain electors.
Mr. Blunt.
Mr. Vice President. Mr. Blunt.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia rise?
Parliamentary inquiry, Mr. Vice President. In order to follow with the Speaker's instructions that only a limited number of people be on the floor, may I ask how one would make an objection or make a parliamentary inquiry in the future if you're not on the floor but in the gallery?
Objections from the gallery.
Of Title III of the United States Code, debate is not permitted in the joint session.
You want to hand that?
The parliamentary inquiry, Mr. Vice President. I am not attempting to debate. I'm not attempting to debate. I'm trying to find out how a parliamentary inquiry or a parliamentary point of order would be made in following with the Speaker's request that most of us not be on the floor. How do you make one of those points of order when you don't know what's going to happen later?
Respectfully.
Yes, sir.
The gentleman's parliamentary inquiry constitutes debate, which is not permitted in the joint session under Section 18 of Title III United States Code. With that, Mr. Blunt.
Is this my call?
Yeah. Is my statement out?
Yes, sir, it is.
Thank you.
Try again. It's not on.
Mr. President, do you think this is on?
I don't believe it's on.
It's not on.
Second for the thumbs up. Try it one more time.
Is it working?
They think it is.
All right.
Okay.
There seem to be some technical issues or other matters of concern here that have already interrupted these proceedings. Let's go to Casey Hunt, who maybe has some perspective on what's happening.
Mr. President.
Sure, Lester. We are trying to figure that out.
President,
Pence calling now for
The
order.
certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Alabama seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida received 9 votes for president, and Michael R. Pence of the state of Indiana received 9 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of vote of the state of Alabama that the teller has verified appears to be regular in form and authentic? Hearing none. This certificate from Alaska, the parliamentarians advise me, is the only certificate of vote from that state that purports to be a return from the state, and that has annexed to it a certificate from an authority of the state purporting to appoint and ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Alaska seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida received 3 votes for president, and Michael R. Pence of the state of Indiana received 3 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of vote of the state of Alaska that the teller has verified appears to be regular in form and authentic?
If not, there are none. The certificate.
Hearing none. This certificate from Arizona, the parliamentarians advise me, is the only certificate of vote that the state purports to be a return from the state, and that has annexed to it a certificate from an authority of that state purporting to appoint or ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Arizona seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Joseph R. Biden Jr. of the state of Delaware received 11 votes for president, and Kamala D. Harris of the state of California received 11 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of vote of the state of Arizona that the teller has verified appears to be regular in form and authentic?
Mr. Vice President, I, Paul Gosar from Arizona.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona rise?
I rise up for myself and 60 of my colleagues to object to the counting of the electoral ballots from Arizona.
Is the objection in writing and signed by a senator?
Yes, it is.
It is. An objection presented in writing and signed by both a representative and a senator complies with the law, Chapter 1 of Title 3 of the United States Code. The clerk will report the objection.
Thank you.
Objection to counting the electoral votes of the state of Arizona. We, a member of the House of Representatives and a United States Senator, object to the counting of the electoral votes of the state of Arizona on the ground that they were not, under all of the known circumstances, regularly given.
Are there further objections to the certificates from the state of Arizona? The chair hears none. The two houses will withdraw from joint session. Each house will deliberate separately on the pending objection and report its decision back to the joint session. The Senate will now retire to its chamber.
And so here we go, as we had laid it out. The reading of the counts for the various states would begin, but Arizona, as we expected, would be the first one Republicans would challenge. It's a state that went for Joe Biden by a narrow number. Let's go to Casey Hunt right now. So, Casey, as you were explaining at the beginning of this, they will now adjourn into separate chambers and debate for 2 hours. We note there was no evidence given, only the objection that the vote was not regularly given. There's no other bar that they have to cross?
There is no other bar, Lester. They can object essentially for any reason at all, and as long as they have a signature from a senator, this is exactly what will happen. So we should remind everyone what they're looking at right now is the floor of the House. It's the bigger of the two chambers. And now there's Mitch McConnell, currently the Senate Majority Leader, walking back across the Capitol. Remember, each side of the building houses one chamber or the other. They're going to head back to the Senate. Senators will follow. So each chamber will hold its own debate. So that's what we're going to see. We're going to have two simultaneous debates as the senators head back across the Capitol here. So this is going to take 2 hours, and then at the conclusion of the 2-hour debate, each chamber is going to vote, and that's going to mean that every member of Congress is going to have to go on the record as to whether they think that these electors should be overturned. It's a referendum on who won the presidential election. Pretty significant. Now, one moment I do want to draw your attention to, Lester, was caught on the microphone right at the beginning of that session when Mike Pence, the vice president, turned and asked if his statement was out. And he put out a statement saying very clearly, just as we were coming on the air, that he does not believe the Constitution allows him to unilaterally overrule the Electoral College results in electing the president of the United States. We know that President Trump at a rally in just recent days had said that he hopes that Pence comes through for him and has suggested that Pence did have the power to do that. Pence's statement very clear, and you can see the fact that that moment played out on camera at the very beginning of this high-stakes moment. He wanted to be assured that everyone in the chamber and the American public is aware of that's where he stands in all of this. A pretty significant and interesting moment for us to be able to see, Lester.
Yeah, Casey, thank you. I want to bring in Justice Correspondent Pete Williams. He's been looking closely at the constitutional precedent for today's proceedings. What have you learned, Pete? What can you share with us?
Well, a couple of things, Lester. First of all, what you're seeing unfold is the single oldest thing that the federal government does. This was the very first thing done by the very first Congress in 1789 to count the electoral votes. It happens every 4 years. And the procedure now that we're seeing play out is under a 133-year-old law that attempted to give Congress some means to referee these disputes about which were the proper votes from states. It's called the Electoral Count Act. It's one of the most poorly drafted laws on the books, but it basically says when there are objections, the objection shall be entertained if the votes were not, or the certificates were not regularly given. So that's why the objection was phrased that way, because that's a phrase right out of the Electoral Count Act. Now, I will say this, what you're going to see now from now on in the debates in the House and Senate, I think most legal experts on election law will say they're going to object to things that are not allowed. What the Electoral Count Act says, according to these legal scholars, is the only question for Congress is, are these the legitimately sent in electoral votes certified by the state, yes or no? These experts say it's not for the Congress to look under the hood and say, okay, well, Did Arizona properly count mail-in ballots if somebody didn't sign the envelope, or they used automated machines to check the signatures on the ballots? That's, in the view of these scholars, for the states to decide. And once they make that decision and send the certified list signed by the governor in, that should be the end of the matter. And the only question for Congress is this the right list of electors or not? That's the way it's supposed to work. This has really only happened once before since that 133-year-old law was passed, that somebody has objected, a House and Senate member have objected to a state's slate of delegates. And that was when Senator Barbara Boxer rose in 2005 to object to the votes in Ohio. And I think these scholars would say that was a bad precedent because Congress should not have entertained that objection. I would also note this, Lester. It's very interesting that Mike Pence has decided that his role is strictly to make the trains run on time and not to exercise any judgment or authority about the legitimacy of the votes. And let me tell you what the Constitution says about the vice president's role. Quote, he shall open all the certificates and the vote shall be counted. So in view of the Constitution, his role here is extremely limited, and he has apparently reached that same conclusion.
Yeah, Pete, and that statement that came out from the vice president's office today, essentially saying the vice president will follow the law, he will follow the Constitution. Let me go to Hallie Jackson right now, our chief White House correspondent. Hallie, we know the president has been speaking. He continues to say that the vice president can act to reject these electoral votes. Do we know, has he reacted to this statement yet?
Of the need to adhere to the decorum.
He hasn't, Lester, and that's what's interesting. The president was speaking even as that statement, that letter to Congress from Vice President Pence came out. The president only wrapped his remarks just within the last couple of minutes, even as we've been broadcasting on the air here this session. Presumably, if his staff is doing their jobs, he's getting briefed now if he was not already aware of it. But he is insisting, even as recently as the speech he was delivering up until about 10 minutes ago, that the vice president could, in effect, do the right thing in the view of President Trump and try to turn the tide here. Again, we can't say it frequently enough. That's not going to be possible. I think one of the analogies, I think the best way to describe this, and we've seen it so far, Vice President Pence is like the person at the Oscars who opens the envelope and says who wins here. That is about the extent of his role. He doesn't have a lot of power otherwise, and he has made clear now, just in the last half an hour, that he is not going to try to overstep the bounds of what is in the Constitution. I would not be surprised, Lester. It has been a drumbeat for 48 hours from President Trump, longer than that, really, against his vice president, pushing one of his most loyal soldiers. Remember, this is a vice president who has devoted himself for the last 4 years to his boss. The president has previewed these attacks on Vice President Pence if he does not act. I would not be surprised to see maybe a tweet, maybe something that makes it a little uncomfortable for these two for the last few days here, last couple of weeks of their tenure together inside the White House, Lester.
A representative.
All right, Hallie, thank you very much. No one better to turn to in an extraordinary moment like this than NBC News presidential historian Michael Beschloss. Michael, I can't even count how many times
I run a
we've had
busy
you on
team,
to talk
and
about
Monday.com
something
has
from the Trump
transformed
White
the way
House
we
and
work
trying to
together.
find some
We started
historical
off using
parallel.
Monday.com to track
I know
and manage
you've
our
searched for
projects.
one. There have been objections before, but in its totality, have we ever been here before?
Arizona. We, a member of the House.
Of course not, Lester, because here we have a case where, we've had contested elections before. 1800, 1824, 1876, 2000, and others. But this is something completely different. This is not a contested election. No person in his or her right mind thinks that Donald Trump was really elected president in November. This is a president abusing his power and pressuring his vice president and members of Congress to try to overturn a full and fair election.
To the objection, the chair represents.
So I guess the next question is, what does this mean for 4 years from now and 8 years from now? Is anything we're seeing here going to become a new model, a new way of doing elections?
Absolutely not, Lester. And it might have had Mike Pence acted differently today. Let's say that he had decided to play ball with Donald Trump in this, what amounts to an attempted coup d'etat against the people's verdict in November, and said, all right, I'm going to join with you and try to get Congress to overturn the election. or maybe even, as the president tweeted this morning, demand that states redo the election in a way that maybe might favor President Trump. If any of that succeeded today, Lester, then 4 years from now, we'd be in a situation where a presidential election is not the end, but a beginning. You have a verdict, and then people will say, how can we overturn it? How can we pressure members of Congress? How can an incumbent president abuse his great power to try to get the verdict changed if he or she does not like it? We'd be in an entirely different period that, thank God, because of what is happening today, the line is being drawn.
That's the process that was followed. But for those...
All right, Michael, thank you. I want to go back to Casey Hunt right now on Capitol Hill. We're hearing about some evacuations. What do you know?
That's right, Lester. So we're here on Capitol Hill. I'm in the Russell Senate office building. So the way this complex works is there are office buildings on either side of two main avenues here in Washington, D.C. The Capitol is in the center of them. And these evacuations, we're learning, are happening over on the House side of the complex and involve two buildings. One is part of the Library of Congress complex. The Library of Congress is across the street from the Capitol. The other, Cannon House office building. It's the oldest of the three House office buildings. It's a bit away from where I am sitting and we are having this conversation, but it's a pretty rare event for something like that to happen. And we're still, of course, working out the details. We don't want to be alarmist as we're not sure exactly why these evacuations are occurring, but we have seen reports of protesters trying to come closer to the Capitol complex. Now, there have been, and as I was coming in here today, you could see that many of these streets were barricaded off. Capitol Police were being pretty careful in how they were controlling traffic, both vehicle traffic and also the foot traffic. So we're trying to figure out if this is because there are protesters that have come from the White House to the Capitol area to try and gain entry. Again, I want to underscore these were evacuation alerts that went out. We've gotten emails about them. They're pretty straightforward, saying please just walk to the nearest exit very calmly to exit. So we, of course, are trying to figure out more information, and we'll bring it to you as soon as it's available. Lester.
I appreciate your measured tone, and of course, we know you'll let us know as you get more details on that. Casey Hunt on Capitol Hill talking about some evacuations that are underway. On the left side of your screen there, you're seeing the protests that have been scheduled outside the White House today. The president speaking to his supporters today, continuing to assert that he has hundreds of thousands of votes and that he's the winner of the election. Jeff Bennett is with President-elect Joe Biden, who will be the next president, in Wilmington, Delaware. He's making a lot of news here as well, naming his attorney general as he watches that vote in Georgia with the possibility Democrats may very well take over the U.S. Senate. Jeff, set the scene for us.
Well, I can tell you, Lester, that on this historic day where you have dozens of House and Senate Republicans trying to void Joe Biden's victory, the president-elect, who's set to speak here in Wilmington in the next hour, isn't expected to say anything about that. He instead is going to pivot and focus on his plan for the economy, specifically how to get direct aid to those small business owners who so desperately need it. And so what we're seeing from Joe Biden is, frankly, a continuation of a strategy and approach that started during the campaign, trying to stay above the fray, trying to tune out the noise as best as he can. He has not really tried to comment on or engage with directly President Trump, except for those instances where the Trump administration's actions or obstruction has posed a direct threat to the work of the transition or to a peaceful transfer of power. In fact, when Joe Biden was in Atlanta on Monday campaigning for Jon Ossoff and Raphael Warnock, that was just a couple of days after President Trump was heard on tape trying to pressure the Secretary of State in Georgia to help him effectively overturn the results in Georgia by way of stealing the election. And Joe Biden said really nothing about it. He focused instead on his own legislative agenda and his own pitch to voters there, making the case that, hey, if you want those $2,000 stimulus checks in your bank accounts, go out and vote for Democrats. And that was a message, I'm told by sources in Georgia, Democratic sources, that resonated there. And fast forward to today, he's focusing on the economy yet again. And I've talked to transition officials who say that if there's any drama here today on this historic day, it's not in the ending. Everyone knows that Joe Biden and Kamala Harris will be sworn in on January 20th. The drama really is in how long this goes and to what lengths the Republican allies of President Trump go effectively to try to do his bidding. But the Biden team, I'm told, is focused on the challenges that face the country and the challenges that he will inherit in 2 weeks' time when he's sworn in. You've got a pandemic spiraling out of control, an economy that is cratering, a vaccine, a rollout effort that likely has to be reimagined and potentially relaunched. And then on top of all of that, you've got this massive suspected Russia hack on U.S. government agencies and companies. So the workload that faces Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, I'm told, is immense. They are fully aware of that. The stakes are high. And as one transition official told me, there's no time for nonsense, Lester.
And then, of course, the other news of the day, the president-elect breaking that silence now over his over his Attorney General, Merrick Garland, who brings not only a wealth of legal experience, but great symbolism. Tell us more about that pick.
Yeah, and if Merrick Garland is a name that people know, it's because he was famously snubbed, and you might say infamously snubbed, by Mitch McConnell back in 2016, when then President Obama nominated him to fill the vacancy left by the death of Justice Antonin Scalia, and McConnell let that nomination languish. And sources familiar tell me and my colleague Mike Memoli that Joe Biden has settled on Merrick Garland to lead the Department of Justice. Garland, I'm told, is viewed as someone who can help restore public faith in the Department of Justice and also help restore morale within it. And he, for weeks, has been on the short list, as we've reported, to also include Doug Jones, the outgoing Alabama senator, and Sally Yates, the former deputy attorney general during the Trump administration. And the thinking had always been, frankly, up until the Georgia race, that of the three, Doug Jones would have been the easiest to confirm in a divided Senate. And now that it appears, and the Ossoff race has not been called, but now that it appears that Democrats have a much better than average chance of controlling the Senate, all the concerns about confirming Merrick Garland have essentially gone away. And to be clear, the concern was that because Merrick Garland is a sitting district court judge, to elevate him would have meant that Biden would have had to nominate his replacement, and that could have been another contentious nomination battle in a Republican-controlled Senate. But now we're also told that once Merrick Garland is elevated, that Joe Biden's intention is to nominate Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson, who happens to be an African-American woman, to fill Merrick Garland's seat on the district court in D.C.
Up to 5 minutes of that time.
All right. Jeff Bennett, thanks very much. So again, to tell you where we are, the Senate and the House have now adjourned to their separate chambers to debate the first objection, in this case, objection to the outcome in Arizona. We want to listen in on the Senate right now. We see Mitch McConnell speaking. And now the Vice President. Let's listen in.
Majority Leader. We're debating a step that has never been taken in American history. Whether Congress should overrule the voters and overturn a presidential election. I've served 36 years in the Senate. This will be the most important vote I've ever cast. President Trump claims the election was stolen. The assertions range from specific local allegations to constitutional arguments to sweeping conspiracy theories. I supported the president's right to use the legal system. Dozens of lawsuits received hearings in courtrooms all across our country. But over and over, the courts rejected these claims, including all-star judges whom the president himself has nominated. Every election, we know, features some illegality and irregularity, and of course, that's unacceptable. I support strong state-led voting reforms. Last year's bizarre pandemic procedures must not become the new norm. But my colleagues, nothing before us proves illegality anywhere near the massive scale that would have tipped the entire election. Nor can public doubt alone justify a radical break when the doubt itself was incited without any evidence. The Constitution gives us here in Congress a limited role. We cannot simply declare ourselves a national board of elections on steroids. The voters, the courts, and the states have all spoken. They've all spoken. If we overrule them, it would damage our republic forever. This election actually was not unusually close. Just in recent history, 1976, 2000, and 2004 were all closer than this one. The Electoral College margin is almost identical to what it was in 2016. If this election were overturned by mere allegations from the losing side, our democracy would enter a death spiral. We'd never see the whole nation accept an election again. Every 4 years would be a scramble for power at any cost. The Electoral College, which most of us on this side have been defending for years, would cease to exist, leaving many of our states with no real say at all in choosing a president. The effects would go even beyond the elections themselves. Self-government, my colleagues, requires a shared commitment to the truth and a shared respect for the ground rules of our system. We cannot keep drifting apart into two separate tribes with a separate set of facts and separate realities, with nothing in common except our hostility towards each other and mistrust for the few national institutions that we all still share. Every time in the last 30 years that Democrats have lost a presidential race, they've tried a challenge just like this. After 2000, after 2004, after 2016. After 2004, a senator joined and forced the same debate. And believe it or not, Democrats like Harry Reid, Dick Durbin, and Hillary Clinton praised them and applauded the stunt. Republicans condemned those baseless efforts back then, and we just spent 4 years condemning Democrats' shameful attacks on the validity of President Trump's own election. So look, there can be no double standard. The media that is outraged today spent 4 years aiding and abetting Democrats' attacks on our institutions after they lost. But we must not imitate and escalate what we repudiate. Our duty is to govern for the public good. The United States Senate has a higher calling than an endless spiral of partisan vengeance. Congress will either override the voters, overrule them, the voters, the states, and the courts for the first time ever, or honor the people's decision. Will either guarantee Democrats' delegitimizing efforts after 2016 become a permanent new routine for both sides, or declare that our nation deserves a lot better than this. We'll either hasten down a poisonous path where only the winners of election actually accept the results, or show we can still muster the patriotic courage that our forebears showed not only in victory but in defeat. The framers built the Senate to stop short-term passions from boiling over and melting the foundations of our republic. So I believe protecting our constitutional order requires respecting the limits of our own power. It would be unfair and wrong to disenfranchise American voters and overrule the courts and the states on this extraordinarily thin basis. And I will not pretend such a vote would be a harmless protest gesture while relying on others to do the right thing. I will vote to respect the people's decision and defend our system of government as we know it.
Leader.
Mr. President, Vice President, as prescribed by the Constitution and the laws of the nation, the purpose of this joint session is for tellers appointed on a bipartisan basis by the two houses to read to the Congress the results of an election that has already happened. We are here to receive an announcement of a vote that has already been certified by every state in the Union and confirmed by the courts many times over. We're here to watch the current Vice President open envelopes and receive the news of a verdict that has already been rendered. It is a solemn and august occasion, no doubt, but it is a formality. The Congress does not determine the outcome of elections, the people do. The Congress is not endowed with the power to administer elections. Our states are given that power. By the end of the proceedings today, it will be confirmed once again something that is well known and well settled. The American people elected Joe Biden and Kamala Harris to be the next President and Vice President of the United States. And yet, a number of our colleagues have organized an effort to undermine and object to that free and fair election. They're in the minority. They will lose. They know that. They have no evidence of widespread voter fraud upon which to base their objections. That's because there is none. There is none. Not brought before any of the courts successfully. They know that President Trump and his allies have suffered a defeat in court after court across the country, losing no fewer than 62 legal challenges. And I might add, many Republican-appointed judges, some appointed by President Trump, rendered those decisions. They know, you all know, that Joe Biden and Kamala Harris are going to be sworn in as President and Vice President of the United States on January 20th. But they are going to object to the counting of the vote anyway. And in the process, they will embarrass themselves, they will embarrass their party, and worst of all, they will embarrass their country. This insurrection was fortunately discouraged by the leadership of the majority party, but it was not quelled. It is a very sad comment on our times that merely the accepting the results of an election is considered an act of political courage. Sadder and more dangerous still is the fact that an element of the Republican Party believes their political viability hinges on the endorsement of an attempted coup. That anyone, much less an elected official, would be willing to tarnish our democracy in order to burnish their personal political fortunes. Over the course of the afternoon, and however far into the evening this band of Republican objectors wants to take us, senators of goodwill from both sides of the aisle will explain why these challenges must be dismissed. The senators from states whose electoral votes are being challenged will explain how the allegations of fraud are baseless. And a substantial bipartisan majority must vote to put down these objections and defend the sanctity of our elections and indeed, our great and grand democracy. Because that's what we're talking about today. The health of our democracy. This wonderful, beautiful, grand democracy where the peaceful passing of the torch is extolled by school children in the second grade, but not by some here. As we speak, half of our voters are being conditioned by the outgoing president to believe that when his party loses an election, the results must not be legitimate. As we speak, the eyes of the world are on this chamber, questioning whether America is still the shining example of democracy, the shining city on the hill. What message we send today? What message will we send today to our people, to the world that has so looked up to us for centuries? What message will we send to fledgling democracies who study our Constitution, mirror our laws and traditions, in the hopes that they too can build a country ruled by the consent of the governed? What message will we send to those countries where democratic values are under assault and look to us to see if those values are still worth fighting for? What message will we send to every dark corner of the world where human rights are betrayed, elections are stolen, human dignity denied? What will we show those people? Will we show those people that there is a better way to ensure liberty and opportunity of humankind? Sadly, a small band of Republican objectors may darken the view of our democracy today, but a larger group of senators and House members from both sides of the aisle can send a message too. That democracy beats deep in the hearts of our citizens and our elected representatives, that we are a country of laws and of not men, that our traditions are not so easily discarded, even by our president, that facts matter, that truth matters, that while democracy allows free speech and free expression, even if that expression is anti-democratic, there will always, always be, praise God, a far broader and stronger coalition ready to push back and defend everything we hold dear. We can send that message today by voting in large and overwhelming numbers to defeat these objections. My colleagues, we each swore an oath just 3 days ago that we would defend and support the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that we would bear true faith and allegiance to the same. We swore that we took this obligation freely, without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, and that we could well and faithfully discharge the duties of the office we were about to enter, so help us God. The precise words of that oath were shortly written after the Civil War, when the idea of true faith and allegiance to this country and its Constitution took on enormous meaning. Let those words ring in the ears of every senator today. Let us do our duty to support and defend the Constitution of the United States. So help us God.
Majority Leader.
Minority Leader Chuck Schumer speaking in reaction and condemning those who have brought these objections to the electoral count from Arizona. That's the first state being challenged. Schumer saying those who support this are embarrassing themselves, their party, and their country. And remarkably, he finds himself very much in step with Majority Leader Mitch McConnell, who also condemned these challenges that are now being debated both in the floor of the Senate, we're watching right now, as well as the House of Representatives. Casey Hunt remains on Capitol Hill for us. Casey, if there was, listening to Mitch McConnell, if there was a crack in congressional Republicans, it has to now be a gaping hole after that.
That's right, Lester. And I think that we shouldn't lose sight of the enormity of the moment that we just witnessed from the Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell. Now, his critics will say that he has been silent in the face of President Trump's norm breaking over the course of the last 4 years and of the many falsehoods the president has said from every one of his platforms. But for McConnell, this final moment, he decided that he couldn't bite his tongue any longer. And the words that he used could not have been more dramatic in scope or more stark. He said, if the election were overturned by mere allegations from the losing side, our democracy would enter a death spiral. We would never see our country accept an election again. Those are the stakes, according to Mitch McConnell, who is the leader of the Republican Party in the Senate and someone who has, of course, worked with President Trump to install conservative judges and pass conservative legislation here in Congress. But that is not the kind of alliance that he was focused on here today. He, in fact, repudiated President Trump, saying that he was, in some cases, indulging in sweeping conspiracy theories. And he noted that nothing that has been brought to Congress proves or shows the kind of sweeping illegality that it would require in the election results themselves to actually overturn what happened, to overturn Joe Biden's victory. He also said, and this is something that I've heard from a lot of Republicans who are not necessarily the staunchest allies of President Trump, but who are listening to their own constituents. And they say, well, we should look into these allegations of fraud. We should investigate them because my constituents doubt that the outcome of the election was accurate. But McConnell pushed back against that, too. He said, just because there is a doubt doesn't mean that you should indulge it if that doubt was created falsely from the beginning. So I just think it's so important to underscore, and you said it right at the top of this, Mitch McConnell and Chuck Schumer, the Republican and Democratic leaders in the Senate, both essentially saying the same thing. Joe Biden is president-elect. We should certify Joe Biden as president-elect, and we as a nation need to focus on uniting behind the results of a system that has served the country well for hundreds of years. So I think that moment really crystallized everything that we have been seeing going on here in Washington over the course of the last 4 years as we move toward a Biden presidency, and now it appears we may also have Democratic control of the Senate. We still are waiting to find out the results of the John Ossoff race down in the state of Georgia. But if that's the case, we'll have Democratic control across the board here in Washington, really a significant punctuation to the end of the Trump administration here, Lester.
Yeah, and it should probably be noted, and it'll no doubt be raised by critics, that Mitch McConnell, you could argue, indulged many of the things he now condemns in terms of the president pursuing strategy after strategy. I want to go to Hallie Jackson right now. Hallie, let's talk a little bit more about this now gaping hole within both Senate and House Republicans, especially with the possibility of losing the Senate now hanging out there, overshadowing all of this.
That's right. And boy, did Mitch McConnell just sort of blow that gaping hole even wider. Casey, I think, rightly laid out the highlights from McConnell's extraordinary remarks. And you correctly note that, yes, his critics will say, hey, where have you been, basically? Where have you been the last couple of months? The question, of course, to McConnell. But what is also striking here, Lester, is that he took such direct aim at other members of his own party, essentially calling them hypocrites without using that word, saying in so many words, you're relying on other people to keep the guardrails on. You're doing this as a kind of photo op while still trying to act like things are going to be okay because more responsible people will keep things from really going off the tracks. You got to look ahead, right, to what this means now after the inauguration. And we'll note that we're seeing, I believe, Senator Ted Cruz there speaking in the Senate. He is, of course, the senator who signed on to that objection being raised by the Arizona House Republican who lodged it. You have to look ahead to what happens after January 20th, Lester, and what this means for actual governing. What happens, right, if, in fact, the Georgia race holds, because that's the other huge story we're covering today. What happens in that Georgia race between Jon Ossoff and Republican Senator David Perdue? Can Jon Ossoff hold that lead and deliver the Senate to Democrats now? Can Democrats work across the aisle with the Republicans if they need to? And they might not, because a 50-50 tie, of course, would be broken by Vice President-elect Kamala Harris. But can Democrats potentially work across the aisle if there are Democratic defectors, given what they're seeing? I spoke with one Democratic senator this morning, Lester, who said, I'm going to find that very difficult to do, given the thing that is going down now on Capitol Hill, especially over the next 12 to 18 hours here, what we're going to see before tomorrow, depending how long this thing lasts. You also have to look at Republicans, and there are some Republicans like Senator McConnell. Listen, he seemed deeply emotional there. We don't often see that level of sort of visible, I don't want to call it angst, but maybe visible emotion from Senator McConnell. He was very clearly invested in what he was saying. Again, you can argue about the timing. You can discuss whether he should have done something like this sooner. But clearly, he means what he says right now. And so how does that play out when you are still going to have in the Congress people like, Senator Cruz, people like who are going to be potentially signing on to these other objections that we may see? I spoke with another senator who told me that they believe this was just a Democratic senator, a photo op, basically, for potential 2024 candidates who want to continue to hold on to the president's supporters and the president's base. You also have to look more broadly at the governing piece of this, Lester. What happens if, of course, it is a Democratic Senate? What does it mean under a President-elect Biden? Under a President Biden, of course, once he is inaugurated on January 20th, there is a whole slew of policy issues that members of the Democratic Senate, if that is where this goes, will want to pass. Everything from almost immediate COVID relief. You heard Senator Chuck Schumer talk about that, talk about the idea of getting $2,000 stimulus checks to people who are struggling. You will likely see Democrats work to, for example, raise the minimum wage. That's another one of the priorities for President-elect Biden and his team. Moving judicial nominees through the system, something that would be potentially slowed down if Republicans manage to maintain control of the Senate. You've got the potential to strengthen Obamacare. You have a number of things legislatively that could happen. But the personality piece of this and the way that today will play out in the future, I think, is significant and shouldn't be ignored, Lester.
All right, Hallie Jackson, thanks very much. Let me bring in Kristen Welker, who's watching all this for us. Kristen, it shouldn't be lost on anyone that the vice president has essentially split from the president now on this question of whether these votes can be rejected. He basically says he's not going to do it. And then you have Mitch McConnell, we've been talking about, who basically said, sorry, pal, you're out of options. The impact of this, how is it being read at the White House right now?
Well, I think you lay out why today is so extraordinary, Lester, because here you have the two top Republicans essentially breaking with President Trump. You have his own vice president, despite the fact that the president has publicly and privately for days been pressuring Vice President Mike Pence to break with him and to somehow try to block the proceedings today, to send these electoral votes back to the states, saying bluntly in a letter as these proceedings were getting underway that he's not going to do that he does not have the authority to do that under the Constitution. And then you have those striking remarks by Leader Mitch McConnell, again, reiterating what Casey said, saying that the country could go into a death spiral if we allow it to continue to question the results of elections in the way that is happening right now. And so that's the backdrop. What's the thinking here behind the scenes at the White House? I can tell you that in speaking to a number of current and former officials, they are essentially viewing today as the president's last stand, and they're hoping that they can make him see that. They privately acknowledge that this is over, that at the end of these proceedings, Vice President Mike Pence is going to read Joe Biden's name as the next president, for the first time, by the way, acknowledging that. And they're trying to get the president to view today in the same way. The question is, Lester, will he? Will he listen? They're not anticipating that he is going to anytime soon abandon his talking points that there was widespread fraud. But they have been trying to make the case to him privately behind the scenes that, look, this is over. And what we heard in those remarks that he was making before thousands of supporters here in Washington, D.C. earlier today was essentially an airing of his grievances, Lester, lashing out in various different directions. And again, reiterating those baseless claims of voter fraud. And now here we have the Senate Majority Leader saying that they are baseless, saying that the voters have spoken, the states have spoken, and that the courts have spoken as well, and really laying out where we are right now in stark terms. I think you ask the right question. What happens next? What is the fallout within the GOP? I can tell you that a number of top Republicans are pointing the finger squarely at President Trump for the stunning upset that we saw overnight in Georgia, the fact that another race might go to the Democrats, and that the Democrats will likely have control of the Senate. They say that is on President Trump's shoulders. So what happens next? We are going to witness a party that's going to wrestle with these deep divides, Lester.
Yeah, and we are seeing that protests continue to play out on the streets of Washington. Supporters of the president who believe what he is saying about his chances to hold on to the presidency. Ellison Barber is with some of those protesters on the ground in Washington. I'm curious, Ellison, how much this crowd knows about some of the events of the last hour or so.
Lester, I just want to show you what's happening right now. It looks like to us the protesters have been able to take the bicycle barricades down here, and they're making their way up the steps of the U.S. Capitol right now. When this happened a minute ago, it's not entirely clear how or why they've been able to get past this area, but all morning there have been bicycle racks keeping protesters back. At some point, it seems those became open somehow. Either the protesters here pushed through it or someone moved them back. They are now making their way up the steps of the U.S. Capitol. You can see Capitol Police there holding the crowds back. People started cheering, saying, "Let's go, let's go." I spoke to one person earlier asking if they had seen the letter that the vice president sent over. When I showed it to them, they were shocked. They said if that was from Pence, they didn't quite believe me when I read it to them, that they were disappointed. But right now it seems like we have seen the protesters who have been here all morning actually breach the bicycle barricades. You can see what they look like. It's these right here, and make their way up to the steps of the U.S. Capitol here. And for now, it seems like police are holding them back to some degree. But this is the furthest we have ever seen any protesters make their way up towards anything. And when they started moving, there were loud cheers from the crowd here. And for now, it seems like police have them stopped on the steps there, but they have broken through the bicycle barricades, the bicycle racks that were here, and have made their way up the steps of the United States Capitol. Lester?
Yeah, I can't recall, and maybe it's happened, but I certainly can't recall protests that have reached that far up to the Capitol, to the steps. But again, as you point out, it appears Capitol Police have it under control. We'll continue to check back with you, Ellison. I want to bring in Michael Beschloss, the NBC News presidential historian, for a moment. Michael, as we were talking a moment ago, the president is losing many of his key supporters, even his apparently we lost Michael Beschloss. I apologize. Let me bring back Kristen Welker. Kristen, following up on the point we were talking about, it was several months ago the issue was raised of, gee, would the president leave peacefully? Will there be a peaceful handover of power? And that question seems it has to loom large again as we watch these objections take place in the Capitol, key allies, the president now turning against him, people marching on the streets up to the foot of the Capitol. It's hard not to take a step back and wonder where we are.
Well, there's no doubt that the president's baseless accusations of widespread fraud have risked a peaceful transfer of power. And as you point out, Lester, these scenes that are unfolding in the streets of D.C., these protesters who are trying to break into the Capitol, it's really just extraordinary footage. There is a big question mark about what the president's exit will look like. We have been talking to officials here behind the scenes, and even they don't know the answer to that, Lester. We know that there was some discussion about him potentially announcing a run in 2024 on the day of President-elect Joe Biden's inauguration. I am being told that there are mounting calls from some of his closest advisors for him to wait, for him to hold off. In part, they say, because he would create an unnecessary split screen. He wouldn't have the momentum that he would want to have heading into a new election cycle, and to potentially even wait until after the next midterm elections in 2022. So those question marks, though, really adding to the unease and concerns about whether there will be a peaceful transfer of power. And look, in speaking to Biden transition officials, they say that the Trump administration has not been as forthcoming as they would like with information as they embark upon this historic transition in which they are going to be taking over the COVID pandemic, the economy in crisis. And so those are really underscoring the key concerns about how this transition will be carried out as the president continues these baseless claims and continues to spin up and energize his supporters in this way. Lester.
All right, Kristen, thanks. Let me bring in Pete Williams, our justice correspondent. Pete, so these objections could take this process late into the night. As you noted, the conclusion is a foregone one that Joe Biden will take the oath of office on the 20th. Is there anything between now and the 20th that they could use to try and continue to derail things?
No, I think the simple answer to that is no. There are still some lawsuits out there pending, believe it or not, but it's just too late. It's too late to challenge the process. It was really very late after the electoral vote in December. Once the Congress certifies the vote, or counts the vote, it's really game over. Now, you were talking about the future. There are a lot of questions about how this election was conducted in the midst of a pandemic that undoubtedly are going to lead to discussions in states all around the country about how possibly to change procedures. How to distribute mail-in ballots, what kind of documentation has to come with them. Can state officials make changes like that without permission from the state legislature? All of that. At the same time, I know from talking to election scholars that there's going to be a real interest in trying to get Congress to change the law. To change the law that we've looked through this whole process about how you count electoral votes. So I think there'll be real momentum for that. And one other thing I would say, Lester, is, as we try to figure out, well, it looks now like the Capitol, the police are
Pete, let me break away from you a second, because things are happening very quickly there on the appears to be the east side of the Capitol. People now have moved past the police and into the building. Ellis and Barbara, what can you tell us?
Hey, Lester, yeah, you can see what's happening right in front of us. We saw Capitol Police trying to push people back, hold them back, and arrest them. They did seem to be arresting some, but they no longer have been able to keep them back. You can see some Capitol Police officers and protesters up there waving for more. If you look just right next to me, there is a massive amount of what appears to be blood on the ground here. At least one person over here is being injured and taken away on a stretcher right now. As more and more people make their way towards the step and push through. As I was watching this, saying it looks like people are being arrested, one woman came up to me and she said that this is what happens when they believe that there have been what they believe are fraud in the election, and told me these are people standing up for America, but you can see a lot of people packed on the steps now. They have pushed back the barricade, the physical barricade that was initially down here, the bicycle racks, then the barricade of Capitol police officers standing on the steps, holding them back, and they have made their way all the way up the U.S. Capitol steps. We have seen people be detained, seemingly arrested, put in handcuffs, and we have seen at least one person who appears to have fairly serious injuries enough to be taken away, and blood left here on the ground where people have pushed past this barricade. You can hear them getting louder cheering as more people make their way to this area. Some sort of loud explosion type bang noise right now as some people are starting to move. It's hard to see what is happening beyond what's right in this area, but Capitol Police have gone to the other steps to try to keep those secure, but it seems like they've lost the majority of the control of these steps down here in the middle as more and more protesters make their way towards this area. They are coming from both sides of the Capitol at this point, filling in this area here. Lester?
Yeah, this is a disturbing scene, to say the least. It appeared that police essentially retreated and closed the doors. They're preventing anyone else from entering, but we did see what appeared to be protesters entering the building. This following a day of largely peaceful protests in Washington of the president's supporters. The president addressed those supporters a couple of hours ago and continued to claim many of the bogus claims that he's made about the legitimacy of the election. But clearly, these are folks who believe him and who are now taking the extraordinary step of now setting siege to at least part of the Capitol. Casey Hunt, you were, if I believe, right across the street from this in one of the Senate office buildings. We know some of the office buildings were evacuated. Is this all related?
It seems so, Lester. We're still trying to determine exactly what the cause was to have people actually relocate from the Cannon complex. I think evacuation may be the wrong word to explain what we now know happened in the Cannon office building. They've gathered staff inside the complex. The calculation seems to be that it is safer to remain inside the complex than to send people out into what everyone is looking at right now on the screen. But again, we have not gotten any reports or indications of anything inside one of the buildings that at this point would cause us to be alarmed about that. So we're going to continue to keep an eye on this. Now, this scene that we're watching here, so this is the the east front of the Capitol. That door, some of the viewers may recognize if you've ever watched a state funeral, when John McCain's casket or George H.W. Bush's casket recently came, was at the U.S. Capitol building. It comes out that door. It's carried down those steps. It's an extraordinarily, it's a ceremonial door. So far as we can see, there's no indication that it has been breached. And I would say that it would be an unbelievably significant thing for something like that to happen. So I want to set that aside for a second, because just the scene of all these people here is also remarkable. This is an area that is always controlled by the Capitol Police. In fact, in recent months, it's been hard to, if you're a member of a general public, even walk along the driveway that's in front of the Capitol steps. You have to have a Capitol ID. I mean, this is where, I've walked to work through one of the doors on the side of this building every day for the last 10 or 15 years, and I've never seen anything like this. Again, it's an area that, members of Congress will pull up in their cars to go in and out of the buildings on the Senate and the House side. These steps are right in the middle of the building, so that's the dome, the rotunda. It's the middle of the Capitol. On one side is the Senate chamber, the other side, the House of Representatives. Of course, our entire government now gathered here in this building, the Senate debating on one side, the House debating on the other, to try and deal with these objections to the counting of the Electoral College. And I think it's important to underscore, Lester, that the President of the United States has encouraged people to do this. They are here at his urging. He held a rally at the Ellipse just down the street. And there are, of course, members, Republican members of the House and the Senate, who are saying that this election should be overturned, that there should be and are doubts about the validity of it. And that is part of why, largely why, all of these people have come to Washington and are engaged in a spectacle that I don't think we've seen in modern times, and certainly one that is nerve-wracking for those who typically find security inside this building. So a truly remarkable split-screen moment, Lester.
I certainly feel the loss of words to describe what we're seeing and how this will resonate. I want to note that Kevin McCarthy, House GOP leader, has asked for protesters to remain peaceful, writing on Twitter, "Thank you to Capitol Police for protecting the people's house. Protesters have a constitutionally protected right to be heard, but I urge them to remain peaceful." And we should note the crowd has, again, essentially forced the police officers there on the east front of the Capitol inside, as people now have taken a position to wave the flags and continue the rally. I want to bring Pete Williams back in. Pete, we know the mayor in Washington, D.C. had activated the National Guard in the event of any violence. This is federal property here. This is the Capitol. Would they have any role, any possible role in if things were to get out of hand here?
Oh, sure. There's U.S. Capitol Police have the ultimate jurisdiction on the Capitol grounds, but they could call in that help as well. Those doors on the east front of the Capitol, known as the Columbus doors, are bronze doors. They're immensely huge, heavy doors. So once they close the doors, there's no way anybody's going to get into the building. But having them on the steps there is certainly not what the police had in mind. We understood earlier that a portion of the Library of Congress, which is, if you were standing up there where all those people are, you looked out toward where we are, toward the camera, and across the street, you'd be looking at the Library of Congress. We believe part of that has been evacuated now. It wasn't open to the public anyway, but staffers inside were asked to leave, and also parts of the House office building, which would be to your left across Independence Avenue if you were standing there in the plaza. And we have been told by a couple of law enforcement officials that it was a suspicious package. Now, you know, suspicious packages, frankly, we see those almost every week here in Washington, but obviously under the current circumstances, there's a little more concern because of it. But I think it's fair to say that the protesters are not going to be able to get inside the Capitol building.
And we do know that there are underground passageways for members of Congress to safely make their way out of the Capitol, even as this is going on. Ellison Barber is on the scene there outside the east front of the Capitol. Ellison, is this crowd being fed? We know people are leaving the rally. Are there people, is this growing, I guess is my question.
Hey, Lester. Yeah, sorry, we're kind of making our way a little as safely as we can closer to try and get the best vantage point and see as much as we can. To answer your question, yes, particularly coming over from this side here, you can see it's slowed a little bit, but people are still coming to this area. Initially, right after they broke through the barricades and made their way up towards the stairs, it seemed like anybody that was kind of near the area. We've seen a lot of different small groups of protesters around the Capitol all morning. It seemed like anybody who was nearby made their way here as quickly as they could. I mean, people hurrying along the sides here. More people are still coming and making their way towards this area, though in some ways, and this has really only been in the last 15 minutes or so, it does feel a little bit calmer here than it did initially when those barricades first went down and as they inched their way up the stairs. The people who are here, they've kind of stayed put, but we are seeing a slow trickle of other people still coming in here. Chants, we've heard chants of USA, USA. For now, it seems like there might be some sort of, I don't know if controlled chaos is the right word, but it's the only one I can think of at this moment, where you have a little bit less people sprinting in. Capitol Police seem to have fairly good control of the other side steps and haven't let people up those. But this area, this group here, most of them have been here all morning. The group has grown throughout the day. We've seen after they breached the barricade, more people coming towards this area. And it seems like, Lester, they have no plans of leaving anytime soon.
All right, Ellison, keep us posted. And let me go back to Casey Hunt. As we watch the Senate and House now continue to debate the Republican objections to the results in Arizona, the first of what we believe will be several states that will be challenged in a process that will certainly be elongated because of these Republican challenges. Casey, are the senators and House members aware of what's going on outside the building?
So yes, it's hard not to be, and you're seeing both chambers. Our viewers can see on the sides of the screens the dais for each, and you just saw some men in suits running in the well of the House of Representatives. Things seem to be a little bit calmer at this moment, but that's a pretty unusual thing to see. And you'll also note that Mike Pence, who is currently acting in his role as president of the Senate, or was, no longer appears to be in the Senate chamber. Now, we are working on reporting out why it was that he might have been moved. We knew that it would be possible that he might leave the chamber for reasons unrelated to the security outside. But we also are learning at this point, we're getting alerts from the U.S. Capitol Police that all buildings within the Capitol complex are essentially being locked down from the perspective of, they say there's an external security threat is how they're framing it. No entry or exit is permitted, and they're urging people inside this complex to stay away from exterior windows or doors. Again, they seem to be urging people to stay inside at the complex, saying that they will not let people out, of course, because they do seem, and we can see on our screen here, that there has been some control lost of areas that typically are under control of the Capitol Police, and that clearly is something, I mean, they certainly will lock down the Capitol over less than what we're seeing unfold outside right now. I mean, we should remind people, I mean, it's obviously the center of our government, and there have been many times when I have been told I can't leave the Capitol because they're concerned about a suspicious package or some other issue. Almost always those issues are resolved without there being any sort of incident, or they find that the threat, in fact, did not materialize. Now, there have been a couple instances where things have turned out to be real. There was an incident with the Capitol Police in a shooting a few years ago. But again, we've never seen anything like this, where there has been a group of protesters, at least certainly not in my recent memory. And you'll also notice, I think one of those boxes may have just gone black. And I may ask the control room, it's possible the feed was shut off, but it could also be technical on our end. So that, again, may be another indication that things are adjusting. Okay, the feed went down, I'm told. So apologies for that. So at this point, we're not necessarily seeing anyone inside the Capitol act with extraordinary alarm. And again, we have no indication that anyone has gotten inside the building. But it clearly is a pretty extraordinary moment here at the U.S. Capitol, Lester.
Yeah, we're told the House now gaveled to recess as we watch this crowd go larger. There have been no, at least as far as our cameras can see, no apparent acts of violence, but certainly the crowd has moved past where police wanted them to do. We saw a larger police presence now on one of the set of steps now, creating a kind of a human chain to protect anyone from trying to enter or storm the building. But this is what it is. Many of these people had come from a rally outside the White House, where President Trump greeted them and spoke to them. Kristen Welker, our White House correspondent. Kristen, one would think, one would hope, maybe is a better question, that the White House would urge some calm, that something like this does not get further out of control. Have we heard anything from the White House?
We haven't heard from the White House, Lester, but let me read you what I just got from a former White House official who sent this to me. The president needs to come out immediately, in all caps, and call on protesters to stand down and protest peacefully. He's the only person who can sway this crowd. So here you have some of his own former officials, some of his top allies, Lester, saying that ultimately it is up to President Trump to come out and stand this crowd down. Now, he could do that on Twitter. He could do that by making a statement. The question is, will he do that? Because, of course, earlier today, as you point out, he spoke to this crowd, these throngs of supporters, and essentially reiterated some of his false claims of voter fraud that have now been knocked down by Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell. And it comes amid this break with Mitch McConnell, who has said that we cannot continuously relitigate elections, that the country would go into a death spiral if it went down that path. We now have this extraordinary break with Vice President Mike Pence, who has made it plain that he is going to follow the Constitution, which says that he does not have the unilateral authority to overturn the results of this election, that his role throughout these proceedings today is to effectively read the vote count count once it comes in, once it is finished. And so there you have the basis for this and really what's underscoring what we are seeing unfold at the Capitol right now. So again, we continue to reach out to see if we are going to hear from President Trump, if he will get that message out to his supporters. But undoubtedly, he is going to get pressure from some within his own party to take action as we watch all of this unfold, Lester.
Yeah, many of the kinds of scenes that we have seen in foreign places that would give us a chill, and perhaps leaving a chill, certainly as we watch it take place outside our own Capitol right now. And we understand that both houses of Congress have now adjourned. Casey Hunt, what can you tell us about that?
Well, Lester, I can tell you that things here are escalating pretty quickly. The Capitol Police made an announcement in the well of the House that they were locking down both chambers, the Senate chamber and the House chamber. And when we saw the feed go dark a moment ago, I mean, typically they control whether we can see the House. So when they go into recess, that's often when we lose that feed. It shouldn't be an indication of any violence or problem necessarily, but that is exactly now what you're seeing them sending us. That on the technical side is because the chambers have recessed. So that's what you're seeing on your screen now instead of what's actually going on the floor of both of these chambers. But we're getting reports, Lester, and I should underscore, I'm in the Russell office building, which has been also locked down. We're not allowed to enter or exit the Russell House office building. The tunnels to the Capitol are closed. Many reporters who are inside the Capitol are posting pictures on social media that we're working on verifying, but we have multiple reports of protesters inside the Capitol. So that's something that we're working on finding with our own NBC eyes, but it's clear that there are at least a number of others who are in the complex who are seeing such things. There also has been another report from a reporter that I have worked with for a long time who works for a different news organization of people who are apparently breaking glass on doors. We want to underscore that's, again, something that we want to see with our own eyes to explain to viewers. But I would say that this situation is rapidly becoming more tense, and it's clear that the Capitol Police have had to step in and take a role that I don't think that they expected that they would need to be playing today. So again, we're going to continue to try and call members that are at the Capitol. We have producers who are inside the Capitol building as we try to report out in a careful way what exactly is happening here, Lester.
And Casey, just to keep us back on track, the objections would lead to 2 hours of debate for each state. So they would have still been discussing Arizona. Is that correct?
That's right, Lester. So what we were seeing happen in both chambers was the debate of that first objection to the Electoral College count. And there's no expectation, and Pete Williams has done a very good job of laying out what the law says about how this process plays out. The idea is that it would be continuous. And again, we haven't seen it very many times, or any version of it very many times in American history. But the idea would have been that those 2 hours of debate would have been continuous, and then you would have seen a vote happen on the floor of each chamber before each chamber then went back to the House of Representatives to resume the joint session to keep counting those votes. So we can at the very least say that protesters have interrupted the counting, the ratification of Joe Biden as president of the United States here. That process is currently on hold because there is concern about the safety of members of Congress as they try to go about carrying out that responsibility. We only got as far as the opening speeches in the Senate, and we were talking earlier about Mitch McConnell and his remarkable statement that our democracy would be in a death spiral if we were to overturn the election based on unproven accusations of fraud. And of course, his critics saying that was far too little too late because, of course, you have seen so many supporters of President Trump believe the misinformation that he has put out there about this election. And now we are seeing them take physical acts. I know Ellison Barber is out on the ground and has been keeping an eye out for any reports of possible violence in these protests. And again, we have not, or I have not witnessed any violence yet here inside the Capitol. So we do want to underscore that. But I think that note from Kevin McCarthy that you mentioned earlier, that even Republicans, supporters of President Trump, are having to say, okay, let's make sure, yes, you have the right to protest, but obviously you do not have the right to be violent here. So everything very much on edge here at this hour, Lester.
And we should know this happening as the president losing support of essentially the two top, besides himself, the two top Republicans. The Vice President, Mike Pence, putting out a statement before today's joint session, essentially rejecting the idea that he has any power to somehow overturn the results of the election, basically saying, I'm going to follow the Constitution. I can't do it. And then we've been referring, of course, to Mitch McConnell, the Senate Majority Leader, who made what appeared to be a very uncomfortable, emotional speech, basically saying this election, wasn't even close, that the president has exhausted his legal options, and basically imploring his fellow senators not to support this idea of challenging these electoral votes. This, again, a formal process that plays out every 4 years. It normally takes a half hour or so, but given the structure of the objections and now these protests, we don't know how long that process will take, even though we are assured of the outcome that at the end of the day and on January 20th, Joe Biden will be sworn in as the next president of the United States. But this, again, a crowd that has flowed down from the protests outside the White House today, buoyed on by the president himself, who made a series of untrue cases about the state of the election and his viability to continue his term. We have had some reports of things happening in this side of the crowd. Let me get to Ellison Barber, who can perhaps map out where we are. Ellison, have you seen or heard any reports of violence in this crowd?
So we did see someone being taken away on a stretcher and a fair amount of blood over one of the areas near where they breached the bicycle barricade, but we're not entirely sure what or how that happened, if someone tripped as they were breaking through or what may have occurred. We have not seen any violence in this area right now, but we have seen a very vocal crowd, obviously forceful crowd, make their way up to where they are now, and it does seem to be growing even further, Lester. Over here on the steps on the House side of the Capitol building, protesters have now made their way all the way up to the top of those. On the steps on the Senate side, there is a line of Capitol Police officers with the plastic shields you see in so many riots, standing side by side to keep protesters from going up those steps further. Earlier today, when Vice President Mike Pence arrived on the Hill, protesters here were shouting at him, one woman yelling through a bullhorn, telling him, "You were on the ticket to do something about it." When I stopped some people and asked them what they thought of that letter that the Vice President sent to Congress, saying that he did not feel he had any unilateral authority to strike down any of the Electoral College votes, that his role was ceremonial as they count the votes here today. One protester I spoke to said that he was weak, he was spineless. The only person they feel like they can trust is President Trump. And as you look at this crowd, you have to think soon they will probably see that tweet that the president just sent out, and that could potentially make this situation more severe, escalate to some degree. This crowd is growing, though, and we have seen them grow. We have seen it grow kind of slowly in the last 5 minutes or so since the initial breach. But they are holding that step there. They have expanded to the other steps over here on the House side. And for now, it seems like on the Senate side, Lester, Capitol Police have gotten that blocked off halfway up where they can't go further beyond that. Some music playing right now. We heard chants of USA, USA earlier, and something along the lines of whose house, our house. Lester?
Ellison, thank you very much. Continue to stay safe out there. We'll go back to you as events warrant. I want to go to Frank Thorpe. He's an NBC News producer. I believe he's joining us on the telephone from inside the Capitol. Frank, what can you tell us? What are you seeing and hearing inside?
I can just tell you that we're completely locked down here in the Capitol. We're not allowed to leave our offices. As you see on camera, the protesters have breached the Capitol. Those protesters that you see on TV are very, very close to the House chamber. And if they've also been very close to the Senate chamber. We have senators and their aides who are locked down on the Senate floor. They're there to be protected, basically. It's about as secure as a room as you can get in the Capitol. But I have to say, it's incredibly tense here in the Capitol right now. Aides have been worried about this. I've been getting texts from aides for weeks now, just saying, wow, we're a little bit worried about what's going to happen on the 6th. This is something that people had worried could happen, and it's happening. And this is a situation also where you have to understand there's two things about how extraordinary this is. at this moment in time. Members of the public have not been allowed in the Capitol for the last 9 or 10 months because of the pandemic. This has been completely shut down. Not to mention that this breach means that every single one of these protesters has not been screened. I mean, this is an unprecedented security breach in the Capitol, at least in my experience, where you have so many people here who have not been screened by Capitol Police. Every single time you go into the Capitol, you go through a magnetometer, your bags are checked, and police do a sweep of what you bring into the Capitol. Every single one of these protesters is here and hasn't been screened by Capitol Police. So I have to say, I mean, you know, aides and lawmakers are messaging us, trying to figure out what's happening. But as you can see, both the Senate and the House are on lockdown until this is resolved.
Yeah, it is incredibly disturbing. We've seen, we're watching right now as a number of apparent protesters now seem to be peacefully or voluntarily or somehow being led out of the Capitol right now. They seem to be heading toward. Well, maybe not. Is that the exit? If you look at the picture.
That camera, the shot that we have that you see right now is of them walking towards the House chamber. That's not the exit. That is
toward the House.
They're walking towards the House chamber right now, and that camera. So they're not going anywhere. They're going directly to where the debate is going in the House chamber.
Yeah, Casey Hunt, give us your sense of what we're seeing here and what's happening inside.
So, Lester, our NBC News producer, Haley Talbot, is actually inside the House chamber right now. She's serving as a producer for many of us because, of course, we have been taking these coronavirus precautions. She has been letting us know from inside the chamber what's going on. They have been yelling to members of the House to stay seated, warning them that they may need to get underneath their seats. They have been saying that people may need to relocate to the cloakroom. Now, the cloakrooms are rooms for individual. Each party has one. It's a private gathering place for members of Congress. They're both off the House floor. But as you were just talking about with Frank, you see those protesters packed in there. The cloakrooms are actually in between the House floor and where those protesters are. So the benefit, perhaps, of the cloakroom would be that it is a closed-off area. Remember, the House chamber is a big, wide open space. There are public galleries around the edges on the third floor of the Capitol. The chamber itself is on the second floor. That's the button that you push in the elevator if you want to go to the chamber is 2. Up on 3, there are these galleries that the public and the press typically can go and sit. You may see that during State of the Union speeches, for example, or something along those lines. There are also members apparently yelling. There's a lot of chaos, Haley reports, from the chamber on the House floor. And this, again, I mean, I think we need to just step back and take a second here, Lester, to underscore how rare, unusual, and troubling what is going on here is. This is not something that has happened very frequently. It's not unprecedented that there has been a breach of the House chamber, but it was many, many years ago. I'm going to have to go and do my research into, there was a shooting that occurred many years ago. Puerto Rican activists shot down at the floor. If you pull out the drawer in one of the desks that sits on the House floor, I've actually seen it. The bullet hole is still there from that incident. But of course, the idea then was that they learned a lot from that incident and that things like that were never supposed to happen again. So the rarity of someone actually getting into the House chamber and doing something like this really cannot be overstated. And again, these protesters right now, from what we can see on our cameras, are outside the House chamber, outside the doors. Now, the question is whether they'll get into those doors. And again, I'm looking at these texts from Haley Talbot, our producer, who is on the scene there and who is in the room watching all of this unfold. Lester.
All right, Casey, thank you. We're also getting a note here. Washington, D.C. Mayor Bowser has ordered a citywide curfew beginning at 6 p.m. today. We are seeing Ellison Barber. I don't know if you're with us. We are seeing what appears to be some sort of chemical agent or smoke. Yeah, Ellison, we're looking at a picture, I think, from the other side of where you are, the west side. But are you hearing anything that suggests tear gas is being used?
So we haven't in the last 10 minutes or so, but earlier we did hear at least 2 loud bangs that we believe were concussion grenades of some kind up near the steps. No tear gas on this side as far as we can tell, but you can see, I'll just let you, if we walk a little, some this way to show you a little more of the crowd here and see if we can see anything. We haven't heard anything or seen anything over here that would indicate that tear gas is being used on this side of the Capitol, but we did hear a couple loud bangs earlier that we believe were some sort of concussion grenade or something similar up in this middle area near those doors up at the front, probably trying to move or get protesters to leave or move back, or some obviously they have not left their area. But on this side of the Capitol so far, Lester, we haven't seen anything so far that looks like any type of chemical agent or tear gas or anything of that nature.
Yeah, we were looking. It was the other side, and it was a waft of vapor or smoke. We'll try to. I don't want to say definitively. Obviously, that was tear gas, but we saw something in this image here a few moments ago. What appeared to be smoke wafting near the front of where that crowd is. We need to get to Pete Williams right now. Pete, you have some information about the whereabouts of the vice president right now.
Right. So I've talked to a member of the U.S. Senate who was on the Senate floor who told me a few moments ago that both the vice president and Charles Grassley, the president pro tem, were taken out of the Senate chamber to a secure location. The sergeant at arms took over the Senate chamber, told all the senators to stay away from the doors and that the doors had been locked. Just a few moments ago, however, this senator told me that they're now being moved out of the Senate chamber. The United States Senate is being evacuated. Members of the Senate are being led to a secure location. So they'll be taken probably out of the Capitol building by, I would assume, underground tunnels. I can tell you, having worked up there as a Capitol Hill aide on both the House and Senate sides, that there's tunnels all over the place that lead to all the various office buildings on the Hill. So it's possible to evacuate the Senate without taking them outside, and that's what's being done now. So this protest is now evacuated the United States Senate.
All right, Pete Williams, thanks very much. And again, much of this crowd fired up by the president himself a bit earlier as he spoke to that rally outside the White House. The president is now tweeting, not about specifically what you're seeing. He's tweeting about Vice President Pence, who announced today that he would follow the Constitution, the law, and not do anything that would attempt to try and overturn the results of the election, something that is beyond his power. The president tweeting, Mike Pence didn't have the courage to do what should have been done to protect our country and our Constitution, giving states a chance to certify a correct set of facts, not the fraudulent or inaccurate ones which they were asked to previously certify. USA demands the truth. So the president holding fast to the fantasy that the vote was an illegitimate one, and this coming as these pictures, no doubt, being seen in the White House and around the world of our Capitol under siege. The crowd does not appear to be violent, although there have been some individual reports, but they have certainly not only breached the outer perimeter, but some the inside. That's where Frank Thorpe continues to. He's one of our producers on lockdown right now. Frank, what more can you add about those folks who we saw inside the Capitol?
So we've still been locked down in our gallery, in our office here in the Capitol. So I haven't actually seen any protesters because we're not even allowed to leave our space. But I can tell you that there's a lot of members of the press here and staff who are concerned and worried about even how to get out of the Capitol if they wanted to. They're trying to get out. They're trying to leave. And there's really not even a way to do that because Capitol Police has told us to stay out of the hallway, stay away from the windows, and avoid the protesters at all costs. There's still aides who are saying that they're on lockdown here in the Capitol, and we understand there still also might be senators on the floor, but there's also, discussions here and talk of trying to get gas masks distributed to those who are here in the Capitol in case that there's tear gas that's deployed within the Capitol. So, I mean, to be honest, we're trying to find out where those are. Right now, it's a question of how long this is going to last. We have gotten close to no guidance from Capitol Police other than just to stay where we are. But as I said, I mean, the Senate and the House still remains in recess, and I think both aides are texting us, and and lawmakers are trying to figure out what's going on. This is still a very tense situation in the Capitol.
It's a 6 p.m. curfew.
All right, Frank Thorpe, continue to stay safe as the Capitol is on lockdown, an image that will certainly make a lot of people shudder, this scene right now of protesters who have laid siege to the U.S. Capitol, disrupting the process of the formal vote count of the electoral votes. As Pete Williams explained earlier, one of the, if not the oldest acts of our government, one of the oldest rituals of our government, but suspended right now as lawmakers have been locked down, or in some cases ushered away from the Capitol as this situation is dealt with. I understand we got another tweet from the president. Unfortunately, I don't have it in front of me, and bear with me 1 second to see if I can pull it up. Oh, here it is on the screen. President Trump moments ago tweeting, "Please support our Capitol Police and law enforcement. They are truly on the sides of our country. Stay peaceful." Interesting wording, support our Capitol Police. But that's the first acknowledgement of some of what we're seeing right now at the Capitol. Just to bring you back up to date, if you're coming into all this late, today, as dictated by the Constitution, a joint session of Congress to essentially go through the formal ritual of counting the electoral votes, brought out in a fine mahogany case, a process that normally takes a half hour every 4 years, but one that we knew was going to take longer this year. Many Republicans announcing they would stand up and object to the results in what amounted to the battleground states in the election, the states that Joe Biden won. This on the same day the president was promoting the idea of this rally of his supporters, which took place outside the White House. The president speaking. And as we expected, within that joint session, Republicans did, in fact, begin to object. First state in line, Arizona, which Joe Biden won narrowly, leading to up to 2 hours of debate, and then 2 hours for each subsequent state. So a process we knew would go late into the night, perhaps the wee hours of the morning. But all that now on hold as we have watched this situation develop outside the Capitol. This is the view from the east front. We've seen other pictures from the other side of similar crowds. Some managed to get inside the Capitol as police began to retreat. The doors were still open. A number of people made their way in and have apparently reached as far into a cloakroom outside the House chambers. And they continue to chant right now. So that's where we're at. I'll check in one more time with Ellison Barber, who's keeping an eye on this crowd. Do things appear to be in hand, or police taking any control there?
Further than that barricade.
Hey, Lester, yeah, it seems like some of the people that were on the steps have started to disperse. We had people coming by telling other people that on the other side of the Capitol, that's where people are now going, trying to climb over, possibly some sort of scaffolding. So it seems like some people are now moving around to try and see kind of the other areas where activity protesters are. This area, though, for the last 10, 12 minutes or so since we last talked, it's kind of stayed the same. People here not giving up much ground on those steps in front of us, but some people now who aren't on the steps, they are moving about and moving to the other side of the Capitol as well. We haven't seen any sort of violent clashes on this side of the Capitol, and we haven't seen police deploy anything like tear gas or any sort of chemical agent. The Capitol Police on the steps on the Senate side of the House, they have been able to keep protesters from going further up those stairs, but on the other steps, the steps in the middle, you can smell something now. Do you smell? I'm not entirely sure what that is, if that's smoke or something. There's something that we're starting to smell out here. It smells like something might be burning, but I'm not entirely sure what that is or where it is coming from. But yeah, this group right here, they're staying put, holding the areas that they have gained, if you will. And they're chanting now. I'm trying to listen to hear exactly what they're saying. It starts kind of up at the top and then makes its way down here. But there is something smells like it's burning from where, I'm not entirely sure, but you can smell smoke now. And It's unclear where that is coming from. But yeah, Lester, this group's still here. People have started to move to the other side of the Capitol, though, who are on this side. As some people came through and told us that where it's happening, people are on the other side of the Capitol. So they were moving sort of to, I guess, meet up with and possibly help that group with whatever was going on that side. This group staying put. And now it smells like we have something burning in the area near here. Lester?
All right, we'll let you narrow that down and where that may be occurring. Ellison Barber, thanks very much. And again, we saw pictures of people from inside the Capitol, protesters who made their way in as police began their retreat. And as was pointed out by our Frank Thorpe, these are individuals who have gone in unscreened, something that obviously doesn't happen in government buildings, certainly not the Capitol of the United States. This is moments ago. You can see some of the protesters. And now, to my understanding, as they walk in that area, that's the direction of the House chambers themselves. Casey Hunt has a little more color as to what's happening there. Casey?
That's right, Lester. A very tense scene right now inside the House chamber, which, as you point out, is just at the end of that hallway where you're seeing these people walk. Our producer in the chamber now locked down as one of the main sets of doors has been barricaded. Most of the members were evacuated from the floor after being handed gas masks, basically. That, of course, in the event that police were to deploy tear gas or something like that, they would need gas masks to protect themselves. They were not handed these masks because we have seen any evidence of anything like that already happening, but rather as a precaution. But it's been a very chaotic scene on the House floor. Members very concerned, one praying over others. There are a number of members of the House who are still in the chamber with some of the reporters that are there. Again, we talked earlier about those galleries that are up on the third floor. The House floor itself is on the second floor. There's not usually members in those galleries, but they were there because of the coronavirus precautions. It was a way to spread people out, to follow social distancing guidelines and restrictions. So some of those members still in the chamber. But again, Lester, underscoring here that now we have both, as Pete Williams reported, the Senate, floor of the Senate has been evacuated. The House, the floor of the House has been evacuated. If you can hear something going on behind me, it's the emergency alert that Muriel Bowser has issued for the curfew here. It's now setting off all of our phones, and you can hear audible alarms here, but it's related to that. It's not something separate that's going on here at the Capitol, although it does sound like we may be about to get an overhead announcement here. So we're going to keep an ear on that, and we'll let you know if we have any further updates from here, Lester.
Yeah, please feel free to flag me if you've got something there. Casey, thanks very much. We were looking for a moment ago the other side of the Capitol. Actually, are you hearing that announcement with Casey? No, can't hear it. There was some kind of announcement in the Capitol. Right now we've just got a siren, but I will make sure that we are recording here, and we'll let you know if they say anything audible that we're able to hear about what we should do here. Again, Lester, we are in the Russell Senate office building, which is across the street from the Capitol building where most of this drama is playing out. And we are locked down here. There are tunnels underground, as Pete referenced. Yes, Lester. All right, Casey, thank you. I want to bring in NBC News national security analyst Frank Filguzzi. Frank, I've got a lot of questions, but I just want to know your thoughts as all this unfolds and what we are witnessing right now.
Lester, so as a security professional, I know there'll be time after this incident is cleared and resolved to go through and understand where failures and compromises occurred and where planning may have been inadequate. But right now, just a couple of thoughts as it's still playing out. First, if you're part of this group or you think you want to join the group that is breaching security, I want you to know something. I want you to know that you are committing a federal violation. You are going to become a federal criminal. Your acts are going to be investigated by the FBI and the U.S. Capitol Police. This is serious business. Threats and assaults on members of the Senate and House, even greater in terms of federal consequences. So you need to think through your actions if you're headed into the district or you're part of this group that's doing this. Secondly, we're watching the tension play out between a democratic republic that allows and wants its people to have access to its legislative body, and the need for incredible security during one of the most volatile periods in recent history. And today we saw that tension bleed into each other, the need to have the public access and watch its government, while, and exercise civil liberties and protest rights, while others are instigating a breach of compromise that actually undermines the very democracy that allows you to do the protest in the first place. Lastly, Lester, we have a president for the past 4 years who's claimed to be the law and order president, but let's be clear here. He has made the job of law enforcement today and in the past all the more harder. They are facing an incredible challenge right now, and he's just tweeted that we need to understand that law enforcement is on the right side. I don't know what that means, but I know this. It's not helpful to law enforcement when you're threatening them, when you're breaching security of our nation's capital, and when you're preventing democracy from actually happening.
As you said, there will be time for after-action reviews, but watching this play out on live television, there seemed to be a rather small number of police officers outside that east front, and that there was some signal to retreat, and that's when folks were able to breach inside. I know we don't know a lot about. Are you surprised there wasn't a more robust security force visible at the outset of this, knowing the passions that all this has brought?
Yeah, Lester, those who monitor the sites of the extreme and even violent militia groups and groups like Proud Boys and QAnon, we've seen this playing out in the past couple of weeks. We've seen the chatter. We've seen the talk of how to overwhelm the Capitol Police, how to breach the Capitol. And I know that certainly the federal agencies monitor many of those same chat sites and extremist groups. So this is not a surprise. I don't quite understand how we got to this point today, and we're going to need some answers about Capitol Police deployment of National Guard and why it appears that insufficient resources were available.
All right, Frank, as he said, there'll be lots of questions, lots of answers later, but right now, the here and now is you've got people who have gathered on both sides of the Capitol. They have essentially stormed the steps there. Some have made their way inside. Police have now set up, at least at some parts of the Capitol, you don't see it in this picture certainly, but they have set up kind of human chains there in front. Here you've got, they've essentially created a buffer zone in the west front. By the way, this is the area where Joe Biden will take the oath of office in just a few weeks on that west front. That's typically where the seating is for the inauguration, the swearing of a new president. So the crowd there has been, it's a little bit of a higher climb to enter from that side. And thus you see most of the crowd here on the east side now, the east front, as it's known, of the Capitol. We've been talking off and on with Frank Thorpe. He's an NBC News producer who, like everyone in the Capitol right now, is in lockdown. Frank, it has to be an eerie feeling. You're watching these pictures and you're inside the building, but you really can't see what's happening. What are you hearing?
Yeah, it's a confusing situation, Lester, because to be honest, a lot of the members of the who just don't feel comfortable, who want to get out of the Capitol, have no idea if they can leave, and we have no idea where the protesters are inside the building. I can tell you, going back to the video that we saw earlier of the protesters walking towards the House chamber, it's just I can't stress to you how just unprecedented this situation is in terms of having this many people inside the Capitol that have not been screened. I mean, as you noted, a lot of these protesters are peaceful, but just having people within the Capitol who haven't gone through the screening process to get into this building that's concerning to not only the lawmakers, but the aides that are here that are locked down in their offices, the press that are locked down in their offices as well. We have another producer, Haley Talbot, who is currently in the process of trying to get out of the House chamber. She was there to cover the House proceedings during the debate, and she's been taken out of the House chamber, but she's trying to figure out how they can actually get out of the building. She's just with members of Congress who say that they're calling their families to say that they're okay. I mean, I can tell you that, most of the members of the press here are doing the same just to give them an update, but it's a tense feeling.
Yeah, Frank Thorpe, thank you for that update. Finishing the thought, a tense situation to be sure, as we, at least in this video, we see folks walking back and forth in plain view of police officers. We don't know what their orders are or what the plan is, but no one in this crowd seems to be aggressive, but simply walking, exercising free reign of the Capitol, an area that, as Frank had pointed out, has been closed off to the general public for months and months because of COVID protocols and restrictions. But now inside and very close to that House chamber, where a number of people remain right now, very concerned about what is going to happen here, how they plan to clear the Capitol. Will it involve any chemical agents? Are there enough gas masks? So these are questions I don't think any of us woke up thinking we'd be asking as this process began, this joint session of Congress to entertain the objections, kind of the last gasp of Republicans trying to throw a monkey wrench into the results of the election. The conclusion, a foregone one, but nonetheless a demonstration by some members of both the Senate and House and a determination to challenge some of the battleground state victories for Joe Biden. But here is where we are at right now, a scene, as I noted, not unlike ones we've seen over the years over disputed elections in faraway places on the globe. But this is America. This is the U.S. Capitol right now. There is the American flag, and beneath it, these crowds of people now who have stormed, trying to make their wishes known. This is a day in which the president spoke, even as his own vice president announced that he could essentially no longer support this idea of trying to turn the election upside down. The Senate Majority Leader, Mitch McConnell, in very impassioned remarks at the beginning of debate, saying that those who support these objections are an embarrassment to themselves and an embarrassment to their country. So he also breaking ranks with the president, but Donald Trump continuing to press forward his claim that he's due a second term. And you can see police have, this is again the west, we just switched, but that other shot you were looking at was the west front, where police have been able to establish some kind of a barrier and stopping the crowds. They appear to have detained someone there, but by and large they have held their ground there. And you can see they put up a pretty serious line of blue on those. I believe those are the bleachers that have been put in place for the inauguration on the west side, where that is typically held. Let me bring in Casey. I'm sorry. Let me bring in Hallie Jackson to get some more perspective. So the president is acknowledging what is happening here, but doesn't seem to be taking great steps to tell people to go home.
He's done a tweet. I mean, he's done a single tweet here, Lester. And even for some people who used to work for him, you are seeing a groundswell of some, at least, saying, you need to do more, Mr. President, basically. He is probably the only person, and it's even arguable at that, who could potentially get that message through to the people who are now, as you put it succinctly, Lester, earlier in the show, putting the United States Capitol under siege. That is what we are seeing at this moment. You have to remember, Lester, this is a building, and I'm looking at this, I've done countless, live shots, shows from the building in and out. It just doesn't look like this, right? There's security around the building, but more importantly, Lester, or equally importantly, there's also private homes. There's daycares. There are other, facilities unconnected to the functioning of government, right, that are in the vicinity of the Hill where we're talking about here. And this is affecting many more people than just the people you're seeing on the screens, than just the duly elected officials of this country. Key, first and foremost, first priority, safety. There's also a question secondarily, as you are looking at that shot, it appeared somebody being pulled out on a stretcher. Secondarily is what happens now. We understand, as we've been reporting here, this lockdown is happening at the Capitol. What does this mean for the process that, 2 hours ago, Lester, we started talking about the Electoral College vote count? I can tell you that I've been texting with sources and one Republican official suggesting that perhaps this will, maybe they hope, give some senators pause in continuing the objections in the vote count. We don't know that that's actually going to be the case. We don't know how this is going to impact the actual procedures. I think the biggest priority for folks right now is making sure that the people inside the building are safe. You have to wonder, Lester, I ask this question, where is the president? We know physically where President Trump is. We understand, based on the reporting from people in the pool at the White House, he was in the Oval Office, at least for a portion of the afternoon here, as these protests, now frankly, mob stormed the steps of the Capitol. Is he going to speak on television? Is he going to give an address and give remarks? We don't have any guidance on that. We have no reason to suspect he might, other than that is perhaps the expectation of the country's leader at a moment like this just surreal and extraordinary moment, and one that's going to go down in American history, Lester. So, again, first priority, safety. Secondarily, how do you get past this moment? I know that you got to imagine these officers, and we're seeing it coming in from all parts. This is what I'm talking about, Lester. You're looking at the Capitol complex, and then that's Constitution, right? So that is on the House side. The House office buildings are in that. I think this is our chopper shot from our local affiliate, if I'm guessing correctly. You can see those House office buildings on the other side of the street. The underground passages that you're talking about connect those different facilities. The street obviously is shut down, police in place. The other piece of this is the law enforcement presence. This rally had been what was originally a rally, which has turned into something very different, had been planned. It was a known event. It was known that people who were supporting President Trump were traveling in from all over the country to be on the National Mall at the Ellipse, where the president, by the way, spoke, right? Didn't just watch. He actually actively went and spoke and engaged with those protesters. And now hear what we're seeing at the Capitol, Lester.
All right, Hallie, thank you. On the phone with us right now is Republican Representative Adam Kinzinger from Illinois. Congressman, thank you for joining us. First of all, are you and your colleagues safe right now?
Yeah, everybody's safe. I don't want to give my location, but I'll tell you this is madness, and anybody that calls themselves a Republican like myself should be very ashamed right now. And I don't know if this has ever happened in history. It's disgusting, and this is not how democracies and how politics works.
I don't think a lot of folks would disagree with you on that. Can you tell us, you were in the middle of debate, was there simply an adjournment and you were taken to a special place? I mean, how did it all play out from your point of view?
Yeah, in my case, I kind of started seeing things unfurl, so I came back to a different location, and but I have been talking to people that are on the floor, and, you know, obviously when the Capitol was breached, they did security protocol, which they're good at, but, you know, significantly outnumbered, throwing on escape hoods. I mean, we have these, you know, emergency escape hoods that we think it's one of those doomsday scenarios that we'll never use. We're using those. And right now, I think it's a matter of hoping that cooler heads prevail, hoping that the president actually quits being a coward and calls in the D.C. Guard and actually takes some leadership for a moment. But, you know, until then, we're going to continue to do what we need to do to be safe.
Are you, what we're watching right now, do you lay that at the president's feet?
Do I think, wait, say that again, I couldn't understand that.
Yeah. What we're watching right now with the siege of the Capitol, do you lay this at the president's feet? Is he responsible?
Yeah. I mean, look, absolutely. You know, not just in his speech today where he basically implied this was going to happen. We've seen this all over Twitter. I don't look at Parler, but I hear it's been all over Parler. This is not a surprise to anybody and shouldn't be. And I've said for weeks that I fear violence on January 6th. And for the president to go out today when everybody's in a heightened emotional state after being falsely promised that somehow Congress can magically pick the next president, he completely shirked his responsibility as president to keep the American people safe.
A number of your colleagues in the House and certainly a number from the Senate have announced, and they've already demonstrated that they are going to try to reject some of these electoral votes. Do you think that this will stop the process, or do you think that they will want to carry on once order is restored there?
Well, because the Constitution, you know, is enduring, the process will go forward. If any of my friends or colleagues continue with the objection, I think that is a disgrace. I think the reality is, first off, it was a fool's errand anyway. It was a grift, an attempt to raise money. And now, after this, if we, assuage these actions, we can only expect more in the future.
What was it like? I don't know if you actually heard Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell's remarks today, but he essentially broke ranks with the president and said it's over, it's done in so many words. What was it like to hear that?
Well, it was good. I wish he'd have said it a while ago. But the bottom line is we have too many people out here that want to avoid temporary pain by telling people what they don't want to hear. So they go along with this magical idea that Congress gets to pick the president. Congress doesn't. And what we're seeing now is, the result of false hope given to people. And so it was great to see the majority leader say that. I hope all the leadership in the House and Senate say the exact same thing. And I hope when we reconvene finally that we move forward and just accept the results as the American people voted for, whether we like those results or not.
I think it's fair to say that much of your party will bear some of the stain of this day going forward. There is also the vote in Georgia that we're watching very closely, that when all is said and done, we could be looking at a Democratic-held Senate. How serious is the damage to the Republican Party going forward?
I think it's serious. I think, did we make gains within minority communities? Sure, but we're losing in one very terminal demographic, and that is young people. As young people grow older, they're rejecting Republican politics. We've gotten away from the Reagan-esque idea of explaining the compassion of conservatism, and we've relegated to a culture war. That's not the Republican Party that me at 42 years old was in love with. I love the idea of a strong American leadership and leadership around the globe. We have to get back to that, but we're going to bear the consequences of this for a little bit.
Before I let you go, have you or any of your colleagues, is there any effort right now to try and get in touch with the White House and say, please make this stop?
I don't know. I think right now it's kind of the, Maslow's hierarchy of needs. We're at the bottom of that and just getting through this moment. But I certainly hope people with rank in the House are doing that and in the Senate. And we go beyond some, tweet saying thank you to the Capitol Police. And we actually start calling for real action to restore order to the people's house. Otherwise, we're no different than any of, these failed democracies around the world.
All right. Well, Congressman Adam Kinzinger, Republican from Illinois, we thank you for being with us, and we're grateful that you and your colleagues are okay right now. Please stay safe, sir.
Thank you, sir.
All right, we continue to watch this crowd outside the Capitol. It began as a day of peaceful protest, and largely what we've seen, at least in the view of the camera, has been peaceful. Nonetheless, this crowd has breached beyond where they were supposed to be. Many have breached actually inside the Capitol itself. So this is an ongoing situation. We don't know what's happening on the law enforcement level inside to contain those who went in unscreened, and based on the pictures we've seen, have had largely free reign of very critical parts of the Capitol. But that is how it is playing out right now. Ellison Barber is on the east front of the Capitol, on the edge of this crowd, watching it all play out. How would you characterize things right now, Ellison?
Hey, Lester, we're starting to see people come down from the steps who are claiming at least to have been inside. Two people came by and walked by us, and they said, we made it inside. I asked them if they wanted to talk, and they said I probably shouldn't, and kept going. There was another guy in militia-like tan garb who walked by us, and I think he didn't see my microphone initially, and he said, we made it to Nancy's office. When I asked him to stop and talk to us, he also declined on that. But there's kind of been, if those people were in fact inside, a celebratory mood here for them as they make their way out. You can see up on the steps here where people are still gathered. Off to the left side of the steps, Capitol Police have kind of congregated in a group there, and they've been there for the last little bit, kind of just standing by to the side of these protesters. We have seen a couple snipers, or what appear to be snipers, on the roof of the U.S. Capitol. Other than that, though, the situation on this side has remained somewhat calm. It's not really the right word for this, but as you said, we have not seen any acts of violence per se right in front of us, but we have seen a forceful crowd as they made their way up to the front and initially passed through those bicycle barricades. They are still here, and as some people come out and claim to have been inside the U.S. Capitol, those people are then being greeted amongst this crowd as heroes of sorts, being cheered for going inside. One person who had come out, they had some sort of liquid water type thing on them. They said that they had been sprayed. But again, none of those people were willing to speak with us on camera. You can hear the crowd right now cheering some. as they have flags, many of them Trump flags, a Don't Tread on Me flag held on both sides now have been have been hoisted up kind of on the sides there. So this crowd has stayed here where they are, Capitol Police on the side, not seeming to necessarily engage with the crowd here. But as I said, we haven't seen any sort of violent acts from the crowd here, but people who are claiming to have been inside are being celebrated as they make their way out. Lester?
Yeah, Allison, stand by a second. I just want to share from our investigative producer, Tom Witter, a spokesperson for the Washington, D.C. Fire and EMS, says they have several people have been treated for injuries, and there's an unconfirmed report. We'll wait to confirm it of a even more serious nature that we'll try to firm up. But Allison, as we watch this crowd, many of these people had gone to a protest, an organized, permitted protest today, and have followed the crowd here. Have you seen any children in the crowd?
Yeah, quite a few, actually. I don't know if we can walk a little and show you some of the people who are here. At various points throughout the day, we have seen families. We have seen people here with their dogs, with their pets. We were here all morning. We've been here since about 8 a.m. There's a dog right over there. There you have it. This was a peaceful protest. People were here. They were vocal. They wanted their voices heard, but things were relatively calm. And in a split second, you saw the crowd rush the front towards the barricades and make their way up here. And it felt like the entire mood, the whole day, it changed. We have not seen any overt acts of violence, but as soon as, this is where the initial breach was, right over here, as soon as that initial breach happened, we did see, once we made our way up to the front, and we saw somebody being put on a stretcher and taken out of here. I'm not sure if she fell, she was pushed over or what, but there was a lot of blood left on the ground where someone had clearly been hurt in the process, maybe inadvertently, but in the process of these barricades being breached and making their way up here. But not as many children here right now, and some people I think have stayed a little bit further back. But yeah, I mean, this was a largely peaceful protest. A lot of people had come throughout the day. At one point, a group of people dressed in militia-like garb, who I believe were Proud Boys. They're not wearing their normal attire that they wear, but they were saying a term that Proud Boy tends to say and chant as they walk around. They had been kind of walking around the perimeter at one point of the U.S. Capitol and chanting. But other than that, things were calm. And then in that split second, you saw the crowd rush. You saw people break through these bicycle barricades and make their way up to the Capitol, and everything changed. But yeah, a lot of families had been here throughout the day, though some seem to have dispersed and left at this point. Lester?
All right, Allison, thank you very much. As we watch this extraordinary situation play out, it's hard not to look at this and not feel that there are at least, and not to be hyperbolic, but to feel that there's some elements of a coup attempt in what we're watching right now. I want to go to Frank Thorpe. We've been hearing from him by telephone. He's in his office there, our NBC producer office there in the Capitol under lockdown. I understand you have some video, Frank.
Yeah, so Lester, this is some stunning video, I have to say. I don't think I've ever expected to see anything like this in my entire career covering Congress. The idea of people who have broken into the Capitol and taken over the Senate floor. This is about a dozen folks who came from outside, and they're just mulling around looking through desks. There's a guy sitting there in the gallery above. He asked, "Who are you with? Who are you with?" And that was about time for me to go. Walking through the hallways, I have to say it's a weird scene in that there was, some protesters that were walking through the hallways, and Capitol Police were kind of following them, but they weren't necessarily arresting them. It's really unclear as to how they're really dealing with the protesters. I haven't seen any arrests, but I've also been locked in in our offices. So we're just sheltered in place at the moment right now. But I have to say that this scene that you're seeing right now on television is absolutely stunning. The idea that these people have come from outside and broken into the Capitol and decided to take the Senate floor like this, where just about an hour and a half or 2 hours ago they were debating an objection to the Electoral College. It's just a stunning scene.
Who you with? Stunning doesn't even begin to describe it, Frank. If this picture makes you sick, I think you're probably not alone. This is inside the chambers of the American Congress. People freely walking among the tables and the desks. It's just beyond unbelievable.
I mean, Lester,
I want to go to
yeah. Just to kind of nail down this point, though, I mean, they still need to finish this count. They still need to be able to return here and do their work. And there's no way that this will require sweeps. I mean, once they actually clear the building, they'll have to sweep the chamber. I mean, the two chambers of the House and the Senate are basically known within the Capitol as two of the safest places in the entire Capitol Hill complex. I mean, and they're protected by Capitol Police. There are details for leadership members. I mean, this is just a completely outside of the realm of possibility situation in which that it's going to take an enormous amount of time just to clear out and to do a security sweep of the desks, of the hallways, of the rooms before they would be able to even start to count again.
All right, Frank, continue to stay safe inside there. On the phone with us is Democratic Congressman Brendan Boyle from Pennsylvania. Congressman, first of all, are you in a safe location and okay with your colleagues? Congressman Boyle, do you hear me okay? Okay, we've lost him. We'll try to get him back and get a perspective of what's happening inside with members of Congress. I want to go to Kelly O'Donnell. Kelly was at that rally that where this is an offshoot of that rally. You heard the president speak today. Give us a sense of the tone and things we heard that might have suggested it would end up what we're looking at.
Well, spending hours today with some of the Trump supporters who are now protesters, the president repeatedly urged them to fight. And he meant that metaphorically, but he also may have meant that in this kind of show and demonstration. He repeatedly said, we will walk down Pennsylvania Avenue to the U.S. Capitol. And I began that march walking along with a number of those in attendance. And I could hear people around me, Lester, saying, the president said he's walking with us. I knew that the president had returned to the White House, but his supporters believed he was walking with them. One man who was just next to me said, but he said he's walking, so I'm sure he's walking. It's just an anecdote that gives you an idea of how the president has this kind of powerful connection with his supporters. He has just tweeted again in the last few minutes, and he says, I am asking everyone at the U.S. Capitol to remain peaceful, no violence. Remember, we in uppercase are the party of law and order. Respect the law and order of our great men and women in blue. Thank you. But this is the same president who repeatedly told them to fight, repeatedly told his supporters that he was robbed of this election, and they were too, that their votes were discounted, manipulated, thrown out by various states, things that have not been supported by the facts, and in many ways incited this kind of fervor. The president always measures how he is being perceived by his crowd size, and there was an enormous crowd today. And as you could see this play out, as Ellison pointed out, certainly there were families there. There were several people with dogs. I'm one of those dog people who always talks to the people who are walking their dogs with these kinds of events. And there were the flags, and there were all of the things that in a typical Trump rally environment before the election were much more upbeat. These folks were determined to walk to the Capitol and to make their message known. Many of them probably did not know it was going to turn into this. But clearly some people planned this kind of breach of the Capitol, and in many ways the kind of images that Frank, our colleague, was just showing us, a disrespect of these institutions that they are angry about. There was so much talk today among Trump supporters and those speaking at the rally prior to the president about anger toward even Republicans, believing that there were Republicans who were not standing up for President Trump. And of course, we heard the president repeatedly urge Mike Pence, his vice president, who has been unfailingly loyal for 4 years, to do what the president wanted today. Mike Pence did not do that in a lengthy statement where he explained what he believes to be the limits constitutionally of his role. And now we have this with an uncertain way of how this gets resolved. Today is the day the counts are supposed to be completed. That has been disrupted. As Frank and other colleagues have described, the scene at the Capitol remains tense, volatile, and unknown. I've been in touch with various elected officials that I know from my time covering the Capitol. all have said they are safe, but in a new world that few could have imagined. It was predicted, and yet still so hard to imagine as we watch this unfold. Lester?
All right. Hey, Kelly, thanks very much for that. As we watch these live pictures, this is the east front of the Capitol, and that crowd continuing to occupy the steps and surrounding the entrance there. On the phone with us, we're going to try again, Democratic Congressman, Democratic Congresswoman from Virginia, Abigail Spanberger. Congresswoman, can you tell us, are you safe and in an okay place right now?
Yes, thank you so much, Lester. I am. I'm in a holding room with a lot of other members of Congress after we were evacuated out of the floor in the gallery area.
Can you tell us how things played out when you became aware of that the Capitol had been breached and how you were let out?
So we initially got alert on our phone. The Capitol Police were just extraordinary in keeping us updated. We all got out our gas masks, which are under the seats on the floor and in the gallery, because we know that there was some chemical irritants that were deployed in various parts of the Capitol. And so we made a couple efforts at trying to evacuate, but at one point that became difficult because there were people banging on the doors of the floor of the House of Representatives. And so at that point in time, there was an effort to, of course, lock all the doors and barricade the doors. And it took multiple efforts for us to be able to make our way safely and then depart the Capitol and gallery areas where we were gathered to participate in what is our constitutional duty of counting electors. It's a straightforward process that is supposed to be procedural, but one that we were intending to carry out today until it was interrupted.
Did you come face to face with any of the protesters?
I did not. Where we were on our way out, there were protesters who were laid out in the prone position. Capitol Police had clearly taken control of the situation, and as they were leading us and members of the press out, that was at that point as close as we got, kind of person to person.
Were you and your colleagues wearing gas masks as you were leaving?
Some people were, so we all had them. We had them opened. We had them deployed. There was some people were saying that we needed to put them on. Some didn't have them on, but everybody was ready because, again, in the end, the way we actually evacuated out of the gallery, we did not go in the direction where there was the chemical irritant. And so I had mine on for a bit, but mostly had it off and didn't come in contact with any of the irritants.
All right, well, we're glad you're okay. So let's talk now about what we are seeing, what is happening outside the Capitol. Give me your thoughts, how we got here, and where do we go forward?
I'm a former intelligence officer, and my whole background is understanding the challenges that foreign governments are facing. The scene that we saw on Capitol Hill, the banging, the yelling, the screaming, the demands to enter the chamber, the United States Congress, those are the sorts of things that happen in third world nations, the sorts of places where our diplomats and intelligence officers write home to the United States and say, this is a dangerous scenario. This is an endangered democracy. It's deeply, deeply disturbing what we saw at the U.S. Capitol today. And but my appreciation to the Capitol Police for doing everything they possibly could to keep us, our staff, our teams, the cafeteria workers, sanitation workers, and employees of the Capitol and members of the press safe as they work to systematically ensure that active threats were subdued and that we could get to a safe place.
All right, Representative Abigail Spanberger from Virginia, thank you for taking some time to speak with us. We're glad you and your colleagues are okay.
Thank you so much. And again, thanks to the Capitol Police and Metro Police who's been responding to help as well. Thank you so much, Lester.
Yep. All right. Yes. And we see the Capitol Police there have taken up a position on the west side of the Capitol there in the yellow jackets up there, the high visibility yellow, keeping the line of protesters from entering at least that side. But clearly a situation that is beyond anything most people could imagine taking place right now. I do want to go to Pete Williams, if Pete is standing by, because it was brought up a moment ago. What we saw today, the beginning of this joint session of Congress, whether there's objections or not, Pete, there's something magic to this date. It has to happen today, correct?
It has to start today. That's certainly right. That's set by statute. That's the Electoral Count Act. That's this law that was passed 133 years ago that guides the process. Now, it doesn't say it has to end today, but it has to start today. So it's met that constitutional requirement. And of course, at some point when this is all resolved, it's going to resume. And it doesn't really matter how long it takes. I mean, they've got until the 20th, obviously, which is Inauguration Day. A couple of thoughts, Lester. Number one, this scene is obviously going to cause some serious rethinking about how the inauguration itself will be planned. Now, we knew it was already scaled back because of the pandemic, no parade, for example, but you just know, and I just got off the phone with one law enforcement person, they're looking at these scenes and thinking, well, what changes do they need to make in the plan for the inaugural? Now, I will say that an inauguration is a much bigger event that involves many more law enforcement organizations. There's much tighter security, but still, there's got to be some rethinking. One other thing, Lester, we've been told now by two separate law enforcement organizations. You saw a picture earlier of a person being wheeled out of the Capitol, or at least being wheeled outside the Capitol on a gurney with apparent injuries. And we're told now by two separate law enforcement agencies that one person was shot inside the U.S. Capitol a short time ago by a member of law enforcement. Now, we don't know what law enforcement person this was, whether it was someone from the Capitol Police, from Metro Police. I mean, there are a number of different police agencies that are responsible for security in that area. And when there is something like this, there's an all hands on deck kind of response from a number of different police agencies that can respond to help, police and federal agencies. So we don't know which organization was involved, but and we don't know what the condition was of the person who was shot, and we don't know the circumstances of it. All I can report is that law enforcement officials tell us that one person was shot inside the U.S. Capitol by a member of law enforcement.
All right, Pete Williams, thank you for adding that. It's extraordinary that we have not, right now, it seems to be no effort, at least from the outside, to remove anyone. But at the same time, no one here is advancing. The picture has remained rather constant here on both sides of the Capitol. People crowded in, waving flags, essentially moving their rally to the doorsteps of the Capitol as members of Congress have been ushered to safe places. We heard a description a moment ago of reaching for gas masks that had positioned at their desks, and some of them actually donning them as they made their way to safer areas, still hearing the beating of people trying to get in the door. So an extraordinary scene continuing to unfold there. Let me bring in, if I can right now, Hallie Jackson again. Hallie, you've been watching all this play out. Is this a fear that you had heard expressed, from those associated with the White House, that something like this could happen?
Here's the thing, Lester, for people who have tracked movements in many ways among people, sort of the fringe elements of what you could call the president's base, there had been discussion of this day specifically for a while now, right? Which is raising the question, as Pete's talked about, and as others, of the law enforcement presence. That is obviously something that, as you showed on that shot, you could see some of the presence here at the Capitol, but this just incredibly upsetting, I think it's fair to say, scene at the Capitol. I will say that you are now seeing more and more, Lester, people who are close to the president, and I'm going to try to pull this up. Mick Mulvaney, I believe, is among them, calling on the president to say something. His allies, his aides, getting out there on Twitter, saying, hey, stop. This is not okay. This is not appropriate. This is not who we are. The president's former campaign manager, for example, doing the same. But now there are some who are pushing the president publicly, Lester, to try to come out and do something more forcefully. This is a president who, as our colleague Kelly O'Donnell noted, ended his speech at the rally, what was then a rally several hours ago, earlier this morning, by telling people we're going to walk up to the Capitol, basically. Amping them up, to use that kind of language, to come up to the Capitol. And what was, and I was on Capitol Hill, Lester, not 3-4 hours ago, and I'm telling you, I saw from our own eyes, didn't look like this. Obviously, it was a mostly peaceful protest. It has turned into something very different, much uglier now. You will see moving forward discussion about what the president has been doing, where he has been for these last 2 hours, for these last 2.5 hours. And the moment of leadership, there will be critics who will suggest that the president has not met some of those moments in the past. But now you're seeing even some of his allies talk about this. For example, Kevin McCarthy, of course, the minority leader over on the House side, sounding rather shaken. He was over on another network calling this un-American, suggesting that, yes, he would perhaps have people reach out to the president and see if he would do more. Now, the president has tweeted 2 tweets in the couple of hours that we've been watching this. But the leadership factor on this is going to be critical. The other point that I want to make, Lester, I live in Washington. That's obviously where I'm reporting to you from now. It's 3:30 in the afternoon. It will get dark in a matter of 90 minutes or so. And you still have thousands of people out on the west front and the east front of the Capitol. They've got to clear these folks before this situation potentially gets even more disturbing. I can tell you that I know people who are having their kids, who don't have anything to do with Capitol Hill, who are having their kids affected because of the lockdowns that have been in place now, their families. This is a ripple effect. It's why you've seen the mayor of Washington institute that 6 o'clock curfew. And at that point, that could be a potential tension point, Lester, if, in fact, these people who are storming the Capitol are still out there.
Hallie, thank you. I want to bring in Andrea Mitchell right now. Andrea, you have seen and covered it all. Give me your thoughts about what's happening here. And also, I'm curious whether this might derail the objections that were planned for this long process of counting these electoral votes today.
Well, I certainly think on the Senate side, I would find it very difficult for Senator Cruz and Senators Hawley and the others to now have to face not only Mitch McConnell, but the rest of their colleagues who have had this horrible, really violent protest because they broke into the Capitol of the United States of America. They hijacked our democracy while the Electoral College vote count. The vote was being counted. It was already certified, but it was being counted. And the process is going to pick up. They'll figure this out. I was talking earlier, interviewing Terry Gaynor, the former head of the Capitol Police, former sergeant at arms, and he said they will, bit by bit, they will move enough people in. They have, more than 1,000 Capitol Police. Clearly, they did not prevent the Capitol building from being breached on the second floor level, as you saw on the east front. That was where they got in, apparently, to both the Senate and the House floor and to the same level as Statuary Hall. So what you saw with these protesters in the chambers, in the Senate chamber, in the House chamber, thankfully, the Capitol Police had removed Vice President Pence, certainly Senator Pro Tem Chuck Grassley, who's also in the succession chain. Also the Speaker of the House, we understand, all of them, all the senators are now in safe places. You have members of the House and others who were off the floor because of COVID, not part of the joint session, who were planning their speeches. We talked to Alyssa Slotkin from Michigan, who was planning her speech. She's a former Pentagon and CIA official who has served in Iraq. At the same time, saying she's never even contemplated anything like this. And what she said was, you expect You expect attacks in places like Iraq in wartime. You don't expect it in the Capitol building of the United States. The only time I've ever seen the Capitol evacuated was after 9/11, when we thought that that plane was coming, the plane that ended up, heading towards Pennsylvania. We thought that that plane, I believe it was that plane, was coming to the Capitol building, and that's when they were evacuated through a tunnel and safely further up Independence Avenue. So I've never seen anything like this, and I have to say, it is shocking, and it was started really by the President of the United States inciting that crowd, and that is as shocking as the failure of the police to prevent the Capitol building from being breached.
Andrea Mitchell, thank you for your insight there. I want to bring in my colleague, Savannah Guthrie, right now as we continue our expanded coverage. We're a little past 3:30 here in the East, and this siege, if you will, continues to go on. Welcome, Savannah.
Welcome to a scene we never thought we would witness, Lester. What's happening in the U.S. Capitol this afternoon, I'll bring you up to date on what I've seen. The governor of Virginia has tweeted that he has answered a request for the Virginia National Guard to help out to try to regain some sense of control at the Capitol right now. As mentioned, there are reports that one woman has been shot, reportedly by law enforcement. We await more information about that. We have seen those images, disturbing images of protesters inside the Capitol, breaching the Capitol, inside the Speaker's office, inside the Senate chamber, walking about freely as though this were not the heart of our democracy, performing its moment, its most sacred moment of the peaceful transition to power. These are momentous times. I want to bring Casey Hunt into this. She's our Capitol Hill correspondent. She's been there from the beginning. First of all, Casey, we can all save the analysis for later. Just bring us up to date on what you know and what the status is of getting this situation under control.
Been the hardest piece of this to pin down, what they're going to do next to try and get this under control. As you mentioned, those requests from the National Guard to try and help deal with this situation, but whether they are en route is unclear. Remember, the District of Columbia falls into a little bit of a strange spot because it's not a state. So questions about what the Defense Department may do in that instance, we are waiting to find out and are in touch with the Speaker's office. But it has been an incredibly difficult day here on Capitol Hill. It started, of course, with the initial proceedings to begin the process to ratify President-elect Joe Biden as President of the United States. That all unfolded, it seemed, as it should have at the beginning. But of course, these protesters approached the building, ultimately breached the Capitol, and then breached the House and Senate floors, which is not something I don't think anyone who was walking into this building today anticipated. And certainly those of us who have been working up here every day for many, many years now have never seen anything like this before. So you are seeing increasingly Republicans coming out and calling on President Trump to urge the people who are here to stand down. Kevin McCarthy, the House leader, was recently interviewed on Fox News. He called it un-American. He said it needs to stop. He said that he didn't even want to talk about some of the things that he had seen in the chamber. He referenced shots fired, and I know our Pete Williams reported that. Our producer Haley Talbot was in the House of Representatives in the gallery watching the floor as events unfolded there, as the Capitol Police barricaded one of the doors as they evacuated members of the House of Representatives, some of those members donning gas masks that are situated under the chairs in that chamber because there were chemical irritants that were discharged in the attempts to try and clear these protests. So at this point, we do know members of congressional leadership are safe. Members of the House and Senate are being taken to undisclosed locations, most of them already in those undisclosed locations if they weren't part of those initial groups. I've texted with several members of the Senate who have said that they are safe, that they feel safe at this point. So it does seem as though that element of this has been diffused, at least. The last few minutes here have felt more like stasis. The members who are involved in the actual functioning of our government have been removed from the immediate danger of the situation. And now the question is, how are they going to move forward and secure the building? So we are here in the Russell Senate office building, where things have been largely quiet. Across the street, of course, the Capitol building, where you can see those protesters still milling around. But again, Savannah, important to underscore, this has halted the process, the regular process of our government.
Yeah, Casey, that's where I was going. I mean, this is January 6th. This is a date that was in stone. This is when you're supposed to certify the electors for the transition of power. I mean, that obviously is not possible right now. I heard one congressman on one of the cable networks saying, a Republican congressman, a Trump supporter, saying he wants the president to say, call it off, to do more, to say more right now. So far, as this has unfolded, at first we saw a tweet from the president talking about how Mike Pence, the vice president, had let him down by not doing something that was not within his power to do. But then he also has said we should support our law enforcement. But he has, Casey, to be clear, we haven't heard the president say to these protesters, stop, it's over, as this Republican congressman, Trump supporter, has said he wishes the president would do now.
And you're absolutely right. And there are more Republicans who are saying that is exactly what needs to happen. Senator Marco Rubio is saying that that is what it would mean to support law enforcement. Law enforcement have been overrun here. And the reality is that this is supposed to be a formal transfer of power from one administration to the next. And in fact, Senator Mitch McConnell was on the floor of the Senate, someone who critics have said waited too long to criticize President Trump. But even he this morning was saying we have to believe these results. If we don't, then our democracy is going to begin a decline. A death spiral was the phrase that he used. So that's how we started the day. And then just minutes later, this scene unfolds in the United States Capitol, which, again, I think it's important to realize most of these procedures are laid out in the Constitution. They are some of the oldest things that govern how we govern ourselves, how we work as a democracy. It's certainly something that I know many members of Congress who I talk to every day have taken great pride in being a part of that democracy. And right now we're seeing it halted by these people.
Absolutely. Savannah. Casey, sorry to cut you off. I want to jump to a member of Congress, Brendan Boyle, who's a Democrat from Pennsylvania. I believe he's on the phone. Congressman, I mean, first of all, are you safe? Are you okay? I don't expect you to tell us where you are, but what can you tell us about how you're doing right now?
Yeah, well, thank you. I am safe myself and a few other younger staffers I'll just say in my office, the building in which my office is located. Capitol Police have been running through the hallway, so you'll occasionally hear a commotion outside, and I'm not sure whether or not it's Capitol Police or one of the protesters, and then just continuing to wait on further updates from the Capitol Police. And
what did you witness today? What have you seen?
Well, I've obviously never seen anything like this before. And, you know, it wasn't a surprise that we were going to have this large crowd of protesters. So it's still a mystery to me how this crowd was able, within about 10 or 12 minutes of starting, able to breach both sides of the Capitol, both the east side and the west side, and get into or right around the House chamber, as well as apparently from texts I'm getting from friends of mine who serve in the Senate, they were able to get into the Senate chamber as well. So that is just absolutely inexplicable to me that this happened. But ultimately, though, the bigger threat, in my view, is not the thousands of people who are here today, even though they're armed and they are a threat. The bigger threat is actually those who have incited them all along the way, cheering this on. That's the real threat.
Well, at this point, what are you hoping? How do you think this will be resolved? And do you think Congress will be able to complete its constitutional duty? I mean, even though there seems to be a moment right now of stasis, for lack of a better word, right now, the Capitol is not under control. It's still infiltrated by people who have broken through barriers and broken across the lines to come inside the Capitol. I mean, look at the image. I don't know if you can see it. We're seeing people inside offices, ceremonial offices, and real working offices inside the Capitol who have barged in and having their way with the place. So assuming that this can be gotten under control, a law enforcement matter, would it be your hope that Congress reconvene today and try to complete its constitutional duty?
Well, I immediately have two thoughts. The first is it's absolutely sickening to see this militia or armed mob bring us to the point of anarchy. Never in 1,000 years did I ever think I would see this in the capital of the United States of America. But then my second thought is, I don't care how long I have to stay here. We are going to do our damn constitutional duty. There's no way I'm going to be chased off the capital of my own country by this mob and whoever is inciting them. Yes, we will do the people's duty. We will ensure our constitutional process, come hell or high water, is followed, and that Joe Biden is inaugurated as President of the United States on the 20th of January.
Well, Congressman Boyle, I appreciate your time this afternoon. Stay safe, and you and also all of the congressional staffers, a lot of young men and women who work there at the Capitol and are never seen. I wish them well as well. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
About 3:45 on the East Coast, as you can see, this protest, whatever you want to call it, it's not a peaceful protest, as the demonstrators here have crossed barriers. They've crossed a line, and they are now breaching the United States Capitol, forcing the Senate and House to evacuate and pause in the middle of a cherished and sacred constitutional duty having to do with the peaceful transfer of power. Debate is one thing. Protest is one thing. That's not what we're watching here, Lester, and we'll continue to keep our eye on it.
No, absolutely. We understand that now from Tom Winter, one of our producers, one person in critical condition after being shot at the Capitol. At least 5 people have been transported to hospitals, including several officers who were treated for pepper spray exposure. 4 other people have been transferred from the Capitol as well. So we continue to watch that play out. And we certainly saw pictures a moment ago, still pictures of security officials with weapons drawn, trying to barricade a door. So the situation is extremely serious as it plays out right now. I want to go to Kristen Welker, who is at the White House. Kristen, I'd say all eyes of the world are trained on the White House, but right now the Capitol is the focus. But the answer could come from the White House. Are we getting anything beyond the tweets the president issued? Is there a growing chorus of calls for him to try to put a stop to this?
There is a growing chorus of calls. Lester, let me read you a tweet from Press Secretary Kayleigh McEnany. A little bit of breaking news here. She says, at real Donald Trump's direction, the National Guard is on the way, along with other federal protective services. We reiterate President Trump's call against violence and to remain peaceful. So there you have it. The National Guard has been deployed to Washington, D.C., to the Capitol to try to deal with these protests that are unfolding and this breach of the U.S. Capitol. Now, the messaging that we're getting from the White House, this is the latest from Vice President Mike Pence, who says the violence and destruction taking place at the U.S. Capitol must stop, and it must stop now. Anyone involved must respect law enforcement officers and immediately leave the building. Similar language from President Trump in a pair of tweets that he sent out earlier, Lester, but his supporters believe that that just does not go far enough, that they want to hear from President Trump himself, that they want him to come out and address his supporters and tell them, bottom line, stand down. Let me paint the scene for you at the White House right now, Lester. You have White House officials who are huddled in their offices, who are watching all of this unfold. I spoke with one official who told me that the president is watching this unfold as well. Of course, discussions about whether or not he is going to speak, whether there will be some type of written statement. But at this point, nothing on the horizon. So I think you are going to see the calls grow louder for him to come out and address these protesters. Lester.
All right. Thank you, Kristen. NBC News contributor and founder of Punchbowl News, Jake Sherman, joins us on the line. Jake, I understand you are in the Capitol. What can you see? What can you tell us?
Well, I can see nothing at the moment, Lester, because we've been in lockdown. I'm just going to not say where because I want to protect our safety. But I've been covering this building for 11 years. I've never obviously seen anything like this. I usually can't get through security with my AirPods or my belt, and these people have broken down doors. This is a mob. This is not a protest. This is an armed mob, and this is despicable and really, really, really unsafe. And we're all very scared.
Did you have you? I know you're in lockdown right now, but have you heard any of the protesters nearby?
Oh yeah, when I was at the beginning of the protest, I walked outside to see what was going on and walked past a floor up. I was standing elevated, and people were breaking down the windows to very, very large and very secure doors. They had a flagpole and they were knocking through windows. We've heard banging on our doors. We saw SWAT teams with long guns walking through the building. I fortunately was not in the chamber. All of my colleagues and members of Congress who were in the chamber were taken out. We still, where I am right now, have not been evacuated from the Capitol building, but hope to be soon, frankly, because we don't have security like many members of Congress do.
Yeah. All right, Jake, stay safe, and we do hope we'll get you out of there as soon as possible. Savannah.
Hi, Lester. I want to bring in Senator Tammy Duckworth, who, of course, is a veteran herself, a wounded veteran, I might add. Senator Duckworth, were you on the Senate floor when this happened? How are you doing? Are you safe?
I am safe. I'm barricaded in a secure location. I was actually on my way to the Senate floor in the tunnels underneath the Capitol when the Capitol Police turned me around and had me go to a secure location. So I am safe with a couple of my staff members, and I've defended our Constitution for 23 years in their service, and now for 8 years here on the Capitol Hill, and I've never in my wildest dreams would I ever think that Americans would do this to our own nation's capital.
I mean, I'm sure you are seeing the images I'm seeing, the United States Senate, the floor of the United States Senate, the Congress being taken over by people who have breached barricades, who've gone past police, who are where they are not permitted to be. Have you gotten any kind of communication? I don't imagine all 100 senators are on a text chain, but have you heard anything from the leadership about the plan to get this back under control and what might happen in terms of the constitutional duty that Congress has today?
I am not. I've not heard anything directly from the Republican leader's office. I am getting information from my leadership team, who are following up on every one of us and where we are located, all the Democrats and those who caucus with us. Again, listen. I my entire adult life had defended people's rights to protest. And peaceful protest is something that I absolutely support. But this is a mob. This is a riot. These are people who are not practicing democracy. In fact, they are, doing the will of a wannabe tin pot dictator who lost the election. And this is no way for us to be running our country and really doing the work that needs to be done, which is fight a global pandemic and get working families back up on their feet again.
Senator, you're as tough as they come. As I mentioned, you are a wounded veteran who served our country. But was there any moment today when you were on your way to the Capitol and you were turned around in a rush? I mean, what went through your mind? Did you feel fear or concern or anxiety about your own safety?
I don't. I did not feel fear or concern. I did what the Capitol Police asked me to do, because that is the best thing to do, is just to follow their direction and to take myself out of the equation so that I would be one less person they would have to worry about, and that they could concentrate on their jobs and focus on those who were breaching the Capitol. I will tell you this. These protesters will not stop me from carrying out my duties as have been laid out for me in the Constitution. And if we have to be here all night and all day tomorrow and the next day, we will continue to carry out the work that needs to be done. And I'm not going to be deterred from standing my ground. I will not quit my post. I will be here and I will do the people's business.
Senator Tammy Duckworth of Illinois, thank you for calling in. Stay safe. Keep us posted. We'll stay in touch with you. Appreciate it. Lester, over to you.
Thanks. I want to bring in Hallie Jackson right now, Savannah, who is, of course, is our chief White House correspondent. Hallie, the president spoke to this crowd today. So much of what we've been hearing, of course, is that the inauguration will go on the 20th. Are there concerns that what's happening today could, obviously you can't move that date, but could have a tremendous effect on how we mark that day?
You can't imagine, Lester, that it's not going to, right? Or at least have a discussion or a conversation about that, given what we're seeing unfolding. I think to give people some perspective here, and remember, in inaugurations past, this is what happens. You have typically the president-elect on the west front of the Capitol. You have that sort of parade down Pennsylvania Avenue to the White House. Things had been changing and in flux very much anyway because of the pandemic. And by the way, it's a pandemic that is still very much happening and very much active currently. And the question now is, will this change even more on Inauguration Day, given the scene here, given the security and the safety perspective? One of the things that you have talked about, Lester, as you see these images, you said earlier you might feel sort of sick looking at that. It is stunning, I think, to people in this country, as well as to people in the international community. The head of NATO, the NATO Secretary General, calling these shocking scenes in Washington and saying the outcome of this democratic election must be respected. Lester, that is the kind of sentence that you hear aimed at other countries, not the United States, that you haven't ever heard aimed at the United States, to give you some perspective of the way that this is being seen and the way that it is being perceived and happening here in the United States and around the world as well. As far as the president goes, another one of his allies, again, more and more of his allies coming out now saying he needs to appear. There was a mention perhaps of, and we heard earlier some reporting, question marks, as our studios are kind of going off here, I'm just going to hang this phone up, question marks on whether the president would deliver, for example, a written statement, a speech. A written statement isn't going to cut it at this point. And frankly, Lester, I think there is also a fair question of whether a formal deliverance of remarks from President Trump is enough to stop what's happening here, to get these rioters, frankly, to turn around and leave the Capitol. We know now, based on the reporting from our teams, that the National Guard and the press secretary has confirmed that the National Guard is coming in. You have other states now, neighboring states here, Maryland, Virginia, sending in the National Guard as well. The change of mission has been approved, as you see on the screen. I think it is also important to note, as we talk about the process, Congressman Brendan Boyle of Pennsylvania saying, we are absolutely going to get this work done. Logistically, Lester, that is going to be almost impossible to do anytime in the immediate term future because of this unbelievable security breach that has happened. You cannot send members of Congress back into a House chamber that hasn't been swept. You can't send members of Congress back into offices where people who have not been screened are there, not just putting their feet up on the table, but doing, you just don't know. And that is an enormous security breach, as now we see this remarkable scene of this line of cars, police vehicles, law enforcement vehicles, lights and sirens on, coming down. I can't quite get my bearings from this chopper shot here as to which angle we're looking at, north or south. But this is obviously the main drag here heading into the Capitol on the Mall. The backup is coming. That seems to be what's happening here. And it is desperately needed at this moment because you still have to get these protesters cleared out if you're law enforcement. OK, and I see the perspective there, Lester.
Yeah, and of course, a 6 p.m. curfew is now looming as we watch more security descend on the Capitol, preparing for whatever may come. And we should also note, before I hand it back over to Savannah, those pictures we've been seeing of people occupying offices and parts of the Capitol, those pictures are shocking, but it should also be noted they are potential evidence as well. Savannah?
No question about that for a later time. But right now we're still in the middle of it. This Capitol not under control, but in fact overrun by a mob of people. Let me get to Pete Williams. I think he's got some reporting on the law enforcement efforts here. Pete, what is the plan here, or what is beginning to be a plan?
Well, we know now that the FBI has been deployed at the request of Capitol Police to help. We know that Homeland Security is sending people, Homeland Security investigations, presumably. Obviously, you've got Metro Police from the D.C., the police department here, the local police department, in addition to the Capitol Police. We know that they've asked for assistance from the National Guard. So they won't at some point later lack for manpower to empty out the Capitol. And that's obviously the immediate chore here, is to get the Capitol emptied out, secured. They've got to go through all these spaces and make sure that they're swept and secure and that nobody else is hiding out inside the building. You're looking at the House side of the Capitol complex. That's Independence Avenue, where traffic is being restricted. Police are using that as a sort of a staging area. And then you see the Capitol come into the view. That's the House chamber on your left. then the center, the rotunda, and that little sort of square section between the House and the rotunda. Inside there is Statuary Hall under that curved dome with the little cupola on top. Under that is Statuary Hall. That's the old House chamber, and that's where you saw those dramatic pictures today of people streaming from the rotunda toward the House chamber, which is what now is just disappearing on the left side of the screen. And then the center part of the Capitol, and then on the right would be the Senate chamber. Obviously, that is the concern now, to get things squared away so that the counting can resume. You were talking about this earlier, Savannah. By law, by the Electoral Counting Act, it has to start today, but there's no limit in how long it takes. They'll keep going until they're done. And if they're not done by Inauguration Day, and I have no reason to think that they won't be, but if they're not, then there's procedures to have, there's the Succession Act. The Speaker would become president temporarily until they can figure out who the president is, but which obviously will be Joe Biden. Now, on the law enforcement side, we've noted that one person was shot inside the U.S. Capitol by someone from law enforcement, not sure which agency that was. We've been told by law enforcement authorities that at least one improvised explosive device was found on the Capitol grounds, not inside a building, but on the Capitol grounds, and possibly a second item. We know that law enforcement people are looking at that. Earlier this afternoon, before we saw people storming the Capitol, the big concern was evacuation of the Library of Congress, which is directly across the street from the Capitol, and a portion of a House office building.
And Pete, in case we have not caught up on this note, Kayleigh McEnany, the press secretary for the White House, said that the National Guard is on the way along with other federal protective services. And she says, we reiterate President Trump's call against violence and to remain peaceful, but we have not heard from the president, not recently, not within the last few moments, asking folks who are gathered there at the Capitol to call it off and to stop. Let me go to Casey Hunt. Casey, obviously, first question is always what's happening there behind you, but also I know we've heard from the Democratic leaders of the House and Senate now.
We have, Savannah, and they are calling for the president to do just what you said he has not yet done, which is to demand that all protesters leave the U.S. Capitol and Capitol grounds immediately. That is a joint statement from the House Speaker, Nancy Pelosi, and the Minority Leader in the Senate, Chuck Schumer. Now, I can also tell you, Savannah, that what has started today as fear, chaos, uncertainty about what was going on is hardening into resolve and determination to get the government back on track. So one member who is at the secure location where they've taken members of the House tells me that one Democrat and one Republican, Hakeem Jeffries, the Democrat, Liz Cheney, the Republican, informed those members on lockdown that the National Guard is on the way. There was applause in the room, and this member said to me that we will return to the floor and do our jobs, was the quote. I also heard from a member of the Senate who was also taken to the Senate side secure location. This member is safe. This member also told me that these thugs will not win the day, essentially, that they are prepared to go back onto the Senate floor. Senator Joe Manchin telling me we're all okay and ready to get back to our chamber and finish our work. These thugs cannot and will not run us off. We will continue to govern. And yes, Savannah.
Oh, I wanted to try to understand, because, we just talked to Senator Duckworth. It sounded like she was in her office. Everybody wasn't, all 535 members of Congress weren't all there at the same time. But are there various locations where there are groups of senators or groups of congressmen sheltering together? Did I catch that?
Yes, that's right. So it's a little bit complicated, and it depends on where you were when this started to unfold. So we saw the joint session begin this process. Then the House and the Senate separated to their respective chambers, and they started debating this question. And it was during that point that protesters breached the Capitol, and they eventually, of course, breached the floor of the House and the floor of the Senate. So because of coronavirus, not everyone is allowed in the chambers at the same time. Normally, of course, there are 435 members of the House, 100 members of the Senate. All of them have a chair or a desk. But with social distancing, you can't do that. So that means that groups of members were scattered in different places when this all unfolded. Many of the senators had just processed back across the Capitol. They had started their debate in the Senate chamber. So there was I would say a higher proportion of the chamber was present over on the Senate side. And then you also had a bunch of House members still on the floor of the House. And as it unfolded, and we had the video, in fact, that you're watching right now is from Haley Talbot, who's our producer, who was inside the chamber as this was unfolding. She was with some members who were up there in the gallery. That's the level that's above the House floor, as they were all being evacuated. So many of those members were taken together in a group to a different location in the Capitol complex. We happen to know where this one is, but we're not reporting it because obviously there are many security concerns about that. The Senate, meanwhile, had a similar situation. There were members on the floor who were evacuated together. So those members are also telling me, I've talked to a couple of them, I know they're in the same place. We don't know where they are, but we do know that they are safe and that a number of them are together. Then, of course, if you were a member who was not on the floor and not part of that escort from Capitol Police, you may be any other place, your office building, your own personal office. So that's kind of how these things are set up here.
Got it. Casey, got to jump. Let's listen to the President-elect Joe Biden.
Late coming out to speak to you. I initially was going to talk about the economy, but all of you have been watching what I've been watching. At this hour, our democracy is under an unprecedented assault, unlike anything we've seen in modern times. An assault on the citadel of liberty, the Capitol itself. An assault on the people's representatives, on the Capitol Hill police, sworn to protect them, and the public servants who work at the heart of our republic. An assault on the rule of law like few times we've ever seen it. An assault on the most sacred of American undertakings, the doing of the people's business. Let me be very clear. The scenes of chaos at the Capitol do not reflect a true America, do not represent who we are. What we're seeing are a small number of extremists dedicated to lawlessness. This is not dissent. It's disorder. It's chaos. It borders on sedition. And it must end now. I call on this mob to pull back and allow the work of democracy to go forward. You've heard me say before in different contexts, the words of a president matter, no matter how good or bad that president is. At their best, the words of a president can inspire. At their worst, they can incite. And therefore, I call on President Trump to go on national television now to fulfill his oath and defend the Constitution and demand an end to this siege, to storm the Capitol, to smash windows, to occupy offices, the floor of the United States Senate, rummaging through desks, on the Capitol, on the House of Representatives, threatening the safety of duly elected officials. It's not protest, it's insurrection. The world's watching. Like so many other Americans, I am genuinely shocked and saddened that our nation, so long the beacon of light and hope for democracy, has come to such a dark moment. Through war and strife, America's endured much, and we will endure here, and we will prevail again, and will prevail now. The work of the moment and the work of the next 4 years must be the restoration of democracy, of decency, honor, respect, the rule of law, just plain, simple decency, the renewal of the politics. It's about solving problems, looking out for one another, not stoking the flames of hate and chaos. As I said, America is about honor, decency, respect, tolerance. That's who we are. That's who we've always been. The certification of the Electoral College vote is supposed to be a sacred ritual, which we affirm. The purpose is to affirm the majesty of American democracy. But today's reminder, a painful one, that democracy is fragile, and to preserve it requires people of goodwill, leaders with the courage to stand up, who are devoted not to the pursuit of power, or the personal interest pursuits of their own selfish interest at any cost, but of the common good. Think what our children watching television is thinking. Think what the rest of the world is looking at. For nearly 2.5 centuries, we, the people, in search of a more perfect union, have kept our eyes on that common good. America is so much better than what we've seen today. Watching the scenes from the Capitol, I was reminded, as I prepared other speeches in the past, I was reminded of the words of Abraham Lincoln in his annual message to Congress, whose work has today been interrupted by chaos. Here's what Lincoln said. He said, "We shall nobly save or merely lose the last best hope on earth." He went on to say, "The way is plain, peaceful, generous, just, a way which, if followed, the world will forever applaud and God must forever bless." The way is plain here, too. That's who we are. It's the way of democracy, of respect, of decency, of honor, and commitment as patriots to this nation. Notwithstanding what I saw today and we're seeing today, I remain optimistic about the incredible opportunities. There has never been anything we can't do when we do it together. And this god-awful display today is bringing home to every Republican and Democrat and Independent in the nation that we must step up. This is the United States of America. There's never, ever, 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 ever been a thing we've tried to do that we've done it together. We've not been able to do it. So, President Trump, step up. May God bless America. And may God protect our troops and all those folks at the Capitol who are trying to preserve order. Thank you, and I'm sorry to have kept you waiting.
We've seen today.
President-elect Joe Biden calling on President Trump to step up, calling what's happening at the Capitol right now a democracy under assault, and calling on the president to go on national TV to call for an end of the violence we've seen in and outside the U.S. Capitol tonight. An extraordinary moment. Joe Biden actually making a few comments. Okay, as he departs the stage, enough is enough is enough. Joe Biden, who has at times during this period leading up to his inauguration played the de facto healer in chief, once again taking that role under circumstances that probably even he couldn't have imagined. What we're seeing today, supporters of the president who have stormed the U.S. Capitol, who have desecrated parts of the Capitol. We've seen it in a series of photos. Just before we went to the president-elect, we should note some other major news taking place, somewhat related to all this. NBC News now projecting that Jon Ossoff, the Democrat, will win the Senate runoff in the state of Georgia. And that leads to the projection that Democrats will regain control of the U.S. Senate. It'll be a 50-50 split. Vice President Kamala Harris, Vice President-elect, as Vice President, will have the tie-breaking vote. So that just breaking here a few moments ago before we went to Joe Biden. Let's go back to Hallie Jackson right now, who can give us some more insight as to what is happening there in Washington as the light begins to dim.
As it begins to get dark here, Lester, I can tell you that it appears we are going to be hearing from President Trump at some point in the coming hours. I am told just moments ago by a senior administration official that the president will have a taped message coming shortly, presumably, of course, one would imagine, to address the chaotic, difficult, mob-like scene that we have seen at the Capitol, outside and inside, as we're playing now some of that video from earlier of the protesters storming the steps. We still do not know. I have no clarity on remarks, for example, the content of those, what specifically the president might say. But you have to remember, he has had people close to him, people who are his Republican allies, publicly now call on him to do something. Not just Joe Biden, right? Not just what we heard from the president-elect, who is ending his remarks and very clearly saying, time to step up, President Trump. It appears we will hear something from the president. Of course, Lester, this could go in various directions, right? Presumably, you have to think that the president will, in fact, call on these now rioters to stop, to abandon this so-called mission, to turn around and to leave, particularly now as we are coming within just, an hour and 45 minutes of this curfew happening. So that's one piece of it. But, Lester, this is also a president who, over the last 2 weeks, it can be said fairly and objectively, has worked to spread misinformation repeatedly about the election's results, repeatedly calling on his own vice president to try to, in my words here, mess with the results of this Electoral College vote count. The vice president does not have the authority to do that. The president has repeatedly insisted he has won states, specifically, for example, Georgia, that he did not win in this election. The president has repeatedly insisted that he is, in fact, the person who should legitimately be inaugurated, take office, continue to keep office after January 20th. That is not accurate. That's not true. That's not correct. That's not what's happening. The president may have a platform here with the world watching him to continue to make those false and misleading and inaccurate and troubling claims. We talk about the world watching, Lester. I have to tell you, Boris Johnson, the Prime Minister of the UK, is reacting to this as well, calling what you're seeing on the screen now disgraceful scenes in the United States. He's continuing that the U.S. stands for democracy around the world. It is now vital that there should be a peaceful and orderly transfer of power. You now have international allies of the president calling on the president to give up the fight, basically, to give up the game, to say that it is over. And, Lester, I think that is perhaps the only thing that is going to get these people out of the Capitol. And I have to tell you, I'm not even sure that that is 100% going to do it here. Time is of the essence. And so we will, of course, be watching to see when that message, again, as I'm being told by a source familiar with that message, will be taped and will be coming out soon, Lester.
Yeah, you've covered this president for a long time, and he doesn't retreat. He doesn't give ground. No. And so that makes you wonder, is this a case, Hallie, of be careful what you wish for? Could he perhaps inflame the situation any further? We've all been through those circumstances where, he's about to make live statements, and we have to be very careful what we air because of his propensity to tell untruths.
And I think that's the point here, Lester, right? And I do think I had it in my head as I was watching President-elect Biden's speech, basically, throwing down and saying, Mr. President, you need to address the nation. I do think based on President Trump's past patterns, it is possible that there could have been an entrenchment for the president. He is somebody who can fairly be called a defiant leader, defiant even in the face of what seems to be the logical and the correct thing to do in a political situation, much less a national security situation as we are seeing now. And I have to tell you, the shot that we're looking at that's coming in, stunning. I believe that is the area where the press goes down onto where the Senate chambers are. It looks like that is the workspace with people it looks like National Guards officers in there, at least some sort of law enforcement officers with long guns. It is a disturbing sight. But I think you're right, Lester. I think that the president is going to use this platform for something, right? The something is still a question mark.
Yeah, Hallie, thank you. Let me turn it back over to Savannah.
Well, let's bring everybody up to date. It's 20 minutes after 4 o'clock here on the East Coast, and what you're witnessing is, I think, fair to say, unprecedented. Throngs of protesters turned mob coming and breaching the United States Capitol at the very moment it was performing a sacred constitutional duty, certifying the Electoral College in order to implement the peaceful transfer of power in our democracy. We've just heard from the Vice President, former Vice President Joe Biden, President-elect, who will take office in 2 weeks. He said democracy is fragile. And we're seeing that today. And he called directly on President Trump to get on camera, to get on television, and ask his supporters to call it off, to stop, to give up the game, and to retreat peacefully from the Capitol. As a law enforcement matter, we have not seen the Capitol Police or any of the other law enforcement agencies who have been called in to assist them come in an aggressive way trying to clear these protests. Whether they should or shouldn't is probably something that is a matter of debate right now. As we speak, members of the Senate and House there in Washington have been told to shelter in place wherever they are, whether it be their offices or in the matter of those who were on the Senate floor or on the House floor when this took place, when those demonstrators breached the Capitol, were taken to a secure location, which we cannot reveal. Some of them are together. And in fact, we have reporting that those senators, the group of senators who were together, watched the President-elect Joe Biden's speech together. We also have been informed by one of our reporters on the scene, Kelly O'Donnell, that Vice President Pence is still at the Capitol because it is simply not safe for him to return to the White House. That is the situation in Washington right now. One woman has been shot. It appears to be a protester. The shot reportedly was from law enforcement. She has been taken to the hospital. We don't have an update on her condition. And that will bring you up to date. Also, an IED, that's an improvised explosive device, according to NBC News, was recovered on the Capitol grounds. Let me get to Congresswoman Liz Cheney, Republican from Wyoming. Congresswoman, you, of course, were an outspoken opponent of the tactics that we saw in terms of the politics, whether the Electoral College vote should be objected to. So you were one who said it's time now, the election is over, and it's time to perform our constitutional duty. So just so we know where you stand on this. But let's just get to what happened today. Where were you? What did you see? And how are you?
Fine, Savannah. I'm not going to talk about where we are, but we were on the floor of the House of Representatives performing our constitutional duty to count the electoral votes when we had to be evacuated. And we are, I'm in a place with bipartisan group of members, and my Democratic counterpart, Hakeem Jeffries, and I have both made clear that we do not intend to allow this kind of mob violence to stop us from carrying out our constitutional duty. Our institutions have got to be defended and protected. We have an oath to the Constitution. Sending an angry, violent mob to disrupt proceedings at the Capitol cannot stand.
When you say sending a mob, who do you believe is responsible? Who sent the mob?
Look, the President of the United States called his supporters to Washington, D.C., and has dispatched them, without telling them to stop it. Now, I believe he has spoken out in the last few minutes, possibly. But we live in a republic that is governed by the rule of law and by our Constitution, and this cannot stand, and it won't stand. We will carry out our constitutional obligation. We'll count the electoral votes, and we all need to remember. We all need to come together. That the republic, the future of the republic, depends upon Americans standing as one, abiding by the Constitution of the United States. We do not bend to mob rule. We don't bend to political threats. There comes a time when our elections are over, and we have to carry out our constitutional duty.
And that's the moment that we have arrived at now, and we're going to continue to do that.
Congresswoman, I'm sure, like all of us, you're looking at these images. I mean, the one we have on right now, somebody sitting in the chair of where the Senate president presides over the United States Senate, and here's some protester sitting there. Now we've got another shot of some protester sitting in an office with his feet up, literally with his feet up. This is the United States Capitol. This is sacred ground in our democracy. What goes through your mind when you see these images?
Well, it is infuriating, and it's heartbreaking, and it will not stand. We are a democratic republic. We have survived for over 240 years, and we have had the peaceful transfer of power. The peaceful transfer of power is something that Ronald Reagan talked about, that in some instances we take for granted, but it is miraculous. And I think that what we've seen today is that it is something that is very fragile, but that we all must stand for it. The president should immediately make clear that this kind of activity, of violent activity at the Capitol, has to stop, and he ought to make clear that he will abide by the results of the Electoral College vote, and that he will ensure the peaceful transition of power.
Are you, and there will be plenty of time to analyze this later, but just in the moment, as you sit there, sheltered in place, locked down with fellow members of Congress, are you disturbed that this was able to happen at all? That security was such that a group of protesters turned mob could come in and breach the United States Capitol? It isn't as though this wasn't advertised. I mean, this has been boiling and being planned for days and weeks.
Yes, I mean, it obviously is a terrible day in the history of the Republic, but I think what's important to make clear is that we are strong, we're resilient, and we have bipartisan dedication and commitment to protecting and defending the rule of law, and to protecting and upholding our oath to the Constitution.
And Congresswoman, forgive me for interrupting, but the president has tweeted, now I'm told he didn't. He's about to tweet a video statement. Now, he had been urged by members of the Republican caucus, including senators and members such as yourself, to say something. I think they're telling me we've got this video statement from the president. Can we roll it? Let's go.
I know your pain. I know you're hurt. We had an election that was stolen from us. It was a landslide election, and everyone knows it, especially the other side. But you have to go home now. We have to have peace. We have to have law and order. We have to respect our great people in law and order. We don't want anybody hurt. It's a very tough period of time. There's never been a time like this where such a thing happened, where they could take it away from all of us, from me, from you, from our country. This was a fraudulent election, but we can't play into the hands of these people. We have to have peace. So go home. We love you. You're very special. You've seen what happens. You see the way others are treated that are so bad and so evil. I know how you feel. But go home, and go home in peace.
Well, that was the statement from the president released via Twitter. Congressman Cheney, I think you're still with me. I mean, here you are. You're on lockdown. Was that good enough for you? He's telling folks this was stolen from you. This was awful, but go home now. Do you think that was the kind of statement that will get the job done?
Look, the president of the United States should have, before now, made clear that he wasn't going to countenance any kind of attack or violent activity like this. And, it is good that he has asked people to go home, but what has happened today is unprecedented in American history. And when you have violent mobs storming the floor of the House of Representatives and the floor of the United States Senate, and the president's response is to say that he loves those people, it is absolutely counter to the Constitution, and counter to the peaceful transition of power and the values on which this republic was built. We have oaths that we have taken to the Constitution, and we got to uphold those oaths. And
But and Congresswoman, I mean, even more than that, I mean, yes, I hear what you're saying, but is it going to get the job done? In other words, is he talking out of both sides of his mouth? He's saying, go home, but you were robbed. You have every right to be angry. This was a fraud. This was stolen. I mean, he's doing two things at once. And the goal here, I think, of the statement, I think what those of you in lockdown right now who would like to get about your business and go on with your day, there's one goal, which is get this thing under control and get the mob out of there.
Look, there's no question about that, Savannah. We have very deep and clear political differences in this country, but we don't resolve those differences by mob violence. And it doesn't matter what side of those issues you stand on. The President of the United States statement now, in my view, was completely inadequate. What he has done and what he has caused here is something that we've never seen before in our history. It's been 245 years. And no president has ever failed to concede or agree to leave office after the Electoral College has voted. And I think what we are seeing today is a result of that, a result of convincing people that somehow Congress was going to overturn the results of this election, a result of suggesting that he wouldn't leave office. Those are very, very dangerous things. And he will be remembered. This will be part of his legacy, and it is a dangerous moment for the country.
Congresswoman Liz Cheney of Wyoming, stay safe, keep us posted, and thank you for your time. We really appreciate it.
Thank you, Savannah. Appreciate it.
4:30 on the East Coast here as we watch what's unfolding at the Capitol. Lester, I'll send it to you.
Yeah, Savannah, I want to bring in Andrea Mitchell right now. Andrea, your thoughts on what we heard in that video tweet from the president? As is often the case with him, he doesn't retreat. Did he pour water or gasoline on this fire?
I think he poured gasoline on this fire, a fire that he himself set. His former communications director hours ago, Alyssa Farah, tweeted, "You need to condemn this." That was hardly a condemnation. He said, "I love you." He again said that the election was stolen, that it was fraudulent. He repeated all of these lies, and then he says, "I love you," and go home peacefully. That's hardly going to get these people. That's not a condemnation. It's not going to get them out of a building that they barged into. They are an unruly mob. Weapons have been found. At least 1 or 2 shots were fired. People have been injured. They've stopped the democratic process. Lester, I worked up there for years. I know those corridors in that building and love that institution, the House and the Senate, as flawed as it is, as gridlocked as it has been, as much as we criticize it. But for the process of democracy, of counting the electoral votes to be stopped in its tracks, and for people to be hiding under their desks and grabbing their gas masks on the floor of the House and in the Senate, and for the people, for the vice president and the people in succession, for continuity of government to be taken by Secret Service and Capitol Police out and put in secure locations for their safety is simply shocking. I am as shocked as any other citizen who loves our country and loves democracy, and especially someone who knows the people up there and has worked with them and our own colleagues up there. I just want to say the irony. Here's a statement from the Speaker of the Grand National Assembly of Turkey, a government that is, just run by a dictator where people are jailed, journalists and people who are democratic protesters. "We follow the events in the USA with concern and invite the parties to calmness," the Speaker writes on Twitter. "We believe that problems will always be solved within law and democracy. As Turkey, we have always been in favor of the law and democracy, and we recommend it to everyone." This is just a continuation of a government run by this president, his Secretary of State, who have embraced dictators, ignored human rights, ignored the jailings of protesters, women and others who've been tortured in jail in Saudi Arabia. And now we see mob rule in the capital of the United States. It is beyond shocking.
Andrea Mitchell. Andrea, thanks very much. We are about 90 minutes from the curfew that will go into effect at 6 p.m. Eastern time in Washington, D.C. The light already beginning to fade there as there seems to be no break in where we are in terms of what we've been seeing on the front sides of the Capitol. No movement for people to leave or to remove them, and at the same time, there is still business for this Congress to do, to exercise and fulfill its duty to count the electoral vote and essentially confirm this election. I am going to begin preparing for NBC Nightly News. Will be going on the air in a few hours. I'll leave it in the capable hands of Savannah Guthrie, but our NBC News coverage will continue. Savannah, we'll send it to you, and we'll see you in a bit later.
All right, we'll see you on Nightly, Lester. A couple of developments. The FBI SWAT team has now entered the Capitol complex, and our reporter on the Hill, Leanne Caldwell, has tweeted some video of that. So there seems to be some movement on the part of law enforcement to start to get this thing under control. Lester mentioned the 6 o'clock curfew. So while we're talking about law enforcement, let me get to Pete Williams. Pete, bring us up to date, because the governor of Virginia said that requests had come in for the National Guard of Virginia to come in and help. We know the FBI is on the scene. What do you know about what law enforcement is there, what's being brought to bear, and what the plan is here? Because it does seem like we've been in this state of suspended animation where members of the House and Senate are in lockdown, but yet this situation is definitely not under control.
Right. So the Senate and House members are safe and secure. Our understanding is the president of the Senate, is still actually in the Capitol complex because it wasn't considered safe to get him out of there yet. So they're all hunkered down in secure locations. As more law enforcement agencies start to come in now, obviously job one will be to get the place emptied out, get everybody out of there. And then job two will be to start looking through the building, making sure that everyone's gone, that all places are safe. They'll have to sweep the rooms and make sure that there's nothing left behind. 2 improvised explosive devices were found not in the Capitol, but on the Capitol grounds, like pipe bomb looking devices. They're being disrupted. We don't know whether they're actually working or hoax devices, but they're simply destroying them. So for those reasons, it's going to take a while. And I just talked to a member of the Senate leadership to say, what are you going to do? Are you going to wait until it's safe to go back into the House chamber? That could be 24 hours. And the answer was, and this is being discussed right now on the leadership of both sides, my understanding is, the sentiment up there right now is we're not leaving. We're going to stay here and do our jobs, even if it means doing it from the 2 secure locations. We know what they are, but we're not reporting them for obvious reasons, where the House members and senators are. So there's, at least right now, the feeling up there is, let's keep going. Now, the Constitution
Well, that's interesting.
Say,
Wait, Pete, so you're saying, I just want to make sure I'm catching that, because that's, I mean, some of these senators are together, presumably enough for a quorum, since these were the senators who were on the floor. You're saying they might want to just keep it going before this is even under control? They're just going to keep going?
Yes, or at least some point soon. In other words, not wait until the Capitol Police get the whole place cleared out, the whole Capitol swept, and declare it safe for the 2 chambers to come, to be in operation again. Because that could take, as I say, 24 to 48 hours, I suppose 24 hours, to get that, get the House and Senate floor ready for people to come back. But the senators right now, because what I asked this member of the leadership is, what are you going to do? You're going to go home and come back tomorrow? And the feeling was, no, we're going to stay right here and resume our work. Now, I started to say, there's no requirement in the Constitution for where they do this. It just says that it shall be in the presence of the Senate and the House. So the counting. So it could be anywhere. Now, there is a federal law, the Electoral Count Act, that says that it has to be in the House chamber, but they're, exploring ways around that statutory requirement. It's not in the Constitution. So all I can tell you is that right now there's a feeling of, let's not leave. I would describe it as sort of defiance, that we will not be cowed by this outrageous intrusion into the Capitol, they're determined to keep going. And the person I was talking to said when this was suggested in this group of senators that are in the secure location, there was applause.
Wow. Well, that's a fascinating reporting from inside. Wouldn't you like to be a fly on the wall to see what's happening? Because in that area, in that secure location, are senators who, of course, are on both sides of this issue of whether the Electoral College vote should have been objected to at all. And here they are all together because of this mob that descended on the Capitol. So, and we've heard that sentiment from some of the members that we've talked to on the phone, Pete, saying, if I have to be here all night, we want to get this done. This is our constitutional duty. We heard Tammy Duckworth, a decorated U.S. veteran who lost her legs in combat, saying, nothing will stop me from performing my constitutional duties. But your reporting is pretty extraordinary, Pete, that they are even considering doing it right where they sit, not waiting for the Capitol to be clear, that they seem quite determined to do so. Stand by there, Pete. Keep us posted. Casey, over to you on the Hill. I know you're plugged in. You're our Capitol Hill correspondent. What are you hearing in terms of the security, but also in terms of what the plan is now for the business of the Congress?
Well, Savannah, I'm hearing a sentiment similar to what Pete was just reporting out here, that what had started off today as chaos, some fear, uncertainty, is moving into resolve. An insistence, Joe Manchin told me to not let these thugs take over, that they are going to return to their work. And there are some logistical questions about that, but remember, there are contingency plans for things like this. I mean, we've never necessarily imagined this exact scenario, but in the wake of September 11th, they had to, of course, evacuate members of Congress. And there are a couple of locations in this complex
from, like, Homeland Security?
where potentially, and Savannah, I'm not sure, I can hear you in my ear. Our viewers
sorry, that was me.
Hear you as well.
Casey, that was me talking to the producer. Sorry, carry on. I apologize.
No, of course. So there's an auditorium in a newly built area of the Capitol complex that is large enough to hold people. And again, I want to be careful how I describe things because we are, of course, worried about the security situation. But there are contingencies for the House and the Senate to operate in rooms that are different from what we traditionally think of as the Senate and the House chambers. So, well, yes, obviously the building itself is of incredible symbolic importance. I think that this feeling that they need to do the work no matter where they are or what the circumstances are is very important. So to them, and they are starting to express that now. So we're also starting to hear more questions about, are the Republicans who helped kick this off by saying they would object to this count still planning on doing that? And it's a little bit hard to get answers because everyone is separated from their bosses. There is so much confusion. But again, it does seem like the plan here is to try to go forward. I know there was a brief discussion about trying to evacuate senators from the location where they are using buses. That plan seems to be on hold for the moment. One of our producers saw microphones going into the secure location where the senators are, as though they may be setting up for something where they would be able to talk to reporters that would involve, because again, remember, this debate is supposed to be public as well, and that is an incredibly important feature of the way our government works. And I think that there is also a desire on the part of members of Congress to be seen carrying out their jobs, to demonstrate to the American people that this is what they need to do. And the other thing, Savannah, that I would just add, we're asking for reaction to the president's video. The problem with the president's video, based on some of the people that I have spoken with, is that he doesn't repudiate the basic reality that Joe Biden won the election. Instead, he gives additional credence to what these protesters are here saying has happened. And while he did say that they should leave the building, he did not in any way condemn the message of the disingenuous false message that has prompted them to show up here in the first place. Yeah. So I think there's some concern among members of Congress that what he did doesn't help the situation, as many of them have been calling for, but instead will potentially make it worse. Savannah.
That exactly, and that was the reaction, the fast reaction of Congresswoman Liz Cheney, that it doesn't go far enough if you, on the one hand, say go home, but at the same time you're pouring fuel on the flames by saying that you were robbed, it was stolen, the election was stolen, and that it was fraudulent. That is not what many Republicans have asked the president to do at this moment of crisis in our country. They've asked him to be clear and unequivocal that it's time for the peaceful transition to a new president, as our Constitution and our democracy requires. Let me get to Ellison Barber. She's our correspondent. She's in Washington. I believe she's outside the Capitol. Yeah. Hi, Ellison. Ellison, what have you been hearing?
Hey, Savannah. Yeah, so we've been watching just in the last little bit here as we've seen police on this opposite side of the Capitol start to use more tear gas on the crowd that is gathered over there. Not tear gas, we believe it. It seems to be some sort of mace or pepper spray that they're using on the crowd there. We had been told that some of those protesters were possibly breaking windows, and that's what led to the use of that pepper spray. You can see right over here, we're starting now to see Capitol Police gathering here. They seem to be huddling, discussing, possibly getting ready for something. But all evening since we saw those barricades first come down as protesters rushed to the front of the Capitol, Capitol Police have largely kind of stood back. They have, we've seen them kind of waiting up on different parts of the steps there as the protesters made their way up closer. You can see people standing on an armored vehicle here holding flags, the American flag upside down, a Trump 2020 flag just underneath it. About 10 minutes ago, we were up closer to those stairs and somebody came on a bullhorn, a protester, saying that President Trump says that we should go home. He wants you to go home. Other people in the crowd pushed back on that person, and he said, I know, I understand you want to be here, but he's saying that we should go home. Another person then got on top of that armored vehicle and started yelling at people through the bullhorn to come back. So for now, it seems like there is still a large group of people here who do not have any plans to leave in the immediate upcoming future. I mean, this group, it is not as big as it was a couple of hours ago, but there are still people on these steps who seem to have no plans to leave anytime soon. People that we have seen come out claiming to have been inside the U.S. Capitol. They are greeted kind of as heroes by the crowd here when they come out and they talk about their experience inside. And we saw some people actually following, kind of tracking closely behind a few police in riot gear, calling them traitors for whatever happened inside the U.S. Capitol and berating them as they made their way across the front here. Savannah?
Ellison Barber, a correspondent on the ground there outside the Capitol. I want to go to a news conference underway now. Muriel Bowser, the mayor of Washington, D.C., who's called the 6 o'clock curfew to the Capitol. So let's listen in.
This afternoon, I announced a citywide curfew for the District of Columbia beginning at 6 p.m. this evening, going until 6 a.m. tomorrow morning. During the curfew, no one is allowed to be outside in public places other than essential workers, which includes credentialed media engaging in essential functions. As you can see from video images, the unlawful behavior inside the United States Capitol building. I continue to urge all Washingtonians to stay home and stay calm. And if you see something, say something. But above all, stay home. The behavior that we are witnessing is shameful, unpatriotic, and above all, it is unlawful. Anyone who has engaged in these activities, continues to engage in these activities, will be held accountable. There will be law and order, and this behavior will not be tolerated. The Metropolitan Police Department has been deployed to assist the United States Capitol Police in restoring order to the Capitol, and our Chief of Police will lead the command to clear the Capitol building and establish a perimeter around the Capitol. I have requested both the Virginia State Police and the Maryland State Police to deploy officers, and they have engaged immediately to deploy officers to the Metropolitan Police Department to help regain control of the United States Capitol. I have also invoked several days ago a standing mutual aid agreement with our surrounding jurisdictions, and I want to thank thank them for deploying. Those jurisdictions include Arlington County, Montgomery County, Prince George's County, as well as Baltimore City. We want to thank them for sending their officers in, assisting us with public safety in the district, as well as the response to United States Capitol building. Additionally, I want to acknowledge and thank the New Jersey State Police, who will also be assisting the Metropolitan Police Department. So with that, I want to turn to Chief Conte for a situational update. Secretary of the Army will make comments, and we will take brief questions.
Thank you, Mayor. Good afternoon, and thank you, Mayor Bowser. My name is Robert J. Conte III. I am the Chief of the Police of the Metropolitan Police Department here in Washington, D.C. As you are aware, demonstrators came to our city this morning to exercise their First Amendment rights and were largely concentrated in the area of the National Mall. Following the President's remarks, a large crowd began to march eastbound on Madison Avenue Northwest and Constitution Avenue Northwest. As the demonstrators approached the United States Capitol grounds, there was a noticeable change in their demeanor. They breached the fencing along the U.S. Capitol grounds and confronted police lines surrounding the building. MPD was requested by the United States Capitol Police to provide assistance with crowd management, and due to the violent behavior towards the police officers there and their intent on gaining access to the Capitol, a riot was declared. It was clear that the crowd was intent on causing harm to our officers by deploying chemical irritants on police to force entry into the United States Capitol building. As you are aware, they were able to gain access to the Capitol building, and I can confirm that one civilian was reported to have sustained a gunshot wound inside of the Capitol. Details of the shooting are not immediately available, and the situation remains under investigation. The Metropolitan Police Department will be taking the lead on that investigation. MPD continues to provide personnel resources and assistance on the grounds of the U.S. Capitol and has requested the assistance of law enforcement partners through a previously in place mutual aid agreement. As you heard from the mayor, a 6 p.m. curfew has been put in place tonight and will be in effect until 6 a.m. tomorrow, January 7th. We are advising everyone that is not engaged in essential activity to get off the streets and adhere to the curfew. If you are found to be in violation of the curfew, police will be required to take action. Again, I want to reiterate and make it clear, please abide by the curfew that the mayor has set in place, or people will be subject to arrest. Lastly, I know that many of you are familiar with the Metropolitan Police Department. Understand that there is no better agency in the country to handle First Amendment events. They happen on a regular basis here in our city. However, today's events were not representation of peaceful protests. Today, what we witnessed was unlawful, riotous behavior. And people that come to our city engaged in unlawful behavior will be held accountable. We can take any questions that you may have after the Secretary has a chance to speak.
Thank you, Mayor Bowser, Chief Conte. At around 3 o'clock this afternoon, we mobilized the D.C. National Guard to 100% strength. We'll have 1,100 personnel that are convening to the Armory as we speak to support Metro PD and reestablishing the safety and the confines of the U.S. Capitol. We'll also be working with other federal law enforcement entities that are going to be coming here to the Metropolitan Police Station to add additional support and capability as they continue deliberate planning and looking at how a clearing operation will be conducted. Thank you.
And how does this work? This phone? Okay.
So Evan from Fox 5. In Mayor will to repeat the question.
Okay.
Evan, did you want to say his name?
Evan?
Yeah, hi, Mayor and Chief Conte. Could you please speak to the confusion surrounding the deployment of the National Guard? We understand that the council put out a statement saying that originally the Department of Defense
We've been listening into a news conference from the mayor of Washington, D.C., and several officials, including the head of the Metropolitan Police Department, and with their plans on how to get this under control. The National Guard in D.C. has been activated, as we just learned. The Metropolitan Police Chief was very clear that what had started as lawful demonstrations quickly escalated as a group of protesters came close to the Capitol. He said that violent behavior toward police unfolded, including the firing of irritants, some kind of irritants toward police, which allowed them to breach the fence and the police line. And according to the chief of police, a riot was declared. He said this town is very used to people coming and protesting and exercising their First Amendment rights. This was not that. This was a riot, according to Metropolitan Police. And we're learning a bit more now about the plans to get this under control. It involves National Guard, it involves FBI, it involves the Metropolitan Police Department, it involves the Capitol Police. We've heard word of the Virginia National Guard being called in, or at least requested. We'll see if we start to see some of that personnel. Let me turn to Janet Napolitano for purposes of the discussion here, former Homeland Security Secretary in the Obama administration. And Secretary Napolitano, first of all, just your thoughts. I mean, you aren't near Washington, I don't think, or not in the Capitol, but when you see these images and what has unfolded today, as a former Homeland Security official whose job was to protect the homeland, what do you think?
Oh, it's a dark day for our country. And, you know, when I was Secretary of Homeland Security, we did all kinds of scenario planning for attacks on the homeland. But this is akin to an attack from inside the homeland on the functions of our democracy, on our government. Like I said, it is a dark day.
I mean, when you see that the Senate and the House have to be evacuated, that the session has to be stopped, it is an extraordinary moment. And I, of course, don't want to ask for any inside information, but if you could help us as the former Homeland Security understand, you know, what kind of planning is underway for this kind of situation. Perhaps this couldn't be imagined, where American citizens, our own people, would storm the Capitol and put in danger members of the United States Congress and their staffs. But certainly an attack on the Capitol is something you would have had to contemplate in your past job.
Certainly, and there are procedures in place for what's called continuity of government to secure the members of the House and the Senate should there be an attack. These were procedures developed in the wake of the attacks of 9/11, as a matter of fact. You know, it's interesting to me, however, and there'll be after-action reports on this up the wazoo, but it was very foreseeable that there was going to be tremendous protest activity in Washington today, incited by the president himself. And one has to question what kind of pre-event planning went on. Certainly the presence of law enforcement now is arriving, and they're absolutely essential, and we absolutely need them. But you know, I'm just comparing it to the way law enforcement handled the event at Lafayette Park last spring, when the president dispersed peaceful protesters to go do his photo op at the church, you know, holding the Bible. It's a pretty stark contrast, and I think it illustrates a lot about the current administration.
What did you think of the president's remarks? Was that sufficient in your mind to quell the violence, to calm it, to call it off, and to try to get this under control?
No. You know, the president lost this election. That result has been confirmed by every court that has considered the dozens of challenges. The electors have been selected. The votes have been certified by the states. By the way, it's the states who run elections, and it's the states who certify electors. The purpose of today's convening of the joint chambers is almost ceremonial in nature. It's to receive those certified votes, to open the envelopes and to count them. That's it. It's not a place of objection or allegations of fraud. That's the courts of the United States, and the courts have ruled. So this is over. And what the president should have done is to say that he respects the rule of law, he respects our processes, he respects that on January 20th, Joe Biden will take office as the president of the United States, and these protesters, and I'm almost reluctant to call them protesters. It's really a mob, but they should disperse and go home. And by the way, those who have committed acts of violence, broken windows, etc., they should be identified and prosecuted.
Well, the head of the Metropolitan Police Department in D.C. called them rioters. Secretary Napolitano, thank you for being with us. Yeah, it does seem in the case of those who breached the line and trespassed into the United States Congress, where the public is not allowed. Yeah, that seems an apt description. Thank you, Secretary. I want to say that we've been watching this image on the Capitol grounds, and it does look like some people are being escorted out now by law enforcement. And I want to go to Ellison Barber, who's there. What are you seeing? What's your vantage point?
Hey, Savannah. Yeah, so we saw these police officers in riot gear make their way up the U.S. Capitol steps and started to talk to some of the people that were still there and have gotten them to go down the steps and clear that area with them. There was not a huge group on the steps at the time that the police came up. A lot of people in this area have left, and they say they're heading to the Supreme Court. But they came out in riot gear and were able to kind of slowly push people back off of the steps now down to this area. And it seems like everyone has left as they were asked to. Right before this happened, we did hear someone go on a bullhorn, we were telling you earlier, and say President Trump has said that people should go home and tell people here that they should go home. Some people disagreed with that and pushed back. But obviously, as the police have come out in their riot gear here, at least on the steps at this part of the U.S. Capitol, the people who were up there have come down now. And I don't know if you can see if we can walk a little this way. We don't want to get too close, but I don't know if you can see some of what's been left on these cars that are over here. People have put up signs as they had this is really the first time this area has kind of been cleared out today, but you can see some of the signs on the cars back there saying things like Pelosi is Satan. People have been standing on top of that car, that armored vehicle in the middle for most of the day. They have now come down, though, and it seems like perhaps Capitol Police, for the first time in quite a few hours, have started to get back control of this area. And for now, they're standing up there. Some people you can see standing in front of them with the join or die flag, not leaving entirely, but they have backed them down from up near the front of the door where they had been for so many hours now. Savannah?
Ellison, you said somebody got on a bullhorn and said President Trump said to go home. Was that law enforcement or was that a fellow protester? Who said that? Could you tell?
That was a protester, Savannah. They were actually kind of in the middle of the stairs, and they came on and they said President Trump posted this. Somebody else said no. He said President Trump said he doesn't want any violence. They yelled, "We're not being violent." Then somebody else, disagreeing with the person telling people to go home, stood up on top of that black armored vehicle and started yelling at people who were leaving to come back, saying that they needed to fight, that they needed to do this to be patriots and to come back. Some people stayed. A lot of people, though, dispersed. But it was interesting to see because they kind of went back and forth within their own group. Some saying, okay, maybe we should go home. Others saying, no, absolutely not. And we do know that a lot of the people who were here, as well as on the other side here on the Capitol, where we did see people getting pepper sprayed pretty frequently in the last hour or so, they have started to leave. And we've been told by other protesters here that they are making their way to the U.S. Supreme Court, which is just across the street here. Savannah.
All right, Allison, thank you so much. Stand by there for us, would you? I want to get to Kenneth Buck, who is Colorado's congressman, a Republican, a Trump supporter. Sir, first of all, how are you? Oh, we can see you. That's good news. How are you doing? Are you safe?
I am safe. My staff is safe. We are hunkered down with another office, and we are safe, anxious, and happy that we can see the TV and see what's going on in the Capitol.
Well, Congressman, if you're in your office, I presume you were not on the House floor when this unfolded. What was your vantage point? What was your view of the events as they unfolded from where you sat?
Yeah, I was on the House floor. I was one of the people set to speak, and so I was sitting on the House floor. First thing I saw was the Capitol Police, plainclothes Capitol Police, escorted the Speaker from the chair. We continued with the proceedings for a few minutes. The Capitol Police then came on the House floor and announced that the doors had been locked in the chamber and everybody should stay in place. About 10 minutes later, we were told to put on our gas masks, and a few minutes after that, the windows of the doors around the House were being shattered. It was hard to tell whether it was gunfire at first or whether it was just a glass breaking, and it appears now that it was just glass breaking. And a bunch of us got heavy furniture and started barricading the doors to help the Capitol Police. Soon after that, probably about 15 minutes, we were told that they anticipated that the House chambers would be breached and asked us to evacuate. And so we evacuated through the tunnel.
I mean, what you have just described, Congressman, is so extraordinary. You describe it in a very matter-of-fact way, but could you have imagined when you woke up this morning that something like this could have happened? What was going through your mind? Here you are about to perform that sacred duty, addressing the House floor as an elected member of Congress, and then this happens.
Yeah, I anticipated that there would be violence outside the Capitol. I did not anticipate there would be violence inside the Capitol. And I really, peaceful protests, we've seen them for months in this country, and we've also seen terrible violence. And the violence that happened in the Capitol and the people that trespassed and caused damage and caused harm to others should absolutely be prosecuted. And it is incredibly aggravating and disturbing that as a country that believes in free speech and believes in the Republican form of government that we have, that we are forced to tolerate this nonsense. It is absolutely unacceptable.
You heard the president's remarks. What did you think of them?
I was glad that the president instructed his followers to leave, go home, and peacefully disperse. I think that it is time that we anticipate a peaceful transition to the next administration. And I hope all Americans understand that while many of us are frustrated with some of the processes in this election, the results of the election stand, and we need to respect those results.
Congressman, stand with me, but I am showing an image that I believe to be a live picture where we saw some smoke and perhaps flashbang. So there does seem to be some action on the grounds there where you sit, and we'll keep our eye on that. But let's keep talking. You talked about the president. He made the statement. He did tell people to go home. At the same time, he said, "I know your pain. I know you're hurt." He said this election was stolen from us. It's fraudulent. And he called these protesters, some of whom have, as you well know, breached the United States Capitol and forced Congress to evacuate and disband and not be able to perform its duties. He said they were special people and he loved them. So I ask you, I know you're a Republican and a supporter, but I mean, was that enough for you?
I think the Attorney General Barr made a very strong statement. I think there were other strong statements that have been made, and certainly you can look at the president's statement. I think in totality, he was calling for peace and he was calling for people to disband. I am frustrated right now where I'm sitting that I can't do more. I pray for these police officers who have put their lives on the line, and I just hope that these protesters and those who are in the building, I would consider them criminals. I hope they go home. I hope they understand that there will be consequences for what they've done.
I mean, do you feel angry? It's a violation. It's here you are, the member of Congress, and the Congress convening to perform this duty that's in the Constitution, age old as our democracy itself. And here come a bunch of folks coming in and putting a stop to it.
I'm angry. This isn't the way that this country operates, and it is a disgrace. And it's a disgrace for anyone to tolerate anybody to come in and try to shut down our government. It is absolutely disgraceful.
Congressman.
Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. I was just about to wrap you up because I want to get to those live pictures, but I didn't mean to interrupt. Final thought.
Final thought is God bless America. I don't have much else to say.
God bless America, indeed. Sir, thank you. Thank you for your time. We appreciate it. I do want to go to these pictures. This is the west front of the Capitol, and you see the smoke is building, and this being a live situation unfolding. I don't have a ton of information about what exactly has transpired, but you see the flash there. Sometimes a flashbang is used by law enforcement to try to disperse a crowd. It's obviously one of the tactics in their tool belt, and it seems we saw the FBI SWAT team come in earlier.
Brian, I think
no question that they are trying to bring this now to an end and say it's enough. Time to try to clear the Capitol and get back to business. Pete Williams, our justice correspondent who covers law enforcement. Pete, you have a more trained eye for what we're seeing here, and you certainly have sources inside the law enforcement agencies. What do you see?
Yeah, I can't really be sure where the flashbangs were being set off, whether it was there on the portico, I guess you would call it, or not the portico, but the balcony or whatever that is outside the Capitol, or inside. But there was certainly smoke that blew. It did appear to be a smoke grenade or a flashbang, and not the deployment of a chemical irritant like tear gas. But you know, from this low vantage point, it's hard to tell whose it was. I assume it's law enforcement's. The reason I'm somewhat unsure is that we've been told that several, possibly more than 2 improvised explosive devices have been found on the Capitol grounds. I would think if it was something like that, people would be scattering, and they're not. So that leads me to believe that it probably is law enforcement. And if the intent of it is to get people to move away, it's not having an immediate effect. But I think the other thing that's interesting in this picture is the number of law enforcement people now. We're finally starting to see a definite show of force, a large deployment. All those yellow vests are, I assume, law enforcement, or at least people, official people that are trying to get that crowd moved out of there. So we're starting to see a much bigger deployment. We know that other law enforcement people are coming. They're coming from nearby states. We've just been told that the New Jersey State Police are now sending about 50 people. The FBI's there, the Secret Service there, Homeland Security. Just about every 3-letter law enforcement organization in the D.C. area is there. And, you know, I think one of the questions is going to be why has it taken so long to get them there and to kind of coordinate how this is going to work? It does seem, Savannah, from all the pictures we've seen today, now people seems like they're definitely being pushed back. From all the pictures we've seen today, it does seem like the word had gone out early on to the people who were in the Capitol at the time, the law enforcement folks, the Capitol Police, Metro Police, to the extent that they were there, not to confront, not to have any violent confrontations, but to avoid that as much as possible. That
it sure seemed that way. I mean, Pete, when you saw people just streaming through Statuary Hall as though it were, a high school tour, and no one stopping them, it definitely seemed that was a tactical decision. That's the picture earlier.
And you see that the Capitol policemen just sort of standing at the side, I guess 2 of them waiting for instructions or something, but they may have well made the calculation that those 2 were not going to stop those people, and that there wasn't much they could do, and that but by letting them go through and letting them get into the building, of course, we now know what happened. And so there are going to be lots of questions about this. Some law enforcement people are already pointing to a letter that the mayor sent yesterday to the acting attorney general, to the acting secretary of defense, and the secretary of the army, saying, we have all we need. for tomorrow. This was yesterday. We have worked with the Park Police, with the Capitol Police, with the Secret Service, and don't send any other federal law enforcement personnel in without checking with us first, because we don't want a situation where there are people deployed and we don't know who they are or who's in charge. So some of the federal officials are already saying, you know, they kept us at arm's length, and that's why it's taking so long to get these people out. Now, you know, we're going to have to wait and see how this all comes together, how that actually played out.
This being Washington, Pete, we will be sure there will be investigations, commissions, and tons of finger pointing and blame shifting. So we can look forward to that in the coming days. But at the moment, we're still in this crisis. These are live pictures from the United States Capitol. If you're just catching up, it has been truly an unprecedented afternoon in which protesters turned into rioters, crossed the barricades, went past police, reached the United States Congress in session, performing its duty of certifying the electoral vote for the next president of the United States. We're able to infiltrate the Capitol, the Senate floor, the House floor, ceremonial offices, sit in office chairs literally with their feet up. And now at this hour, about 10 minutes after 5 o'clock on the East Coast, we are starting to see a little more of an aggressive move from law enforcement to push back these protesters. We saw the FBI SWAT team go in. A few moments ago, we saw smoke, some flashes of light. We have reporters on the ground. We don't want to surmise what those might have been and at whose hands, but perhaps some tactics to try to get this crowd out. We heard from the president-elect, Joe Biden, in a live address to the nation, calling for the restoration of peace, calling for President Trump to tell his supporters to leave the Capitol. And President Trump issued a video on Twitter saying that it was time for them to go home. He also, though, said the election had been stolen from them and was fraudulent, but he said it was time to go home. And that is the state of things as we speak. Let me go to Casey Hunt on Capitol Hill. Casey, there's still important matters for Congress to conduct. The last we checked in with you, these members of Congress were still being told to shelter in place. Vice President Pence, at our last knowledge, was still on the United States Capitol grounds because it wasn't safe for him to go back to the White House. That information's a couple hours old now. But is there a plan? And Pete Williams had reported from a source inside one of those Senate hold rooms, one of that Senate shelter-in-place rooms, that there were senators discussing whether they could just conduct their business from that undisclosed location and just carry on the business of the country anyway, with a somewhat defiant attitude. What are you hearing now?
Yeah, I've heard similar, Savannah. I've talked to both House and Senate members, or texted with them, I should say, as they've been trying to figure out what to do. And the first step was to wait for this law enforcement presence to show up, which they clearly have, and the process of that is underway. There is a long list of agencies. Pete walked through some of them that are here that we have seen in the hallways. I mean, it is extraordinarily surreal to see FBI SWAT teams running through hallways that are supposed to be secured, that are supposed to be our corridors of power, literally, where they have been overrun by these rioters and are no longer able to actually exercise that power the way our Constitution says that they should be able to. So you're looking at some of it here. I mean, I never thought I would see anything like this coming from what your last guest was just talking about, a threat from the inside, the former Homeland Security Secretary. This wasn't an outside attack. So yes, there are still questions. We know that their members are still huddling in these undisclosed locations and trying to figure out how to proceed. Senators actually have the Electoral College votes with them in this undisclosed location. I'm told that a Senate staffer actually was the one who thought to grab them. And remember, this is a pretty old, arcane process, the counting of the Electoral College votes. And think back to when they would have put this law in place. I mean, Pete Williams called it the oldest, one of the oldest functions of our government. They would have been bringing these certificates from across the country on horseback. They would have been concerned about whether the people charged with getting them to the right place were able to survive their journeys. I know it may sound dramatic, but that was the circumstances that they were dealing with. And it's part of why the law is written to send several copies of these certificates out there. But what it means is that those physical items are imbued with very important characteristics, right? They come here, they open, this is what Congress is supposed to do, they open the envelopes, they read the numbers, they figure out what they say, and they put down the official tally. And yes, we don't necessarily need to do it that way now in the age of the internet, but that's how we do it here in the country. So the physical manifestation of those is very important, and somebody just grabbed them on the way out and took them to this secure location, Savannah.
Well, you know, that I think that's actually quite poignant, Casey. I mean, it's not just a matter of ceremony, or in some ways it is, but at this really dark moment in our country, it calls into mind our history, and that this democracy, this only, you know, few hundred years old, is fragile, as we've heard many of our leaders say today. And that notion of somebody just grabbing those electoral votes, which of course represent the will of the people and the voters who came and exercised their precious right to vote, you know, it actually, I think it really puts things into sharp relief at this extraordinary moment in our country. And Casey, honestly, there are probably folks tuning in here who are just living their lives. We're in the midst of a pandemic. We have an actual crisis going on, a health crisis in our country. And now there's this crisis that did not have to happen. To catch people up who may have not been following this as closely as you do every day, this Electoral College vote that was to take place today, there was no suspense about the outcome. The votes are in, they've been certified, the legal challenges have been mounted, they've been rejected, recounts have been requested, the recounts have happened, the audits have happened. All of the legal remedies that could be exercised had been exercised, and this was supposed to be just the final moment where it's almost like a rubber stamp, where the electoral votes are read and certified, and then in 2 weeks we have an inauguration. Bring us up to date on what a core of Republicans were trying to do today and what the ramifications of that are.
Savannah, as the morning unfolded, you know, I came into the Capitol as usual, and there were some protesters around, but frankly, protesting is a pretty common thing here in Washington. I've seen a lot of it. It's not usually an issue. It didn't seem abnormal or out of the ordinary, but the process that was about to be undertaken here today was, from the start of the day, historic. We were expecting to see and did see an objection to the counting of the Electoral College votes, and normally this only takes about a half an hour. This is, I believe, the fourth one of these that I've been up here for. It's the first one I even really remember, although I remember seeing the mahogany boxes go by in past election cycles. But of course, President Trump had urged his supporters to question the integrity of the election, to try and fight back. Stop the steal is the phrase that they have been using. And while everything got off to what seemed like a normal start here in the building, the objection was made. The way the process works, all members of Congress were together in a joint session. Once the objection was made, they were to separate to their respective chambers. This is all laid out very carefully in the law. Each chamber was to debate for 2 hours this objection and then take a vote on whether or not these Electoral College votes were properly cast and should be counted. And we know that there were Republicans, many of them prepared to vote that no, those electoral votes should not be counted. However, Mitch McConnell actually opened the debate on the Senate floor by saying that it was time to put this all behind us, that if, in fact, they continued with the objection to the counting of the votes, to certifying President-elect Joe Biden as the president, that our country would end up in a death spiral. That was the phrase that he used. Our democracy would end up in a death spiral. And just moments later, we saw protesters, rioters rushing the Capitol, eventually breaching both the House and Senate floors, now leaving us with lawmakers in hiding, unable to conduct the business of the country, and an uncertain outcome in terms of how law enforcement is going to finally put an end to all of this. Savannah.
All right, Casey, thank you. Let's take a pause right here. I'm going to turn coverage over to Chuck Todd, our political director, host of Meet the Press, to carry it on. We'll check back in with you, Chuck, in just a couple of moments. I'll send it to you.
All righty. Thank you, Savannah. Let's go now down to Vaughn Hilliard. He's on the west side of the Capitol. Vaughn, paint a picture for us. What are you seeing right now? Tell us what's going on.
Hey, Chuck, I think this is what we're looking at right now. So we're looking at 6 p.m. curfew. Essentially, session on stop here on the Capitol.
Vaughn, it is. Yeah, Vaughn, we hear you. I know you're talking, We got tough audio, and this has been tough all day. I get that. Let's why don't we see if we can fix that? Let me go to Yasmin Vasugian, if we can. If Yasmin, actually, let me move there. Let's go to Igor Bobek. He's Igor Bobek at the Huffington Post. And if you've been on Twitter and seen some of the first early pictures of what was going on inside the Capitol, it was courtesy of pictures from Igor Bobek. So, Igor, you were there in the first moments when this breach, it appears, occurred. Take me through the scene there when it all first started to happen.
Thanks, Chuck. Well, I was in the middle of reporting on today's certification vote for the 2020 election when I heard a commotion, I heard yelling, and I ran down to the first floor of the Senate where I encountered, I was stunned to encounter a group of protesters trying to make their way up the steps into the Senate, to the second floor of the Senate. And I saw this police officer courageously try to hold them off with nothing but a baton, but was ultimately unable to do so. And the protesters chased him up the steps where there was a sort of a standoff, and right steps away from the Senate floor. These protesters were carrying Confederate flags. They were yelling traitors. They were saying that, they needed to stop this from happening in order to make Trump president. Really just shocking scenes. At one point, a few of them got into the Senate chamber itself and got up to the day where Mike Pence was presiding minutes earlier to take photos and to scream that this was Donald Trump's election. It's really stunning scenes.
Igor, I'm seeing you caught some pictures. There clearly is some Capitol Police that was there at the time. Were they aggressively trying to push them back, or did they feel overwhelmed, or what could you observe at the time? How are the Capitol Police handling what they had? Were they just overwhelmed?
I think initially they were overwhelmed and unaware, frankly, some of them, that protesters had gotten into the Capitol. I took this video of this lone police officer trying to hold back this group of 15 to 20 protesters, and finally receive the backup yelling that, they've gotten in. When he did receive backup, they tried to de-escalate the situation, tried to talk to them to calm them down, but ultimately they would not leave, and eventually roamed across the Capitol into the rotunda and into the Senate chamber itself.
Igor, are you safe? Where are you right now?
I am safe, thank you. I'm at a secure location. I'm outside the Capitol. I'm holding here, and we're all trying to see what comes next tonight.
Well, Igor Bobek, thanks for sharing your photos with the world, getting us these photos. There's a lot more we need to unpack with this. You stay safe, and of course, thank you for your brave reporting. Let me bring in Hakeem Jeffries. He's a member of the Democratic leadership, Democrat from New York. And Congressman, we got a report that you and Congresswoman Liz Cheney had been sort of reassuring the leadership and reassuring members that this process is going to go forward, that these terrorists are not going to stop, if you will, this process. Do you have an idea of when the Capitol is going to be safe for your return? Yeah, Congressman Hakeem Jeffries, are you with us, sir? It's my understanding we have you on the phone. Can you hear us? There we go. Congressman. Okay. Well, let me check in here with Hallie Jackson and see what we're hearing inside this West Wing right now. Hallie, is anybody getting through to the president?
Well, I think the clearest evidence that at least the president did something, and there will be a lot of discussion of what that something was that taped message that we heard from him just within the last maybe hour or so. Clearly, there had been people coalescing around the president. His allies were very public about this. Even some of his closest Republican allies very publicly on other networks, on Twitter, were saying, you have got to say something. Some of the most forceful comments came from the president's former communications director, a senior official inside the White House, inside the West Wing. Her name is Alyssa Farah. Chuck, her name might be familiar to Beltway insiders. She used to work for Mark Meadows, who then became the chief of staff. And she issued this sort of impassioned plea saying to MAGA country, I am one of you, and this is not okay. This has to stop. You have to go home. The president has to speak up about this. We obviously heard that statement from him that, said, sure, go home, but in the next breath said, we love you. You're special. I understand you're hurt. This election was stolen. It, of course, was not stolen. This is a crisis point for President Trump. He has now cleared the sort of bar of speaking publicly, right? The bar that was sort of set by his allies, by people like President-elect Joe Biden. But this is a president, Chuck, as you know, who is defiant as a personal defining characteristic and trait of his, right? And so what does he see? And importantly, Chuck, what is he hearing in the coverage of what he's seeing? This is a president who is at times and rather frequently influenced by some of what he hears in the media from, for example, media allies. And so that is something, the president, he is very visual. He watches television. That's what he's doing now and how he's getting this images. We have, in our White House team, reaching out, obviously working sources. What's he being briefed on? What's happening? We heard from the press secretary when the National Guard was activated. I think in the eyes of some critics, that took a little too long. Right? We were watching these images for a while before it became clear that the National Guard would be going in. But now it seems like there is a little bit more action. There's a little bit more movement. But I have to tell you, it's getting dark in D.C. This is a point where law enforcement has to get a handle on what's happening here. And then there's a question of what the actual process is, Chuck. The whole process we were talking about, the Electoral College count, moving forward. How does that unfold? I've talked to another source on the Republican side whose hope was that some of these Republican senators specifically who had objections would perhaps think twice before doing that and before pursuing that, given what we've seen unfold.
I would think that at least Mitch McConnell is going to attempt to have that conversation with Mr. Hawley and probably Mr. Cruz, among others. I think we have Vaughn Hilliard's connection now better for us. And Vaughn, Hallie just brought up an important point. The sun is setting. The sun essentially has set in Washington, D.C. Vaughn, what do you see out there? And do you feel the law enforcement presence yet?
Chuck, I think you just heard part of the law enforcement presence. There hasn't been a serious effort except for the last 15 minutes here. We are just a half hour away from the curfew here in Washington, D.C., and you can see some of the lights flashing up towards the Capitol. It was just about 15 minutes ago, Chuck, that the first tear gas was dispensed. You've seen flashbang grenades. Over the course of these last hours, what you saw were thousands of individuals as this insurrection took place here at the United States Capitol watching. You can see over to my left, our great photographer, Paul Rigney, is behind the camera here. And this is what you have seen here over the course of the last 15 minutes. It's a systematic push to push people away here from the scene. You saw Capitol Police work their way down and pick individuals up one at a time physically from their seats up on what is the inaugural platform. That platform is typically not there. It's just been constructed in the last weeks. That is where members of Congress, former presidents, members of the president's family sit during the swearing in of the president of the United States. This is where Joe Biden should be sworn in just 2 weeks from now. But what you have seen over the course of these last hours is thousands of people hold firm here at this very moment here. And now what you're seeing is tear gas and smoke being used to push people back. I got to tell you, Chuck, one gentleman just came up to me right before we went live to you. He said, if our voices are not heard today, you'll hear our muskets tomorrow. Again, there is no police presence outside of the Capitol Police that you see up literally on the steps of the Capitol. We've been here for hours. There was a medical emergency and there was frankly nobody to turn to. There's questions of at what point does the National Guard come in? But literally the shot that you are seeing up on the United States Capitol is the extent of the police presence here at the heart of the United States. And it's been quite a sight to see. Again, we're just a half hour away.
So you have not seen...
You're from that curfew
Vaughn,
here, and you're seeing that first effort here from the police.
So you're not seeing any public police sort of where you're behind your cameraman right now. That is not there. They are not trying to disperse from there as well, or are you are we seeing riot gear? I think he may have caught something there.
you're seeing the push here from the police that have been dispersing that gas and the smoke there. You actually see that police line, I should say, as we're watching this in real time with you here, Chuck, pushing people down. Those are the steps.
There it is.
That's the walkway, I should say, from the United States Capitol down here to where you see essentially hit the National Mall that leads you over to the Washington Monument. And again, this is literally the first police presence that you have seen pushing people here away. I guess you could say there was maybe more than 10,000 people here earlier today. And it was the likes of Congressman Mo Brooks, Chuck, who literally took the mic at that rally that the president appeared at earlier and said, today is the day that patriots will begin taking names and kicking ass. And what you have seen here is essentially thousands be able to take over these grounds, and not until the sun went down, finally a pushback and an effort to disperse these individuals here on January 6th.
I'm noticing I'll be honest, it's still sometimes, and you know, I was watching this all day as well. We were on Capitol Hill. We've gotten a bit safer now, but there's not a lot of urgency. It feels. And it doesn't feel these protesters think that they have to leave anytime soon.
No, the ground was essentially ceded to them here. The streets of D.C. have been essentially all but quiet except for these protesters that have been walking about here. You know, there was a sign that was up attached. You saw not only Trump 2020 hanging from the scaffolding here of the United States Capitol, but there was another sign off to the left, another from one of those structures that was built for Inauguration Day, in which it said, "We the people," and it said, "We will bring D.C. to its knees." And you know, today they did. They stopped this process from going forward here. They essentially locked down the U.S. Senate. They locked down the U.S. House. Yeah. And it was a law enforcement presence that was not prepared. And the question is, at what point will these final, I mean, I hate to use this language, but essentially this last stand be kiboshed here. Again, a half hour away, but you still have at least 1,000, 2,000 people up here, up here on the west end of the U.S. Capitol that are holding firm. It's a matter of what does this next half hour look like, and what does the Washington, D.C. look like tonight and also tomorrow.
The curfew, you keep referencing it, 27 minutes is when the curfew hits. Vaughn, stick around. We want to keep your shot up. Pete Williams, I want to bring him back. Pete, you've got a better idea of what we've seen some pictures. They clearly are trying to do some disbursement. We know that there is an FBI SWAT team in the Capitol. What is happening right now that we don't see?
And a National Guard movement on the way, should be arriving there shortly, we're told, and then they'll coordinate and begin to push people out, do a final clear of the building and get them off the grounds. That's the overall plan. Meantime, Chuck, back inside the Capitol, I just talked to a member of the Senate leadership who said that they haven't decided yet whether they will try to do this. First of all, they are determined to continue the count tonight. They want to keep going. They're defiant. They want to make the point that they can't be stopped. The only question is whether they do it in the secure location, which is outside the Capitol building, but on the Capitol grounds where they are now, where most of them are. The leadership is in a separate place. That's McConnell, Schumer, and Chuck Grassley, who's the president pro tem, as well, we believe, as the vice president, who we think is still up on the Capitol grounds. The question is whether they would do it in their secure locations, or would they try to go back to the House floor or back to the Senate floor. So that's question one. Mm-hmm. Question two is, when they resume, what are they going to do? They have to finish and vote on the objection to the Arizona ballots. That was what caused them to go their separate chambers in the first place. I'm told that the objecting senators are now meeting and deciding whether to simply say, okay, that was enough, we made our point, or whether they also want to object to the votes from other states when this continues. But the mood that I got from this member of the leadership, reflecting what this person said was the view of all 97 senators who were there, is we're not leaving till we finish.
And so do we have a sense, and do you have a sense from your law enforcement sources, when do they think they could get operational control inside the Capitol?
I don't think they have any idea, because They have to make sure it's clear. They have to sweep it for potential explosive devices. And that's not just, being prudent. There were a number of explosive devices or potential explosive devices found outside the building on the Capitol grounds today. I just don't know how many, but more than one or two, I'm told. And whether they were all working or not, I don't know, but they're taking no chances. So, that would take a while. They don't know how long that would take, and that's why they haven't decided whether they'll just try to pick it up where they are. They've all been fed. They're safe. The mood is generally good but defiant. And so they're waiting, I think, trying to get a read about how long it would take. I don't think anybody knows how long it would take to get the Senate back in shape for them to go back.
Right. And have they thought about, you said that they were thinking about they might do it in their secure location.
Right.
I assume they would want to publicly record that in some way. Is that something they've thought about, how to sort of make sure it's in the public record, I guess?
I wondered about that too, because I think they haven't gotten around to that, is the sense I got. I mean, obviously when they're in the Senate and House floor, we have the facilities to be able to hear and see what they're doing. I suspect they don't want to do this in secret. They want it to be, they want to show that they're doing the work. And I think that's one of the reasons why they thought about wanting to go back to the Senate chamber.
Yeah, Pete Williams with an important update there, and noting that it is a defiant group of United States senators, at least, that want to get this done, and that maybe the objectors are going to talk about standing down. We shall see. Let me go back to Vaughn Hilliard. Vaughn, we're seeing more live shots there. It definitely looks like there. I think I know that guard gate where those stairs are. Looks like finally a police presence is taking at least some control of some part of the Capitol.
Chuck, what you're seeing here is the police line here that pushed people away here finally. You're dealing with about a final 1,000 or two here right before us here. I'm going to have Paul just turn around here if we couldn't just get a shot of the U.S. Capitol. Yep, and they're asking us to move out, Chuck, and we will. You can see where the U.S. Capitol was, and you see this is Metropolitan Police Department here. Yep. Just a half hour until that curfew, finally pushing people back here. And again, though, there's still about 1,000 or 2,000 people up near that scaffolding of the inauguration platform that still are there. As to how those individuals are going to be pushed back, I'm not sure. But what you're seeing here is those Metropolitan Police Department going back and systematically pushing people back here, Chuck.
Are you seeing, how uncooperative are some of these protesters being, or are they starting to listen to the police?
When you use tear gas and flash grenades and pepper spray, it forces one to become a little bit more, or a little less resistant here.
Coming out. Thank you. Let's go. Thank you.
But again, I just got to put into context here. There was at least, I think there was at least a 10,000 or plus outside here earlier here when there was essentially no police operation to be seen. But then what you see now is maybe 1,000, 2,000 people here for sort of this final last stand as the police department pushes people back.
All right, that's Vaughn Hilliard outside the Capitol, where he himself is also getting pushed back a little bit as they try to gain some control. Vaughn, please keep safe. Let me check in with Leanne Caldwell, one of our congressional correspondents. She, of course, is inside the Capitol. So, Leanne, any updates? What are you hearing internally about when they think they're going to have control of this building?
So, Chuck, the lockdown is still in place. I am in one of the House office buildings where I've been relegated for most of the day ever since the evacuation started. I was in the Cannon House office building, which was the first to be evacuated this afternoon, right when the proceedings began over in the House floor in the House chamber. So what I just saw walking down the hall was a big contingent of Capitol Police officers moving. Of course, they don't tell you where you're going. And they did say, though, that the lockdown is still in place. As far as what is happening now, it seems like the Capitol is mostly empty from staff. Everyone we know has been removed and escorted from the Capitol into other places of the Capitol complex. So we don't have good eyes at this point on what is exactly happening inside the Capitol. But, this is just something that is, many people have said this on air today, that has just been unheard of, unseen here. I've covered the Hill for a long time. I'm aging myself, but I was actually in the Capitol during 9/11 and had to evacuate the Capitol then. Back then we were told to go outside. This time we were told to stay in and we can't leave the building. But Von Hilliard just talked about Mo Brooks, one of the people who were leading the opposition here inside Congress, this Electoral College vote count. Well, he put out a statement just moments ago, and in that statement, and as Von said, he was at the Trump rally earlier today telling people to go and kick some asses. Well, in his new statement, he goes on, he has a little bit of a change of tune to say, I'm sorry, I'm pulling it up right here.
Take your time.
He says, while our election system has major systemic flaws that he says socialist Democrats egregiously exploited in 2020, he goes on to say that election system is still far and away the best place to change the direction and destiny of America. So he doesn't say if he is going to continue to object once they resume this process. But he does have a bit of a change of tune from what he had just hours ago when he was riling up the crowd. And I will say one more thing, Chuck. I am talking to a lot of sources who, Republican sources who even want to make sure that this is completed, that this process in the House floor is completed.
Right.
And some of these members who were opposed to it say it's going to be very interesting to see which ones continue to go forward with their objections.
Right. Yeah. I think it's really hard to justify it at this point. Leanne Caldwell, I'm glad I get you on to make sure your family knows you're all well and safe as well. So, Leanne, thank you. Let me go back onto the street on the outside of the Capitol. That's where Yasmin Vasugian is. Yasmin, tell me what you're seeing from your vantage point right now.
So Chuck, you and I spoke a couple hours ago. Since then, it was really chaotic. Now things have dialed back a little bit. The D.C. Metro Police, they've managed to push the protesters all the way off the Capitol Hill lawn. So just a couple of hours ago, as we were broadcasting, right, there were thousands of folks. I mean, you could see them up on the Capitol Hill steps. They were trying to breach the Capitol. They got inside the Capitol, as we well know. But then we saw those flashbangs. We saw the tear gas being dispersed, and they were trying to push those protesters, those rioters, off of the Capitol Hill steps. We were there to see it all. We saw these major flashbangs coming out of the Capitol building, and then the police and the Capitol Police, along with the D.C. Metro Police, they began to push the rioters and the protesters back off of the Capitol Hill steps gradually. And this is kind of formulaic for them. This is something they do. This is something that we've seen throughout the summer with all the protests that happened with Black Lives Matter movement across the country as well, in which they form these police signs. And I'm going to step away and let Miguel shoot it for you. They form these police signs lines that you see behind me of DC Metro Police, and they gradually push the protesters and the rioters back to retreat from the Capitol Hill building. And that's what they've been doing for the last hour or so as we creep closer and closer. I don't know what time it is right now. It's around, we're hovering around 6 p.m., which is when there's going to be the curfew in place for the D.C. area, as the mayor said a little bit earlier. But gradually, with this police line behind me, they've been pushing the protesters and rioters back for the last hour or so, in which more protesters and more rioters disperse. I mean, we've gone from thousands upon thousands, Chuck, of people that were out here on the mall to now just a couple of hundred. And I will say they are getting in the face of a lot of these DC Metro Police, confronting them, angry with them, but the police are kind of maintaining calm for now throughout this entire thing. So we're watching it develop. It has been quite a couple hours, Chuck.
Yasmin, I'm curious. I know you've had interactions with some of these protesters and some of these rioters. Yeah. What are they saying? How are they responding to now? I think they now see they're a pretty negative symbol for America right now.
Gosh, it's interesting. You know, earlier today, the three questions I asked were this. I said, why are you out here? What do you want to see happen? What do you want the vice president to do in addition to that question? And my third question was, why aren't you wearing a mask? Because amidst 350,000 folks that have died in this country, a lot of folks are not wearing masks here. And I thought it was an important question to ask folks, and they felt like it was an infringement upon their personal liberty. That's what a lot of the people have been saying to me out here. The answer to the first question is they feel like the election has been stolen, when we well know that that is not true. Secondly, they wanted the vice president to step up, as they've said. They said the vice president needs to turn this election. The vice president needs to change the results of this election. And I mentioned to them that ahead of the joint session, the vice president put out a letter essentially saying that he doesn't have the authority per the Constitution to overturn the results of this election. And they said, well, that's not true. We believe he actually has that authority. Later on, as we talked about the folks breaching the halls of the Capitol, I said, is this what you wanted to see happen? When you got inside, what did you actually want to do? I talked to a man who was able to breach the halls of the Capitol, who actually got inside and then was pushed back by the Capitol Police with tear gas. And he said to me, I just want things to change. I just wanted to get in there because I want things to change. I feel like this election was not fair. And then he went on to say this, Chuck. He said, this is all we can do because we feel like the election was stolen. I said, but someone's been hurt. Someone's been shot. Do you still feel like it's warranted? Yeah. And he said, yes. And I heard that from a lot of folks, which is quite frankly, very troubling, to say the least. And then he went on to say this, Chuck.
It is. And
he
Yasmin,
said, next time it might be worse, and that's tough. Yeah.
Well, sadly, that person who's been shot, we now know has died. And so it has even gotten deadlier. Yasmin Vasugian, thank you. And I believe my pal Savannah Guthrie is back. Welcome back, Savannah.
Thank you. And with that disturbing news that the person who was shot earlier at the Capitol has lost her life, let's go to Pete Williams, who's collecting more information on that. Pete, what can you tell us?
Well, we still don't have the identity of the woman. We're told that she was shot in the chest earlier this afternoon inside the Capitol by someone in law enforcement. But we haven't yet heard whether that was U.S. Capitol Police, who are always on the scene, or whether it's someone from the city police department, known here as the Metropolitan Police Department, whether that was who was responsible for firing the shot. Nor do we know where inside the Capitol building the shot was fired or why, whether it was in the process of defending the House of Representatives from the people who were trying to smash their way in or what. But the person was shot, taken, aid was immediately rendered. She was taken to a nearby hospital, and a short time ago, we learned that she has died, and I'm sure we'll get her identity here in a little while.
All right, Pete, thank you so much. Let's go back outside and see what's transpiring there. Yasmin Vasugian, our correspondent on the ground. Yasmin, what are you seeing now?
Yeah, hi, Savannah. So, just listening to you guys talk about this woman who has been shot inside the Capitol halls, and unbelievable to hear that. Nonetheless, we're getting pushed back further and further. As I was talking to Chuck a little bit earlier, the D.C. Metro Police basically set up a line here, and this is formulaic for them. This is something they learn how to do, right? This is the way that they push protesters and rioters back in situations like this. This is how they disperse crowds. We've seen this over and over again in situations like this, as we saw over the summer with the Black Lives Matter protests, and they're doing it here again, and it's working. I mean, there were thousands upon thousands of folks in the mall area throughout the last couple of hours. We saw people breaching the Capitol building a little bit earlier. There's nobody up there now. It is completely emptied, completely quiet, and DC Metro Police have managed to push everybody back with, every couple of minutes. They basically form a line and push everybody back. Since we saw the tear gas used on the Capitol steps about an hour or so ago, since then we've really seen no more tear gas or flashbangs used to push and disperse the crowd. Instead, it has been this lineup of DC Metro Police. They came in just about 30 to 45 minutes ago. We saw them come in from both sides of the Capitol and set up this lineup. And with that, the rioters and the protesters did begin to disperse. So it seems as if so far, because we're just minutes away from this curfew coming into place that so far the residents of Washington and, of course, the protesters and rioters are heeding these calls for this curfew, because so many people, it seems like, have gone for now, right? But so many of the folks that I've been speaking throughout the day have said to me, essentially, this is not the end. And they want to see change happen. So it's really just a matter of waiting and seeing, Savannah, what's coming next.
Yasmin, thank you. Be safe out there. We're about 9 minutes away from the official start of the curfew in Washington, D.C., this extraordinary measure that the mayor there has had to put into place because of the riots that we saw today at the United States Capitol. Let's go to Casey Hunt. Casey, I understand there's been an announcement of some sort at the Capitol.
That's right, Savannah. We heard over the loudspeaker something of a buzzing siren type noise, and then you could hear a loud announcement that informed everyone here of the curfew, saying that the curfew is in effect at 1800 hours. That's, of course, 6 p.m. Eastern time. All individuals must leave the U.S. Capitol complex or be subject to arrest. So we're, as we have said all day long, in the Senate office building, the Russell Senate office building, which is across the street from the U.S. Capitol. So we heard it here in Russell. Now, I'm not sure exactly how it would have been communicated to crowds outside the Capitol. Our reporters there obviously would have been the ones to hear that. But if we heard it here, that would indicate it was also broadcast throughout the Capitol system. There is an alert system that's built in here. We hear them from time to time for drills, or if there are, on occasion, there are suspicious packages that prompt an evacuation of an office building or something along those lines. But of course, this is the message that's being delivered here about 5:50 or so p.m. to everyone that's at the Capitol, that the curfew is in effect and that if they don't leave, they will be subject to arrest. So as we've been reporting, a number of different law enforcement agencies on site here, this announcement suggests to me they may be stepping up arrests as they start to try and get a handle on this situation. And Savannah, I also want to circle back to something that we've been talking about throughout the afternoon, and that is this determination to get the business of our government back underway. And I would say at this hour, I'm still texting back and forth with a number of members, both of the House and the Senate, as they try to figure out what those plans are. And I do think that we should expect that determination not to falter. I think the plans are still in the works, and I think that everyone seems to be in agreement in both houses and on both sides of the aisle that it's very clear that a message be sent to it's very clear to them that it's important that a message be sent to Americans that the government will continue to function even in the face of this. So stay tuned for more developments on that front, Savannah.
All right, Casey, thank you so much. Let's turn to Kristen Welker, our White House correspondent. Kristen, we saw the president's taped message a few moments ago. What are you hearing at the White House?
Well, Savannah, a number of White House officials, a number of former White House officials and allies to President Trump are pressuring him to, frankly, go further than he did in that taped statement that was released a short time ago, in which he reiterated those false claims of voter fraud, but did call for peace, urged his supporters not to resort to violence. But I can tell you that there is a push right now to get the president to come out and speak and to say something forceful, to make a strong statement, to essentially say, stand down. And it comes as we are hearing from some of his former officials on Twitter, Alyssa Farah, one of them, who essentially says, I am one of you to the MAGA world, as she puts it. She says, before I worked for the president, I worked for Mark Meadows, Jim Jordan, and she goes on to say, I need you to hear me. The election was not stolen. We lost. Strong statements also from Mick Mulvaney, the former chief of staff here, as well as Kellyanne Conway, one of the former top advisors to President Trump, who are essentially urging the president to come out and to make a strong statement and urging the people who stormed the Capitol to stand down. So that is the scene here. I was just speaking to a number of top officials. I can tell you they are watching these developments unfold. President Trump himself watching these developments unfold, Savannah, and it's not clear that he has any plans or any intentions to come out and speak this evening. But I can tell you that there is a somber mood here at the White House, and frankly, a number of officials have a stricken look on their face as they watch all of this unfold, of course, coming just hours after President Trump addressed a crowd of thousands thousands and essentially reiterated those false claims of fraud, tried to pressure his own Vice President, Mike Pence, to take actions that he cannot take under the law to block the election results from being counted and from announcing the winner as Joe Biden. And there is a sense that in that speech, the president was riling up his supporters. And now this is what has come from a day and weeks of a lot of energy toward trying to relitigate this election. So, Savannah, I can just tell you the pressure is mounting here on President Trump to do more.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty extraordinary to hear from former officials who were diehards who worked for the president until those last moments to say it's enough, it's over. What about Vice President Pence? Of course, he was over there at the Capitol presiding over the Senate at this time. And the last best information we had was that he was still there, that it was not safe for him to even go that short distance back to the White House. Have you heard anything about his whereabouts? Any update?
That is the latest that we know, Savannah, that, of course, he, as well as the members of Congress, the senators there, were, of course, evacuated to safer grounds at the Capitol, but that it wasn't safe for them to leave. And I would just underscore a point that Casey has made, which is that there is a determination to try to see these proceedings through to the end once it is safe to go back and try to do the business of the government to count the Electoral College votes to declare the winner of the presidential election. And so it is our understanding that that is where he continues to huddle. But it's quite remarkable what we witnessed from the vice president today, Savannah. Once these proceedings got underway, we saw the vice president, one of the president's staunchest allies, break with him really for the first time publicly, and to say that he does not believe that the Constitution gives him the authority to in any way try to block the vote count. And so breaking with the president in that very public way and making it clear to the president, making it clear to the American people that that's how he viewed his role and that is how he plan to proceed and will proceed once these proceedings get underway. And so a really stark, dramatic development there. And it's also worth noting that the Senate's top Republican, Mitch McConnell, also broke with President Trump today and said flatly that there just was not the type of massive, widespread fraud that the president is trying to suggest that there was, and that essentially the country's democracy will head toward a death spiral if elections are litigated and relitigated in this type of manner. Savannah.
All right, Kristen, stand by. Thank you so much. I want to go to Pete Williams. Pete, we are starting to see some more aggressive action on the part of law enforcement to kind of disperse the crowd. We've seen the crowd diminish. What have you learned about the decision making that's gone on in terms of how to respond to this afternoon?
Sure. Well, let me come back to that, if I may, and answer the question about the vice president first. The initial thought was, when this all happened, let's get the vice president out of here. The Secret Service, as I understand it, concluded that there really was no safe way to get him out of the building and away, so he remained there. Now he's staying there because the Senate wants to continue. At least the senators in the House want to keep going tonight, and he has to preside. He is required by the Constitution to preside. So I think the reason he's still there is that at first they didn't know what they were going to do but couldn't get him out of there. Now they want to continue with the count, so he has to stay there to preside over it. So that's the answer to that question. Now, we've gotten a lot of people that have asked us, Savannah, and I'm sure many of our viewers have wondered the same thing. Why aren't the police making arrests? These people went into the Capitol. They violated a number of different federal laws. They damaged property, they trespassed, they disrupted, they did all kinds of things. Why aren't we seeing more arrests? Now, we don't have a definitive answer to the question of whether there was a strategy or a decision made by the Capitol Police or Metro Police, who were initially on the scene, simply not to do that because they felt they were outmanned. I suspect that's it, that they just felt that their main goal was to try to preserve whatever the safety of the members first. But I think that the feeling that I've gotten from talking to other law enforcement people watching this is, yes, the people in the building were overwhelmed, weren't able to stop and start making arrests. They were severely outnumbered, and that, however, a lot of those people that were there are eventually going to be charged and may not realize this, but, you know, there's there's pictures like that, the one we're looking at right now. There are video cameras inside the building. There are all these pictures that law enforcement will be going over now and trying to identify these people and run them down and arrest them and charge them with a number of different offenses. So I think it looks odd to think that these people are simply being escorted off the grounds. And I've had law enforcement people say, I can't believe what I'm seeing, that they're not being arrested. But what we're told is charges ultimately will be filed on a lot of these people. Now, clearly, it would be a lot better if they could just arrest them on the spot. But I think the feeling was the law enforcement initially was simply outnumbered.
Well, that I think is the real point. What's really disturbing is that they weren't able to be stopped and thwarted. The chief of police in D.C. said that some of the protesters did use violence against police, but as we've observed as the afternoon has worn on, it is not exactly a surprise that this protest was going on, that there had been talk of this kind of activity. And so, there will be a lot of questions in the coming days about why there wasn't a better response. That's for another day. We're still in a crisis right here. This is the nation's capital on an evening like no other, where protesters were able to breach the security as Congress met in a joint session to perform one of its most sacred constitutional duties, to certify electors, to ensure the peaceful transfer of power to a new president. And instead, what we saw was rioters breach the gates, come through the building, make it onto the Senate floor, the House floor, stroll through Statuary Hall as though they were on a visitor's tour. Congress stopped. The members of Congress evacuated. They are still in a secure location. So as we hit 6 o'clock on the East Coast, there is a curfew going into effect on the streets of Washington, D.C., as law enforcement tries to catch up and get this situation under control. We've heard from the president-elect and we've heard from President Trump. And we now turn to Leon Panetta, who, of course, is the former defense secretary under the Obama administration, a former White House chief of staff going back to the Clinton administration, and a former congressman who knows that building well. Secretary Panetta, I guess just before we get into the security measures, I just want your gut, how you feel at this hour, seeing the images that we've all been watching.
Savannah, the scenes that I've seen today are the most disturbing events that I've seen in my entire public life. I never expected to see rioters take over the Capitol of the United States, stop our democracy from functioning, and basically undermine the very form of government that depends on both order and freedom. And to see that happen is something I thought I would never see in my lifetime.
And the business of the Congress must go on. We're told from our reporting from inside the room that senators and members of Congress are very focused, almost defiant in their feeling that they have an obligation to go on and continue this work, even if it goes late into tonight. What do you know about, without giving away anything, what do you know about the plans that would have been in place for something like this? I mean, I talked about it a little bit with Secretary Napolitano earlier in our coverage, saying, I'm sure you had plans on the shelf for an attack on our Congress. You probably didn't imagine that it would come from inside, from Americans, from our very own people.
Well, as you may know, I signed a letter with all 10 of the former living defense secretaries that raised the concern about the possibility that something like this might raise the issue of using the military in order to change the results of an election. And we cautioned against that. But it was clear at the time that there are those that were going to conduct this kind of protest. The president obviously was saying things to incite what we saw today. Everybody knew that, in fact, something like this was very possible. And I'm a little surprised, very frankly, that sufficient steps were not taken to secure the Capitol and to make sure that something like this did not happen.
And Secretary Panetta, just bring you up to date because the president tweeted about 7 minutes ago, and this is what he said. These are the things and events that happen when a sacred landslide election victory is so unceremoniously and viciously stripped away from great patriots who have been badly and unfairly treated for so long. Go home with love and in peace. Remember this day forever. How does that statement strike you?
It strikes me as not only irresponsible, but undermining the very role that he should be playing as President of the United States, which is to make very clear that this kind of behavior is unacceptable, that it violates every principle of law and order that he said he stands for, and further undermines the very democracy that he has sworn to uphold as President of the United States. What he's saying is not helpful to the law enforcement people that are there now, trying to make sure that they clear the Capitol and allow it to get back to the business of our democracy. It only goes to show that ultimately, as he leaves office, he will bear responsibility for what we saw today.
Secretary Panetta, is this a turning point? I mean, after everything that's transpired and, you know, things that have happened that have never happened before, and life just seems to go on as usual. But this is different. Do you feel that this will be a turning point in which members of Congress, your former colleagues, Republicans and Democrats stand up and say, enough is enough? Or is this just going to be just another day in the Trump administration?
Well, I don't think this can be passed off as just another day. What we saw happen to the Capitol of the United States, and what we saw happen in terms of the interruption of our system of government is a serious event. And I worry that if we don't take steps to come together and govern this country, that the scenes we saw today will inspire others to take advantage of the situation. This is a serious moment in our history, and we ought not to just excuse it as just somehow, some kind of protest. A line was crossed today, and that line represents whether or not our democracy is going to function in the future or whether it's going to be held under siege in the future. And the leadership of this country will determine the answer to that question.
And Secretary Panetta, before I let you go, you're the former CIA director, your former Defense Department, the Secretary of Defense. When you think about our adversaries around the world, watching these scenes, what goes through your mind?
It's a terrible message that's going out because our adversaries will see what we have seen today and just sense it as another sign of weakness on the part of the United States. And I worry that because of those scenes, that our adversaries will use that to take advantage of the United States. This is not a good moment in terms of the image of the United States and the values that we represent. It's a moment where we are very vulnerable to those that want to undermine our democracy.
Secretary Panetta, thank you for your time, sir. We appreciate it. I want to turn to our correspondent, Yasmin Vsugian, who's on the grounds of the Capitol, and we're seeing in the images on your screen that we are starting to see more law enforcement activity. This curfew in Washington, D.C. has been underway for about 10 minutes now. Yasmin, what changes have you witnessed?
Yeah, so Savannah, we walked east to west. We were on the east side when I was talking to you a little bit earlier, and then we walked all the way to the west side of the Capitol. And there's about 3 to 4 separate police lines in trying to disperse the crowd. If you'd asked me 2 hours ago if by 6 p.m. the thousands of people that were here would have been dispersed, I would not have necessarily believed you. But now, 2 hours later, at 6 p.m., there's literally almost nobody here at this point. I mean, yeah, you are seeing a lot of folks still out here and still seeing the police presence, as you can see pushing us back away from the perimeter of the Capitol, but we're already off the Capitol Hill front lawn. And then just a little bit earlier, before you came to me, I saw about 25 or so FBI guys walking into the area. Sorry, we just want to make sure that we get out of the way and we're not getting in the way of any of the police activity to make sure they're able to get their jobs done. Obviously, we want to make sure that's the number one priority here, so I'm stepping away a little bit. But these guys, the DC Metro Police, still pushing folks back, wanting everybody here to heed with the 6 p.m. curfew that's now in place in the city, Savannah. And as I mentioned, the FBI, watch out for the bike behind you, the FBI now on site in front of the Capitol building on a day in which, you know, is usually pro forma during an election season, just 2 weeks away from when President-elect Joe Biden will be inaugurated at this very site. And I just want to mention one other note here, Savannah, that I've mentioned throughout the day, but the Capitol was set up for the inauguration already. When we arrived here earlier today, you saw bleachers on both sides of the Capitol. You saw the inauguration balcony in which President-elect Joe Biden on January 20th will walk out and be sworn in as the next president of the United States. Today, that setup, the area in which they have put in place for that inauguration on January 20th, was filled with rioters and protesters. And it was a sight that I don't think any of us could have imagined that we would see. And again, the police trying to push folks back, make sure that protesters, rioters, folks that are here are behind the line, Savannah. So I'll send it back to you for now. But again, there's definitely some more police presence at this point to make sure that the citizens and the folks in this area are abiding by the 6 p.m. curfew, Savannah.
Yeah, this is very much an unfolding situation. Yasmin, you're brave, and we're grateful for you being there as this law enforcement starts to move in and enforce this 6 o'clock curfew and try to get this situation under control. And as we speak, you look at the United States Capitol on this night, you have members of Congress, senators and Congress members who are sheltered in place, locked down, unable to leave, unable to perform their constitutional duties because of a throng of protesters turned rioters who breached the grounds of the Capitol and stopped democracy. But if I have Casey Hunt with me, they have not stopped it, they have paused it, because there is very much a feeling on Capitol Hill from our sources in the room, where some senators are gathered in the same room watching this coverage, some members of Congress gathered together watching this same coverage. There's a feeling, a defiant feeling, that the business of this country will be done, even at nightfall, no matter what it takes. Andrea Mitchell, you are a longtime correspondent in Washington. It goes without saying that there has never been a night like this. What are your sources telling you about what happens next and whether this sacred duty can be performed by the United States Congress under these circumstances?
Well, I just got a text from Congresswoman Debbie Dingell from Michigan, and you know how long she has been not only in the Hill, but of course before her, her late husband, John Dingell, was the longest-serving member of Congress when he retired, and she then replaced him in the House. And she says, this has been a total nightmare. I was on the floor. I hear the gunshots, smell the tear gas, and I will be damned if he will keep us from doing our job. We will go back and do it tonight. I asked, are you doing it tonight? Does it have to be done on the House floor or in the safe location where we know they are together, they are safe? And she says, it will be done on the House floor. And I said, is this reportable and can I attribute it to you? And she said, yes. So that is the defiance from a member of Congress, notably from Michigan, which of course has seen the protests storming the Capitol there, the State House. She's very close to Governor Whitmer there, and we know the threats there that the governor has endured. And there is a strong Michigan contingent, we've been told by law enforcement, to some of the groups who are here today. In any case, the defiance of Debbie Dingell, who has a very good check on the pulse of her fellow Democratic caucus members is, I think, very, very widespread. We heard this earlier from the senators, according to Pete Williams, who was reporting that they also want to get this done tonight. And I think they're going to try to do it no matter how late they stay up. And as you well know, I covered the Hill. When they have deadlines and they have big business to do at the end of a session, they do stay all night. Health care was passed at 2 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, and law enforcement seems to be attempting to clear the deck so that that can take place. We'll keep an eye on that. Keep working your sources, Andrea. I want to turn to Republican Congressman Markwayne Mullin of Oklahoma, who is still at the Capitol and locked down in his office. Sir, first of all, I'm glad to see that you're okay and you're able to call in. What was your experience today?
Well, first of all, there wasn't any shots that was fired in the House chamber. I know guns were drawn. I was right there when they broke the glass. It did sound like gunshots, and for those that haven't heard it, and which I'm glad a lot of people haven't heard gunshots like that, unfortunately I have. I recognized it immediately, and there was definitely tear gas, but the tear gas was in the rotunda, nothing biased. Listen, it was very tense. It should have never happened at all, but our Capitol Police and the Sergeant at Arms, law enforcement, did a phenomenal job showing restraint and actually keeping the members safe. These guys have families too, and they did their best to protect us. They were strongly outnumbered, which is why I stood there with them, and we made sure that the chamber was completely clear. The members got out, the staff got out, and at the end of the day, the protesters were completely, and I actually want to use the word agitators. The agitators were completely out of line.
Yeah, and Congressman, I mean, you're a Republican, you're a Trump supporter, and as I understand it, and correct me if I'm wrong, you were someone who was wanting to object to certifying the elector. So we know where you stand politically. This, it seems to me, is a different issue. You're talking about people breaking the law, coming into the United States Congress, and stopping the business of America. Do you feel that what the president said today to those protesters in his tweet and in his video message, is it enough, or do you think that he's still in some way fanning the flames by contending that it's a stolen election?
Listen, people are responsible for their own behavior, first and foremost. You can't blame this on the president or anybody else. You're responsible for your own behavior, full stop. And the president told him to go home, and even he said, I love him. And people are trying to criticize him for saying he loved them, but I wake up every single morning and I say, love the people, love the call. And I love these guys too. That doesn't mean I condone what they did. I went and I talked to a whole bunch of law enforcement that they have a triage center set in the basement of one of our office buildings, and if I said there was 25 or 50 of them, I'd probably be underestimating. And I shook every one of their hands. I told them thank you. Every one of these guys have families. Every one of these guys, or for the most of them, had families. Most of them were married with kids, and they were shaken up. They were shooken up quite a bit. One young man, unfortunately, is probably going to lose his eye, and because he got hit with some object. And I asked him. I said, what happened? And every one of them told me the same thing. Said these separated from the protesters. These guys had evil in their eyes when they came after us. The rest of the protesters continued on their way. These guys broke away. They were there as agitators. And when they started breaking the glass out, I even confronted them at the door, and I said, guys, because I started yelling, don't shoot, don't shoot. And I hollered at the guys at the other side. I said, you almost got shot. You almost got shot. Are you serious? Are you willing to do this? And most of them calmed down a little bit. One of them, he was the agitator. He was the one that was probably the one that got most of them stirred up. Of course, he kept running his mouth, and he's just unreasonable. He's one of the guys you can't be unreasonable, or you can't reason with. But we're all, at the end of the day, we have the right to protest, but we don't have the right to destroy public or private property. We don't have the right to go this far. And you should feel strong and be willing to stand your ground for what you believe in. And I believe you have the right to do that. But this is not the America. I've seen this overseas. This is not what we do inside the United States, and this went too far.
Yeah, no question about it. The pictures tell the story. I mean, when you think about now, many of your colleagues have said and communicated that they want to see this process go forward. They want the Congress to perform its duty.
Agreed.
As mentioned, you were one who was going to object to the electors. Is there anything about what has transpired today that makes you reassess that? Not because of perhaps the substance, I mean, whatever your reasons were, those haven't changed, but just because of the tenor and the powder keg that has been unleashed. And, people can can lay blame where they want to lay blame. But is there anything about what has transpired that makes you think, you know what, it's time to get on with it? Our position has been known, but this country needs to get on with the peaceful transition.
You know, we're still having the conversation, and I still feel very strongly about our stance. I still believe that there's some real questions about the constitutional authority, about some changes that happened in some of the states. No question about that. And so there's still going to be some electoral votes that are contested too. We do have to get on with our work, but the demeanor to which we present the findings may change. We're still discussing that. We're actually having open discussions among all of us, among both sides right now. But we will move forward with the process. And at the end of the day, this is to make sure that we do have fair and balanced elections, that we have elections moving forward. So anytime we have future elections, what separated us from other democracies is people had faith and they believed in their vote and their election and they were fair. And that belief isn't there. But what happened today, what transpired today, is no excuse for that. There is no excuse for what happened today, zero. And as I said, there was a lot of peaceful protesters. A lot of them came in from Oklahoma that I knew, and they're all headed home. They weren't part of this. This was a separate group. These were agitators that came there to make as much destruction as possible.
You know, and it's one of those things because you can have, I mean, politics is all about passion and passion for what you believe. Sure. And I always say, you know, if you're not protesting, I mean, that's what America's all about. People fought and died for that right.
Right.
But when
that's the First Amendment, that's what it's all about.
Absolutely. But when you fan the flames, you know, sometimes you can unleash an element that isn't responsible, that are rioters and agitators. And I guess that's kind of where I'm asking you, you know, whether you feel that there has been rhetoric that's irresponsible, that
there's been rhetoric irresponsible
this.
On both sides. The rhetoric's been irresponsible for both sides. We've seen it from both sides. I mean, there's been some really, really big flames that were flamed, that was fanned before President Trump even got into office. Before he was even sworn into office, there was a lot of it going on. We've seen these protests going on, and it's been bubbling. It hasn't been from our side, and that's why I said I have a hard time believing these are actual true Trump supporters, because you haven't seen this from Trump supporters. Trump supporters have been out there too. They've been on the streets. They've been to rallies. They've had conflict with Antifa and the other groups, and it has never went to this point. This is the first time we've ever seen it go to this point. And as I said before, it doesn't make any difference who's fanning the flames. At the end of the day, we are all responsible for our own actions. And the way you choose to act is you should be held responsible for. And I hope everybody that came in there is held responsible, because a lot of people's lives have changed. There's a lot of law enforcement, a lot of Capitol Police and D.C. Police and Sergeant of Arms that came to work today that's going to go home a little bit different. There's a young lady that died because she stormed through the door and an officer had to make a split decision and had to shoot her. And guess what? Their families' lives have changed. His life has got changed because the first time you discharge a weapon, it changes you. It changes you, and it changes you forever. Yeah. And unfortunately, there's some people out there that's lost a loved one too, a daughter, a mother. I don't know how old she was, but there's a family that's going to grieve tonight because of what got out of hand. Yeah. And it should have never ever got to this point. This is a dark day for all of us, and I hope we can all take a deep breath and learn something from this. But we still need to be passionate. You have a right to be passionate about what you believe politically, but we can debate in a better manner than this.
We can. We're better than this. Congressman Mullen, we're glad you're safe. Thank you for your time this evening, sir. Be safe and keep us posted on the plans as Congress tries to get about the business of the American people. And let me turn to Kristen Welker. Kristen, I don't know if we've caught up since the president issued his last tweet. What was the thinking behind that? What are you hearing from the senior officials inside the White House tonight?
Well, Savannah, the tweet comes after a number of senior officials here have been pushing him to go further than that video statement that he released earlier today, when he again reiterated the false claims of voter fraud, but did urge these protesters, the mob that gathered outside the Capitol, to be peaceful, not to engage in any violence. And so this tweet seems to be the opposite of what some of his top officials were urging him to do, which was to come out and make make a statement point blank and say, stand down. This tweet does what he did at the rally, which is to reiterate those false claims, saying, remember this day forever. It is worth noting it has now been flagged by Twitter saying that it could incite more violence. So that is the backdrop against which we are seeing that tweet come out. So I would anticipate, Savannah, that you are going to continue behind the scenes here to have a number of his top aides try to push him to say more and, quite frankly, to do more. I can tell you that the world is watching. In fact, we're just seeing a tweet come out from Justin Trudeau, the Canadian Prime Minister, who says Canadians are deeply disturbed and saddened by the attack on democracy in the United States, our closest ally and neighbor. So people are watching what is happening as it unfolds here, Savannah, and frankly cannot believe what they are seeing unfold in the nation's capital here in the United States. Now, let me just take a step back and give you a sense of the thinking as this day began. I spoke with a number of top officials who said, look, they saw this as the president and his supporters' last stand, what was going to happen inside the halls of Congress, to air that debate and the dispute that they felt needed to be had about the electoral vote count. They wanted to try to convince President Trump that this was, in fact, his last stand. And the hope was that after today, he would be able to move forward. There wasn't a whole lot of optimism that he would essentially abandon his rhetoric, but that supporters would feel as though at least the debate had been had in the halls of Congress. But White House officials acknowledging privately, look, he has lost, and that ultimately he's going to have to acknowledge that. Savannah.
All right, and we just got a statement from Senator Romney that was posted, and let me just read a little part of it. He said, what happened at the U.S. Capitol today was an insurrection incited by the President of the United States. Those who choose to continue to support his dangerous gambit by objecting to the results of a legitimate democratic election will forever be seen as being complicit in an unprecedented attack against our democracy. The statement of Senator Mitt Romney earlier today. And you can just imagine behind closed doors, those senators that are sheltering in place together, senators who disagree and have found themselves in this situation. You can imagine the conversations that might be going on there. And Casey Hunt, our Capitol Hill correspondent, the more pressing conversation is what's next? How can they continue this work that was supposed to take place January 6th, the certifying of the electoral vote? Can it continue tonight? Will it continue tonight?
The short answer, Savannah, is that members are determined that it will. The logistics of this are still being finalized because obviously we've never been in this situation before, but this has been the focus of the conversations. There's an expectation that they may be able to get back into the Senate chamber sooner rather than later. There's a push from Republican leadership, Mitch McConnell, to do that, to show that they will not be cowed by what happened today, by people invading the U.S. Capitol in what both Mitt Romney and the former President George W. Bush called an insurrection. That's a pretty specific choice of words from those two top Republicans, obviously not supporters of President Trump based on all of this. But there is that determination to make this happen. Now, it's possible it won't actually be on the Senate floor. We obviously are dealing with the security situation there, sweeping all of the nooks and crannies there, all of the people that were in here. It takes time, and obviously no one wants to go into an unsafe situation. So there have been some different discussions of how to make this happen. But I think certainly the people that I am texting with, talking to, are confident they're going to find some way to demonstrate to the American people that the business of the Congress is going to go on, even in spite of all of this. Savannah.
Casey Hunt, thank you so much. Our coverage continues as we look at Washington, D.C. tonight. On a night like no other, the United States Capitol is locked down. Protesters stormed the building today, stopping the business of Congress at a critical moment, the moment when under the Constitution they're to certify the electoral votes of the election and ensure the peaceful transfer of power. We are going to turn over our coverage. NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt just ahead. Stay with NBC as we continue to cover this breaking story throughout the night.
This is an NBC News special report. And breaking news tonight, the deadly siege on Congress as an angry pro-Trump mob storms the U.S. Capitol. We've seen shocking images of chaos, rioters rushing past barricades and police up the Capitol steps, forcing their way inside. Both the House and the Senate evacuated. Lawmakers moved to safe locations. The invaders roaming the abandoned Senate floor, one hanging from the balcony. Police with guns drawn inside the House. The violence erupting, one woman fatally shot outside the Capitol, improvised explosive devices found, several people injured, offices vandalized, windows smashed. The National Guard called in to quell the unrest, with that city now under curfew. The breach abruptly halting a joint session of Congress just as Republicans launched a last-ditch effort to overturn President-elect Biden's victory in the Electoral College. This unrest breaking out just after President Trump spoke at a rally near the White House, stoking the crowd by falsely claiming he won the election. Later, in a taped message, the president still baselessly saying the election was stolen, but telling rioters to go home. All of it coming just as Democrats win control of the Senate after the historic election in Georgia. A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage. I want to welcome you back to NBC News coverage of the siege at the U.S. Capitol. Right now, police in Washington enforcing a curfew, driving rioters from the streets and Capitol grounds after securing the inside from those pro-Trump intruders who occupied the Capitol for several hours. Officials telling us a short time ago that one person shot inside the Capitol by law enforcement has died. All this taking place as the House and Senate met to formally count the certified electoral ballots that will make Joe Biden the next president. Our Casey Hunt is on Capitol Hill. Casey, bring us up to date.
Lester, just absolutely stunning images today here at the Capitol as protesters overran the Capitol and multiple law enforcement agencies had to be called in after a number of them not only breached the building, but breached the very floor of the House and of the Senate as they were conducting this business of trying to count the Electoral College votes, normally a very straightforward process that only takes about a half an hour, that would name Joe Biden as president-elect. This, of course, occurring after President Trump held a rally with tens of thousands of people outside of the White House. And the images inside the building were pretty unreal. There were protesters that were on the walls of the Capitol, as well as gunshots at one point. Watch. Tonight, stunning images as rioters supporting President Trump overrun the Capitol, scuffling with police. On the floor of the House, officers with guns drawn, with protesters just outside the door. Here you see rioters trying to break down a door, and you hear a gunshot. Over in the Senate, protesters breaching what's supposed to be the highly secure Senate floor, abruptly stopping the counting of electoral votes. Some taking photos on the Senate dais, others shouting and pushing past officers to get inside. Elsewhere, this man sitting with his feet up behind a desk in Speaker Nancy Pelosi's office. Police placing the Capitol on lockdown.
A riot was declared. It was clear that the crowd was intent on causing harm to our officers by deploying chemical irritants on police.
Members of Congress rushing to take shelter, some wearing gas masks.
We were just told that there has been tear gas in the rotunda, and we're being instructed to each of us get gas masks that are under our seats.
It began just after that massive pro-Trump rally. Tens of thousands gathering near the White House to protest the expected declaration of Joe Biden's Electoral College victory.
There is the American flag, and beneath it, these crowds of people now who have stormed, trying to make their wishes known.
The group then marching to the Capitol, many just standing on the steps outside, others wandering in the rotunda, some scaling down the building. At one point, an armed standoff. Police say one person was shot. Democratic Congresswoman Abigail Spanberger describing to us how she got out of the building.
There were people banging on the doors of the floor of the House of Representatives. It took multiple efforts for us to be able to make our way safely and then depart the Capitol. It's deeply, deeply disturbing what we saw at the U.S. Capitol today.
Top House Republican Kevin McCarthy condemning what he was seeing.
This is so un-American. I condemn any of this violence. This is not the American way. This is not protected by the First Amendment. This must stop now.
Multiple Democratic and Republican lawmakers urged President Trump to appear on camera to tell the protesters to leave. Instead, he later tweeted, "I'm asking for everyone at the U.S. Capitol to remain peaceful, no violence. Remember, we are the party of law and order. Respect the law and our great men and women in blue." The president-elect then imploring President Trump to speak.
At their best, the words of a president can inspire. At their worst, they can incite. And therefore, I call on President Trump to go on national television now to fulfill his oath and defend the Constitution and demand an end to this siege.
By about 4:15 this afternoon, this message from the White House.
This was a fraudulent election, but we can't play into the hands of these people. We have to have peace. So go home. We love you.
And Casey, that statement not going far enough for many on Capitol Hill tonight.
That's right, Lester. Many Republicans urging the president to go farther in trying to ensure calm, to calm this situation down and to make it easier to have a peaceful transfer of power to Joe Biden. Lester.
All right. Casey Hunt, thank you. And one of those caught in today's assault was Congressman Mike Gallagher, a Wisconsin Republican. He joins us tonight on the phone. First of all, Congressman, are you someplace safe and well?
I am. Yeah, we're kind of sheltering in place here, but I honestly never thought I'd be barricading the doors and watching what I saw happen today in the U.S. Capitol.
Yeah, I mean, some of the images are stunning, and you saw them firsthand. Can you walk us through what happened? I know the Senate and House had split apart for the purposes of debating some objections. When did you realize something was amiss?
Well, it was almost simultaneous with the debate over the certification of Arizona's electors when the protesters started to gather at the foot of the Capitol, and things quickly descended into violence. You know, you heard multiple flashbangs being deployed, which was presumably the Capitol Police trying to get the protesters to back off. The protesters were violently clashing with the police. Earlier in the day, one of the buildings have been evacuated when protesters breached the perimeter, and then somehow they breached the security perimeter of the Capitol itself, and they started breaking down windows, running amok in Statuary Hall, eventually got onto the Senate floor and the House floor, and then, you know, the vice president was evacuated by Secret Service, and then someone was shot, and it's my understanding that that person has died. I mean, that is the cost of what has happened today. I mean, someone died in the United States Capitol, in America today. I mean, this is unacceptable. And I think, if nothing else, the objectors need to stop playing this dangerous game. We need to reconvene tonight when order is restored. The objectors need to stand down. We need to certify the results of the election. And Donald Trump is ultimately going to have to concede. That's the only way we avoid stuff like this in the future. As a Republican, it bums me out that we lost the presidential election, but such is life. When you lose, you take a second, you look in the mirror, and you figure out how you can do better next time, and that's what we need to do as a party right now.
So, Congressman, it appears they have secured the Capitol now, but that doesn't change the belief in the people we're seeing here that this election was somehow stolen, and the president probably didn't help things today by his remarks. So where does that leave us tomorrow and the next day?
Well, I think the prudent move, once we all say it together that the election's over and we support the peaceful transition of power, is to not dismiss the concerns of election fraud that we've seen in multiple states. I think many states, including my home state of Wisconsin, need their state legislatures to do a version of what Florida did after the 2000 election. There were certainly changes that were made at the last second in the midst of the pandemic, and we've had a massive increase in absentee balloting. And I think it's fair for the legislatures to take a step back and say, here's what worked, here's what didn't work, and here's how we can give our citizens confidence in the integrity of the election. But that's a separate question than the question of whether Congress should or even has the authority to overturn the results of the state election. I mean, I don't see a reading of that anywhere in the Constitution. That is a recipe for chaos. It's certainly not a conservative reading of the Constitution. It's a highly progressive one. And I just don't believe the federal government should have that power. That power belongs to the states and to the people.
Congressman Mike Gallagher, we're glad you're well. Thank you for spending a few minutes with us. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
As you heard, all this happened as Congress was in the middle of certifying, not actually certifying, the votes have been certified, but they were counting the Electoral College vote for President-elect Joe Biden and debating objections to that vote. Let's get more on that from NBC's Kristen Welker.
Those stunning images of a mob storming the Capitol followed another extraordinary moment.
Madam Speaker and members of Congress.
Vice President Mike Pence presiding over the special session of Congress in which the electoral votes are counted and the winner of the presidential election declared. And for the first time, Pence publicly breaking with the president.
Are you going to overturn the election results today?
Refusing the president's demands that he unlawfully overturn electoral votes for Biden. Pence releasing a letter saying, "My oath to support and defend the Constitution constrains me from claiming unilateral authority to determine which electoral votes should be counted and which should not." That letter released just minutes after President Trump called out Pence multiple times.
Mike Pence is going to have to come through for us.
At a massive rally across from the White House.
So I hope Mike has the courage to do what he has to do. And I hope he doesn't listen to the rhinos and the stupid people that he's listening to.
Later tweeting Pence didn't have the courage to do what should have been done. Today, again, pushing false claims of widespread fraud.
We will never give up. We will never concede. It doesn't happen. You don't concede when there's theft involved.
And today, for the first time, the top Senate Republican Mitch McConnell blasting the president and those rejecting Joe Biden's Electoral College win.
If this election were overturned by mere allegations from the losing side, our democracy would enter a death spiral.
Still, at least 13 Republican senators and dozens of House Republicans were poised to raise objections to the results in at least 6 states unless a commission is created to audit the election.
What does it say to the nearly half the country that believes this election was rigged if we vote not even to consider the claims of illegality and fraud in this election?
But shortly after the debate began, those protesters started storming in. And shortly after that moment, all the debate ended. They were going alphabetically through the states and never made it past Arizona. Lester.
Kristen, we're hearing that some in the White House are now asking the president to make a more forceful statement. What can you tell us about that?
Well, that's absolutely right, Lester. I can tell you that some top White House staff are urging the president to respond strongly to what transpired today. Now, officials don't know if he's actually going to say anything else or issue a more forceful statement. And some Trump allies outside the White House are frustrated with his reluctance to do so. They had wanted him to go further in his remarks and to say something live, not what he released on tape. But the president is hesitant to aggressively push back against his own supporters.
All right.
Lester.
Kristen Welker at the White House. Thank you. President-elect Joe Biden forcefully condemned today's assault. He called on President Trump to step up and demand an end to the siege. Our Jeff Bennett joins us now. Jeff, what else did Mr. Biden have to say?
Hey, Lester, the president-elect condemned the actions of the rioters as an insurrection, saying their behavior bordered on sedition. He also called out President Trump for inciting the violence, and Biden also talked about the challenges ahead. Take a look.
The work of the moment and the work of the next 4 years must be the restoration of democracy, of decency, honor, respect, the rule of law, just plain, simple decency.
Now, in recent weeks, we've seen Joe Biden increasingly step into this apparent leadership void, delivering addresses to the nation about the pandemic, about the tough economy, and now this crisis in our democracy. And asked by reporters, Biden said he wasn't concerned about his own safety, his own security, or even his own inauguration, which is set to happen at the U.S. Capitol outside in 2 weeks' time. Lester.
Yeah, a lot of conversation about that in light of what has happened here. All right, Jeff, thank you. And we noted that curfew now underway in Washington. Police have been working to disperse the rioters from the Capitol and the area. Gabe Gutierrez is on the ground for us there. Gabe, what's the latest? Are people beginning to move along and disperse?
Lester, it's an extremely eerie scene out here
out in front of the Capitol. Earlier, there was all this chaos. Now it is extremely quiet. As we were coming here a short time ago, driving through this area and walking through this area, we heard loudspeakers blaring that a curfew was in effect. A great deal of National Guard members were also here, and they were also on very high alert. Lester, it's incredible to see the Capitol just like this as night falls. The question will be, will there be more protesters that stick around? But at this point, I can tell you, as you can see from the street behind me, people have emptied out. There doesn't appear to be a lot of protesters here remaining. But it was incredible to witness this earlier today. Lester, I've covered an incredible amount of protests over the last few months, past few years, and to see these protesters breach the Capitol. I spoke by phone, and as I was making my way here, to a Republican congressman who was negotiating with some of these rioters inside the Capitol as they were trying to make their way in. He said it was just an incredible sight, un-American, and so many people around the country right now are asking, how could this happen? How could these rioters be allowed to breach the walls of the United States Capitol? But again, right now, a curfew is in effect and the streets are quiet. Lester?
All right, Gabe, thank you very much. Let's turn to Republican Congressman Mark Wayne Mullen of Oklahoma. He's on the phone as well. Congressman, thank you for being well. I assume that you're someplace now safe?
Yes, sir. We're all in good standings.
As we noted, the Senate and House had split apart to begin dealing with some of these objections. You yourself have objected to some of the state certifications. Will that process now end as the approval of the vote resumes?
You know, I think you probably hear a different tone from both sides. We should be. I mean, why everybody is responsible for their own actions. We can also learn to debate better than this. And at the end of the day, we still have a constitutional authority with the electoral vote for January 6th. And so as soon as the perimeter is secure, I believe we'll be going back to work.
Will you drop your objections?
No, the objection is still there. To contest the electoral vote is still my constitutional authority and my obligation. And so to contest it is something I feel very strongly about. It's not political. It's something I feel like is my constitutional authority to do so. And so we will do that, but we can do it in a more civilized manner. And I think that goes for all of us. Listen, a lot of the rhetoric that's been given from both sides over the last 5 years as why everybody is responsible for their own actions. It's bubbled to this point, and this should have never happened. This is a dark day, and this kind of action is not acceptable from anybody. I don't care what your reason is. This is never acceptable.
Do you think your actions, those of others who have challenged these electoral votes, in some way help fuel what played out today?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. And I don't mean to be disrespectful. That's almost ridiculous because we've heard both sides have real bad rhetoric for 5 years. We've seen protests going on for 5 years. And to be quite honest, we've never seen this from Trump supporters before. They've been out there. They've confronted. They've had interactions with Antifa and other groups before. We've had Trump rallies. We've seen them have rallies before. And we've never seen violence. We've never seen this before, not from Trump supporters. And so I wouldn't even call this really protesters. There was agonizers that went into the protesters. I had the opportunity to go and visit with a lot of our men and women that stood guard, that were putting their life on the line to make sure that members and staff gets to go home safe at some point. And they have families too. And I went down to the triage center, and there may have been 25 or 50 of them, I don't know, but they were bloody and bruised, and one young man I'm sure is going to lose his eye. And they were shaken up. And I asked them what happened, and they said there was a group that broke away from the protesters, and they had evil in their eyes. These weren't just your normal protesters; they had evil in their eyes, and there wasn't just one or two or three of them that said that to me. There was multiple ones that I talked to, but at the end of the day, we are all responsible for our own actions, regardless. We're responsible for our behavior, and I think President Trump did a good job by telling them to go home, and then he even told them that he loved them, and a lot of people want to make a big deal about that. But listen, every morning I wake up and I say, "Love the people, love the call." I love these people too, but what they did today was inexcusable, and unfortunately, even a young lady lost her life because of it. And there's two lives that changed there. The officer that discharged his weapon. I don't care who you are. The first time you discharge your weapon, it takes a part of you, and there's going to be. And so his life has been changed. And there's some people that love that young lady. I don't know her age, but I know she had to have family, and there's a family that's broken today because our behavior got out of line, and we are better than that. We don't do that.
Congressman Mullen, we're glad you're safe. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Bye.
The world is watching as these chaotic scenes play out. A number of world leaders calling on President Trump to condemn the violence. Richard Engel is in London with a global reaction. Richard, it was fascinating to hear some of the things coming from overseas, the kind of things that have come from this country and other times.
Well, by now, Lester, there have been dozens of reactions from world leaders, and they have been condemning what has happened. There have been expressions of shock, expressions of horror, and they are all saying that this was an attack on democracy. Here in the UK, Prime Minister Boris Johnson tweeted out that it is now vital that there should be a peaceful and orderly transfer of power. Germany's foreign minister said the enemies of democracy will be pleased at these unbearable images. The leader of the Secretary General of NATO.
And they're the two who raised issues about specific states that we haven't already heard about yet. Hawley, remember, earlier this week said that his specific objection was going to be about the state of Pennsylvania. And Ron Johnson of Wisconsin has indicated that he would object to the results in his home state. I ran into Johnson in the basement of the Capitol a little while ago. I asked him if he would continue this objection. He said they were going to talk about it. He would not be more specific. Interestingly enough, he said both he and President Trump, in his view, bear no responsibility for the violence that happened here today. I'll leave it for others to debate that. But remember, of the key people here in this mix of continuing to object, Ted Cruz has already spoken about this Arizona objection. He's not allowed to speak again in this 2-hour period. So if we hear from Hawley or if we hear from Ron Johnson and they also withdraw their objections, that could tell us that this would be potentially the last of these objections tonight, that the fire had entirely gone out from the Senate side effort to continue this fight. I think we know that there are House members who want to continue objecting, but they just can't do it on their own. And as we're all watching here, I think that the Senate seems to be backing away from making this an all-night losing fight to object to this count.
And so if they resume to the normal order of things, then this vote could come very quickly.
Yeah, but that's potentially right. I mean, normally speaking, this electoral count takes less than half an hour. So we'll see the resumption of the House debate. I think they have more than an hour of debate time yet that they can still use. They don't have to. But then when we get back into the joint session, they'll continue going through states like we started to see with Alabama and Alaska hours ago today. I think the next state up alphabetically would be Georgia. And if no one objects to that, I think, or no senator, I should say, objects to that, that might tell us that we're in for a shorter night. I think that would be kind of the cue here as we get a few states back into the normal counting process.
And Savannah, we don't want to give the sense that there's a huge critical nature to this vote. It's a foregone conclusion. There's nothing standing between now and January 20th to keep Joe Biden from becoming the next president.
It's a really good point. And even if the objections had been mounted today, just as the Republicans had hoped and planned, it still would not have amounted to casting into question that Joe Biden was elected, because there weren't going to be enough votes to do anything to cause that to be called into question.
Much of this, as some have described, as theater.
Absolutely theater, and Republicans who are worried about being primaried, facing a primary challenge, if they in any way defy the president, who want to show their loyalty or their bona fides, I'm a Trump supporter all the way, who are facing re-election in 2 years. Many of them were those who lined up, those who want to run for president in 4 years and want to claim the Trump mantle. Those were the senators who we saw saying, okay, we want to mount an objection to the Electoral College. It's not something that's done all that often, and many Republicans have been pointing out in previous days that, Senator Barbara Boxer had done it on the Democratic side in past elections. So it's not unprecedented, but the short answer, as you point out, it wasn't going to make a bit of difference no matter what. None of it was going to.
So this is certainly an object of fascination, especially given today's events, but at the end of the day, nothing is going to change on the road between now and January 20th. I want to go to Meet the Press moderator Chuck Todd, who's back with us. Chuck, what do you got?
Well, I think the question is, are we going to see a similar reaction and response with the House Republicans? That, and that's where I have, where it looks like the Senate and the dozen or the nearly dozen senators who wanted to do this are in a bit of a retreat mode. On the House Republican side, that'll be interesting to see, because if you were to look at where in Washington is the president's base, it's the House Republicans. They're loyal to him, and they really believe it, right? Like a Ted Cruz is rhetorically loyal to the president. Lindsey Graham is rhetorically loyal, right? It was of political convenience. They ran against him. They didn't like him. They called him pathological liars, and then they decided they had to appease him and hang around him. Not so with many of these House Republicans. And more importantly, they, thanks to gerrymandering, in many ways, the minority of House Republicans represent basically the entirety of the Trump base. And so, as much as we think that maybe cooler heads are prevailing in the Senate, let's not make any assumptions about what we might see in the House.
Why don't we dip in a little bit here at some of the debate underway?
Future generations. We must restore faith and confidence in one of our republic's most hallowed patriotic duties, voting. There is no question our U.S. Constitution empowers state legislatures to execute free, legal, and fair elections. Unfortunately, in several states, the clear authority of those state legislatures to determine the rules for voting were usurped by governors, secretaries of states, and activist courts. Our laws and Constitution should always be followed, especially in a time of crisis. I don't rise and undo a state's legally obtained Electoral College votes. Rather, I rise in hopes of improving the integrity of the ballot to hold states accountable to the time-proven constitutional system of the Electoral College. This is why I urge the formation of an Electoral Commission to give constructive suggestions and recommendations that states can make to make our elections once again safe, free, and fair.
Gaveling in the House of Representatives. Let's listen in.
This responsibility would take us into the night and will stay as long as it takes. Our purpose will be accomplished. We must and we will show to the country, and indeed to the world, that we will not be diverted from our duty, that we will respect our responsibility to the Constitution and to the American people. On Sunday, it was my great honor to be sworn in as Speaker and to preside over a sacred ritual of renewal as we gathered under this dome of this temple of democracy to open the 117th Congress. I said that as we were sworn in then, we accept a responsibility as daunting and demanding as any previous generation of leadership has ever faced. We know that we're in difficult times, but little could we have imagined the assault that was made on our democracy today. To those who strove to deter us from our responsibility, you have failed. To those who engaged in the gleeful desecration of this, our temple of democracy, American democracy, justice will be done. Today, January 6th, is the Feast of the Epiphany. On this day of revelation, let us pray that this instigation to violence will provide an epiphany for our country to heal. In that spirit of healing, I evoke the song of St. Francis. I usually do. St. Francis is the patron saint of my city of San Francisco, and his song of St. Francis is our anthem. Lord, make me a channel of thy peace. Where there is darkness, may I bring light. Where there is hatred, let us bring love. Where there is despair, let us bring hope. We know that we would be part of history in a positive way today, every 4 years, when we demonstrate again the peaceful transfer of power from one president to the next. And despite the shameful actions of today, we still will do so. We will be part of a history that shows the world what America is made of. That this assault is just that. It shows the weakness of those who've had to show through violence what their message was. My colleagues, it's time to move on. I wear this pin quite frequently. Actually, I gave it to our beloved John Lewis just a weekend or so before he left us. And it's a flag of our country, a flag of the United States of America. On it, it says, "One country, one destiny." One country, one destiny, written on the flag. That was also what was embroidered in Abraham Lincoln's coat that he had on that fateful night. Lincoln's party, Lincoln's message, one country, one destiny. So on this holy day of Epiphany, let us pray. I'm a big believer in prayer. Let us pray that there will be peace on earth and that it will begin with us. Let us pray that God will continue to bless America. And with that, let us proceed with our responsibilities to the Constitution, to which we have just within 72 hours taken the oath to uphold. For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I rise in opposition to the objection.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, it is a sad day in America. It is a wrenching day in America. It is a day in which our words and our actions have had consequences of a very, very negative nature. We ought to watch our words and think what it may mean to some. My remarks were written before the tragic, dangerous, and unacceptable actions. And unacceptable is such a tame word. My remarks started with, Madam Speaker, the American people today are witnessing one of the greatest challenges to our democracy in its 244-year history. Little did I know that this Capitol would be attacked by the enemy within. I was here on 9/11 when we were attacked by the enemy without. We need to all work together to tame and reduce the anger, and yes, the hate that some stoke. What some, not all, Madam Speaker, but some in this House and in this Senate are doing today will not change the outcome of the election, which is the clear and insurmountable victory of President-elect Biden and Vice President-elect Harris. Instead, all they will accomplish is to further the dangerous divisions. This was written before this Capitol was assaulted. Before this democracy was put aside by thousands. Encouraged by the Commander-in-Chief. Instead, all they will accomplish is to further the dangerous divisions, as I said, among our people and energize conspiracy theories stoked by our foreign adversaries, which seek to erode America's confidence in our democracy and our system of free and fair elections. I was here in 2000. I was strongly in favor of Al Gore for president. And my candidate got more votes than the other candidate. His name was George Bush, of course. And one of the saddest days was January 20th of 2001 when our candidate, who won the election in my view, was not elected. But it was also one of the proudest moments of my career, because the greatest power on earth passed peacefully from Bill Clinton to George W. Bush. Not a shot was fired. Nobody assaulted this caucus or this Congress or this chamber. Because we were not disappointed? No. Because we were not angry? No. Because we believe in democracy. We believe in we the people. And the way the people, one of the speakers, I think it was the senator from Texas, expressed, we're here for the people. If those were the people, we're in a lot of trouble. Our electoral system, our democratic system, however, did not break under the strains of the misinformation, the claims of fraud, which court after court after court have dismissed out of hand. Not because there was a little evidence, because there was no evidence. That's why we're the longest lasting constitutional democracy in the world. I hope all of us in this body are proud of that and understand why that's the case. Because, as Dick Gephardt said on this floor many years ago, democracy is a substitute for war to resolve differences. It proved once more than ever beating strong heart that gives life to our republic and our freedoms. That strength, Madam Speaker, is derived in part from our institution and our laws. But most importantly, it is powered by citizens and leaders' commitment to our Constitution. Not just us, we swear an oath. But it's all of America. Barack Obama spoke from that chamber and he said, I'm going to be taking another title next year, citizen. And he was proud to take that. And every citizen needs to protect, preserve, and uplift our democracy. Some today did not do that. Many today. 68 years ago in Springfield, Illinois, Governor Adlai Stevenson gracefully conceded his loss to General Dwight Eisenhower. He said this, it is traditionally American, he told his deeply disappointed supporters, to fight hard before an election. But then he added, it is equally traditional to close ranks as soon as the people have spoken. Not the Congress, not the electors. The people have spoken. That which unites us as American citizens is far greater than that which divides us as political parties. It was another man from Springfield, 68 years earlier, who won re-election to the presidency in a national crisis that tested our country and its democratic institutions, who pleaded even in his hour of victory for the same spirit of reconciliation. That was the party of Lincoln. That hasn't happened to this hour. Lincoln said, now that the election is over, he asked, may not all having a common interest, reunite in a common effort to save our common country. Such is the duty of an American who stands for elections or participates in our politics, to be either humble in triumph or gracious in defeat. I've lost some elections, not too many, and I've won a lot of elections.
Watching the arguments in the House, I want to take you now to the debate in the Senate. Senator Hawley, who had kind of led the idea of opposing accepting these electoral votes, is now speaking.
Here in the capital of the United States. And in this country, in the United States of America, we cannot say emphatically enough, violence is not how you achieve change. Violence is not how you achieve something better. Our Constitution was built and put into place so that there would be, in the words of Abraham Lincoln, no appeal from ballots to bullets, which is what we saw, unfortunately, attempted tonight. There is no place for that in the United States of America. And that's why I submit to my colleagues that what we're doing here tonight is actually very important. Because for those who have concerns about the integrity of our elections, those who have concerns about what happened in November, this is the appropriate means. This is the lawful place where those objections and concerns should be heard. This is the forum that the law provides for, our laws provide for those concerns to be registered, not through violence, not by appealing from ballots to bullets, but here in this lawful process. And so to those who say that this is just a formality today, an antique ceremony that we've engaged in for a couple of hundred years, I can't say that I agree. I can't say that our precedents suggest that. I actually think it's very vital what we do. The opportunity to be heard, to register objections is very vital, because this is the place where those objections are to be heard and dealt with, debated, and finally resolved in this lawful means, peacefully, without violence, without attacks, without bullets. And so, Mr. President, let me just say now briefly, in lieu of speaking about it later, a word about Pennsylvania, which is a state that I have been focused on, objected to, as an example of why people are concerned, millions of Americans concerned about our election integrity. The state of Pennsylvania, quite apart from allegations of any fraud, you have a state constitution that has been interpreted for over a century to say that there is no mail-in balloting permitted except for in very narrow circumstances that's also provided for in the law. And yet, last year, Pennsylvania elected officials passed a whole new law that allows universal mail-in balloting, and did it irregardless of what the Pennsylvania Constitution said. And then when Pennsylvania citizens tried to go and be heard on this subject before the Pennsylvania Supreme Court, they were dismissed on grounds of procedure, timeliness, in violation of that Supreme Court's own precedent. So the merits of the case have never been heard. The constitutionality of the statute actually has never been defended. I'm not aware of any court that has passed on its constitutionality. Actually, I'm not aware of anybody who's defended the constitutionality. And this was the statute that governed this last election, in which there are over 2.5 million mail-in ballots in Pennsylvania. This is my point, that this is the forum. The Pennsylvania Supreme Court hasn't heard the case. There's no other court to go to hear the case in the state. And so this is the appropriate place for these concerns to be raised, which is why I have raised them here today. And I hope that this body will not miss the opportunity to take affirmative action to address the concerns of so many millions of Americans, to say to millions of Americans tonight that violence is never warranted, that violence will not be tolerated, that those who engage in it will be prosecuted, but that this body will act to address the concerns of all Americans across the country. We do need an investigation into irregularities, fraud. We do need a way forward together. We need election security reforms. I bet my friends on the other side of the aisle don't disagree with that. We need to find a way to move forward on that together so that the American people from both parties, all walks of life, can have confidence in their elections, and that we can arrange ourselves under the rule of law that we share together. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Democratic leader.
Senator Josh Hawley, who had essentially kind of organized this, a number of Republican senators to stand in opposition to the counting of the electoral votes, ostensibly there to argue over the Arizona, but talking about Pennsylvania, and didn't get everything he said, but he seemed to be kind of laying this aside, laying the objections aside.
Let's go to our Capitol Hill correspondent. We had a couple up there. Do we have Casey or Garrett Hake, one of them, to help us to kind of read the tea leaves here? Because Garrett, Josh Hawley, I mean, I could see it both ways. Maybe you heard something at the top that we missed. We broke into it a little bit later, but it seemed in some ways he was saying, you know, we have every right to object. There's nothing wrong with what we were planning to do. But it sure seemed like he was saying, but I'm not going to do that anymore. But he didn't come right out and say it. That was just my kind of general impression. But what did you take away from it?
No, I agree with that. I think this was Senator Hawley realizing he's probably only going to get one bite at this apple here. Remember, he had said earlier this week that his objection was going to be primarily focused on Pennsylvania. We're supposed to be talking about Arizona right now, and he made the point to get his specific grievances about the way the election was conducted in Pennsylvania out during this 5-minute section that he was entitled to hear. I think that means we're probably not going to be hearing from him again later tonight. The beginning of his remarks were mostly just about condemning the violence that we saw here today, that, you know, frankly, I think a lot of his Senate colleagues are looking at him. You could see Mitt Romney, who's been very outspoken against these objections, sort of shooting lasers at Josh Hawley during that speech from behind him, very frustrated that this happened here at all today, in part because of Hawley kind of coming out at the very beginning and saying he would raise these objections on the Pennsylvania case. But you heard him say his argument, this is, you know, sort of the last best opportunity to have this discussion, but it seemed like he was willing to have it here very briefly in what's supposed to be a debate about Arizona.
Yeah, I think so, because, I mean, he did say, and I wrote it down, he said, I'll just say a word about Pennsylvania in lieu of later, which I interpreted as him saying, I'm going to say my piece about Pennsylvania, but maybe not mount that objection that he had planned to make. Let's go to Chuck Todd of Meet the Press. Chuck, you speak Washington fluently as well. How did you interpret that?
Yes. No, I caught the same thing, and it's like, okay. And again, we've been watching this, and notice who's been speaking on the Republican side. We've not, you know, remember before we were hearing from some Republicans like Ben Sass and Pat Toomey, but who are been against this the whole time. But it almost seems as if they're trying to hurry up and let them say their piece. The Hollies. I imagine at this point we'll be waiting for Ted Cruz.
Chuck,
oh yes, let's hear.
Let's
Mr.
play
McCarthy.
C-SPAN.
Yeah.
Let's listen to Kevin McCarthy, the Republican leader who refused to acknowledge Joe Biden's victory earlier and is facing some issues on his staff. Let's listen.
Secure and lawful. On Monday, my colleagues in Pennsylvania
the FBI, the Secret Service, who faced the most difficult challenges but did their duty with confidence and strength. Many of them are injured right now. And it also extends to this chamber, where both Democrats and Republicans showed courage, calm, and resolve. I'd like to recognize the members now who helped to hold the line. Mark Wayne Mullen, Tony Gonzalez, Jason Crow, Pat Fallon, and Troy Nels. Working with the Capitol Police, they ensured the floor of this chamber was never breached. These are the heroes among us. Thank you for this sign of courage. Looking back on the past few hours, it is clear this Congress will not be the same after today. And I hope it will be the better. I hope not just this institution, but I hope every American pauses for that moment and thinks among themselves that we can disagree with one another but not dislike each other. We can respect the voices of others. There's many times we debate on this body, and we should. There's many times we can get heated. I still consider Steny Hoyer a very good friend. There's times I get upset. I'll call him at home to express what things I may not see fair or just. But that's the way we should handle things. The majority leader is right. We are all Americans first. But should we also think for a moment, what do we put on social media? What do we convey to one another? Just because you have a personal opinion different than mine, you have a right to say it, but nobody has a right to become a mob. And we all should stand united in condemning the mob together.
Back over to the Senate, Mitt Romney, who has been opposed to these objections to the electoral vote counting, is
Many of them
speaking.
were watching TV, thinking about this building, whether their grandpa was okay. I knew I was okay. I must tell you as well, I was proud to serve with these men and women. This is an extraordinary group of people. I'm proud to be a member of the United States Senate and meet with people of integrity as we do here today. Now we gather due to a selfish man's injured pride and the outrage of supporters who he has deliberately misinformed for the past 2 months and stirred to action this very morning. What happened here today was an insurrection incited by the President of the United States. Those who choose to continue to support his dangerous gambit by objecting to the results of a legitimate democratic election will forever be seen as being complicit in an unprecedented attack against our democracy. Fairly or not, they'll be remembered for their role in this shameful episode in American history. That will be their legacy. I salute Senator Langford and Loeffler and Braun and Daines, and I'm sure others, who in the light of today's outrage have withdrawn their objection. For any who remain insistent on an audit in order to satisfy the many people who believe that the election was stolen, I'd offer this perspective. No congressional audit is ever going to convince these voters, particularly when the president will continue to say that the election was stolen. The best way we can show respect for the voters who are upset is by telling them the truth. That's the burden. That's the duty of leadership. The truth is that President-elect Biden won the election. President Trump lost. I've had that experience myself. It's no fun. Scores of courts, the president's own attorney general, state election officials, both Republican and Democrat, have reached that unequivocal decision. And in light of today's sad circumstances, I asked my colleague, do we weigh our own political fortunes more heavily than we weigh the strength of our republic, the strength of our democracy, and the cause of freedom? What's the weight of personal acclaim compared to the weight of conscience? Leader McConnell said that the vote today is the most important in his 36 years of public service. Think of that. Authorizing 2 wars, voting on 2 impeachments. He said that not because the vote reveals something about the election, it's because this vote reveals something about us. I urge my colleagues to move forward with completing the electoral count, to refrain from further objections, and to unanimously affirm the legitimacy of the presidential election. Thank you, Mr. President.
Democratic leader.
Senator from New Hampshire, Senator Shaheen.
Senator from New Hampshire.
Mr. President, on January 3rd,
So we've been watching kind of flip-flopping between the two chambers of Congress that are back in session, back at it, and moving ahead with the business of certifying the electoral votes and making official Joe Biden's victory. Inauguration set for 2 weeks from today, January 20th, under the Constitution. And as I go to Garrett Hake, we just saw Mitt Romney, a candidate you covered, and he said, I know it's not easy to lose. He's had the experience himself, but he was very blunt. Did not mince words, right at the top saying, we are here because of a selfish man's injured pride, referring to the president. And then later said, Garrett, that if you want to honor the Trump voter, you have to tell them the truth.
Yeah, and that comment seemed like a direct message to Josh Hawley, who spoke only a few minutes before. This idea proposed by some of these objectors here that somehow we need a commission to study this election and to get into the idea of how, as the president believes, it was stolen and what really happened. Romney trying to cut through all the noise there and say the best way to honor the opinions of the people who are mad is to tell them the truth and to be leaders. And I'm struck by both the emotion in Romney's voice at the very start of that, talking about his 25 grandchildren and that they were calling to make sure that he was okay here today doing his job, but also the fact that this is the second time in a year that Romney has really spoken out strongly against his own party and the president of it. Remember, he was the only Republican vote for the removal of President Trump in the impeachment, which was only a year ago, although it feels like 7 lifetimes ago. But this is now twice that he's sort of tried to capture this moment of conscience in the Republican Party to say this is not acceptable and we need to tell people the truth. A very powerful speech. And you heard it in the applause from members on the floor there.
All right, Garrett, thanks very much. I want to go to Kristen Welker right now at the White House. Kristen, we understand there is potential more fallout happening within the president's staff.
It has begun to happen, Lester, in the form of resignations. Of course, just a short while ago, we reported that the First Lady's Chief of Staff, Stephanie Grisham, announced her resignation, and now there have been more. One of the president's top advisors, Sarah Matthews, announcing her resignation, as well as the social secretary. And there's a lot of discussion and buzz about the idea that there may be more high-level resignations to follow. We are told, according to multiple sources, that among those considering resigning is the National Security Advisor, Robert O'Brien, his deputy, Matt Pottinger, as well as the Transportation Secretary, Elaine Chao. That would be quite significant. Now, we have reached out for official comments. So far, have not gotten a response. But I do think it underscores the sense here at the White House and the mounting sort of divide that we are starting to see. Officials who are frankly quite angered by what they witnessed today and the fact that President Trump released 2 tweets and a statement on Twitter, a short video statement responding to those who stormed the Capitol. And it was really mixed messaging. The president again reiterating those false claims of widespread voter fraud and calling for peace, but not doing it defiantly enough, not doing it clearly enough. And so this is an administration right now, Lester, that is frankly sharply divided. I can tell you that the lights are off. I was just told that the president right now is in the residence. We know that he was watching these developments unfold throughout the day. There's only one White House official here inside the White House fielding a number of press inquiries, but the lights are out here. And so it really is a metaphor, I think, for what we are starting to see, which is Donald Trump becoming increasingly isolated as he refuses to accept the reality of this situation, which is what Mitt Romney just said, that he has lost this election. There has been mounting pressure on him for days now among some of his closest allies inside and outside of the West Wing to try to get him to acknowledge that, to try to get him to think of next steps. What will his off-ramp look like? What will his exit be? And yet he remains defiant tonight.
Yeah, he said there would be no concession. I made that very clear in his remarks before the rioting broke out. We should also note, notable that Elaine Chao, one of the names that Kristen mentioned as people pondering their future, she, of course, is the wife of Majority Leader Mitch McConnell.
That's right. Let's go to political director and moderator of Meet the Press, Chuck Todd. And Chuck, as we watch what's unfolding, how do you see this playing out? Do we have a better picture of how things will unfold this evening?
I think that this evening we do. I mean, it looks like they're going to get this. They're moving in a direction. I do think that we're going to have a little bit of a lag here because of how the House is voting during the pandemic, and that it takes a long time for the voting itself to begin when they officially reject the Arizona challenge. So, in that sense, I think it is. We're making some progress, but I do want to have some people need to urge a little bit of patience because they have to vote in groups in the House. So when they actually start voting, that's going to be a bit time consuming. But I think the real question is, and the real unknown is, what are they going to do about the president tomorrow? And this is something that there's a lot of talk, there's a lot of everything, but there's clearly a demand for some accountability in some form or another. And what are they going to do? And I think that you can see there's a lot of folks realizing they need to do something. Resignation is a way to try to protect your own reputation, but there needs to be something done. Obviously, I think you certainly see that there needs to be something else done, and I think there's a lot of grasping to figure out what that is per se.
As we continue to watch the debate play out right now, this is the House of Representatives. Why don't we dip in?
This hallowed temple of democracy is where generations of Americans have peacefully come together to face our nation's greatest challenges, bridge our deepest fissures, and create a more perfect system of government. This is the appropriate place we stand to respectfully and peacefully give voice to the people we represent across our diverse country. The representatives of the American people in this House are standing up for three fundamental American beliefs. The right to vote is sacred, that a representative has a duty to represent his or her constituents, and that the rule of law is a hallmark of our nation. And in the spirit of healing, those are not my words, those are the words of you, Madam Speaker, from this very chamber, when some of my colleagues and friends across the aisle objected to the 2005 Electoral College certification. In fact, there were objections on this floor to the certification of nearly every Republican president in my lifetime. In 1989, in 2001, in 2005, and in 2017. So history is our guide that the people's sacred house is the appropriate venue for a peaceful debate. And this peaceful debate serves as a powerful condemnation to the violence that perpetrated our Capitol grounds today, the violence that was truly un-American. Today's discussion is about the Constitution, and it is about the American people, but it must also be about clearly and resolutely condemning the violence that occurred today. I am honored each and every day to represent New York's 21st Congressional District, and I believe it is my solemn and sacred duty to serve as their voice and their vote in the People's House. Tens of millions of Americans are concerned that the 2020 election featured unconstitutional overreach by unelected state officials and judges ignoring state election laws. We can and we should peacefully and respectfully discuss these concerns. In Pennsylvania, the state Supreme Court and Secretary of State unilaterally and unconstitutionally rewrote election law, eliminating signature matching requirements. In Georgia, there was constitutional overreach when the Secretary of State unilaterally and unconstitutionally gutted signature matching for absentee ballots and, in essence, eliminated voter verification required by state election law. In Wisconsin, officials issued illegal rules to circumvent a state law passed by the legislature as the Constitution requires, that required absentee voters to provide photo identification before obtaining a ballot. And in Michigan, signed affidavits document numerous unconstitutional irregularities. Officials physically blocking the legal right of poll watchers to observe vote counts, the illegal counting of late ballots, and hand-stamping ballots with the previous day's date. My North Country constituents and the American people cherish the Constitution, and they know, according to the Constitution, elected officials closest to the people in state legislatures.
Representative Elise Stefanik of New York arguing against the count of the electoral vote. as we continue to watch this ping-ponging on both sides of the Capitol. We want to turn now to this issue of social media, which a lot of new questions tonight based on what we saw at the Capitol.
Yeah, I mean, if there weren't enough extraordinary developments today, one of them is that Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook have now locked out the president of their social media accounts based on information that violated their policies. But let's get to Jolene Kent, who covers tech and Silicon Valley for us, for more on the thinking behind the decision and what exactly it amounts to.
Savannah, these major tech companies, some of the most powerful companies in the world, are under tremendous pressure tonight to do even more than just suspend the president temporarily. So far, what we know, Facebook and Instagram have locked his accounts for 24 hours. That means he won't be allowed to post within that period of time. Twitter also instituting a 12-hour lock and, interestingly, warning of a permanent suspension if he continues to violate the rules at Twitter. And so they're taking action faster and more aggressively than they ever have before. But this comes as a lot of critics are saying, look, you have done too little, too late, because so much of this violence, this right-wing extremism, disinformation has been allowed to grow and blossom on social media for years now, with piecemeal policies that have been put into place, but the president has been allowed to act more freely because of his position, his authority, and his position of power. What's really interesting is we just got confirmation of Mark Zuckerberg's internal email to Facebook employees, and he has been long under fire for saying that, this is a free speech issue for the president and for politics in general, while not so much allowing that inside his company. But he did tell employees today in a memo, he's calling this a dark moment in our nation's history, calling it mob violence, not just protests. And Zuckerberg says he is treating this situation as an emergency and that Facebook is implementing additional measures to keep people safe. Now, this is coming as there are ongoing calls for these social media companies to do more. But so far, Twitter really out front, putting it plainly, saying if the president continues to violate their terms of service, their policies against hate and violence, they are actively considering permanently suspending him. And of course, as we all know, Twitter is the president's seemingly his favorite megaphone for getting his message out there. And these tools will not be available to him. But certainly a lot of chatter going on within these tech companies as well. Our NBC News business and tech team also reporting that inside these big social media companies, there's more and more pressure on the leadership to take more aggressive action, to do more, to prevent more of these calls to violence from the most powerful seat in the world from coming to light on these platforms, influencing so many people. But so far, those are the actions that have been taken by these ultra-powerful tech companies, guys.
All right, Joe, thank you very much. Let's go to Hallie Jackson at the White House as we continue to watch what happens in the Senate and see how this is going to unfold. What are you hearing, Hallie?
Yeah, listen, Savannah, I think that from the White House perspective, there are, the more people that we're talking to tonight and that I'm having conversations with tonight, the more you are getting a sense of people that are extremely troubled by what they've seen from President Trump. That is evidenced not just by the resignations, Savannah, that I know we have ticked through here tonight, from, for example, the social secretary, from others, but the discussion of some resignations by some very high-level officials, including based on sources that I've talked to, the National Security Advisor, perhaps the Transportation Secretary. We've reached out, obviously, for more official comment, but there are text messages, phone calls flying across the Capitol, across the White House, and across Washington right now. As we look now at what's happening on the Senate floor, on the House of Representatives floor, worth noting and underscoring what Garrett Haake was talking about a moment ago, Josh Hawley not backing down. There was some consideration. Earlier in the evening, I had been in touch with sources over on Capitol Hill whose hope, frankly, it would be that senators would do like what we saw from, for example, Senator Kelly Loeffler, and back down, basically, back away from this objection situation because of the message that they feel that it sends. That is not going to be the case here, as Senator Hawley made clear in these remarks. You have to think that the president is watching this. He is somebody who is very attuned to coverage of what is happening. His vice president, who he is presumably furious with, considering President Trump had for days tried to lean on Vice President Pence to stop any of this from happening. Of course, the vice president has no authority to do so. As we know, the president is oftentimes affected by the coverage that he sees and the way that that is unfolding. And right now, it is just, I think, some serious alarm bells going off in the halls of the White House, Savannah.
You mentioned Hawley pressing on with his objections. They're still talking about just Arizona right now. Do we expect him to hold that position with the other states?
You know, potentially, Lester. There's some discussion about, for example, and this has been out there and reported about possibly Pennsylvania, for example, where else you might see that. But yeah, you're right. They are still focusing on Arizona at this point. You still have multiple states to go here.
All right, Hallie, thanks.
It sounds like we might have just
lost her.
Lost Hallie there. Let's go to the Senate floor. Senator Angus King, who is independent but caucuses with the Democrats. Let's listen.
The fiery trial through which we pass will light us down in honor or dishonor to the latest generation. The fiery trial through which we pass will light us down in honor or dishonor to the latest generation. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from Maryland.
Thank you, Mr. President. The mob violence and attack we saw on our Capitol today should be a wake-up call to each and every one of us of what happens when we fail to come together, not as Democrats and Republicans, but each of us as Americans, to stand up to a president who time and again has shown contempt for our democracy, contempt for our Constitution. Today here on the Capitol, we witnessed people taking down an American flag and putting up a Trump flag. That is not democracy in the United States of America. As every senator who has spoken has mentioned, we have for hundreds of years had a peaceful transfer of power. Nobody likes to lose, and supporters of the losing candidate are always disappointed. What's different this time? We all know what's different this time. We had a president who, as the senator from New Jersey said, even before a vote was cast, that if he didn't win the election, it was going to be a fraud. And every day since then has perpetrated that lie. We have a president who just today criticized very loyal vice president who is presiding right now, urging him to disregard his responsibilities under the Constitution of the United States in order to reinstall Donald Trump as president. The same person who got on the phone to the Secretary of State in Georgia and threatened him to change the results of the election. Mr. President, I read something this week I'd never thought I'd read in a newspaper in the United States of America. It was an op-ed by all the living former secretaries of defense, including Secretaries Rumsfeld, Cheney, and Mattis, warning the country about our tradition of peaceful transfer of power and that it would be inappropriate for the military to take sides.
To some of the
in the
debate
United
that's going
States of
on
America.
in the United States Senate that's been going for almost 2 hours now, so we'll be watching to see whether the Senate moves on with this debate and this process. While that goes on, though, let's check in with Garrett Haake on Capitol Hill, our correspondent there, because there's a big question mark about Senator Josh Hawley of Missouri, who was the first Republican to come out and say that he would object to the certification of the electoral votes. Almost a dozen Republican senators then followed suit. So in many ways, he's the architect of this day. We were trying to read the tea leaves of the statement he made, whether or not he was going to stick to those objections or whether he was going to decide to stand down. we're hearing conflicting things now. So could you explain where does that stand and what does that mean for the larger question of what will happen?
I could try. Apparently, Holly's statements were confusing enough that his official spokesperson felt the need to clarify what he's going to do. Hawley had originally said that his objection was be focused on Pennsylvania. Apparently, according to Hawley's spokesperson, he will still object to Pennsylvania's electoral count when that moment comes later on tonight. The spokesperson says he'll yield his time, though. So what that means is Hawley will make his objection known on paper, but he won't stand up again to defend it or say anything more. His objection, if it's joined by a House members, and we can, I think, safely presume it will, means we'll get triggered into another one of these up to 2 hours of debate sometime later on tonight. So we're going to have at least one more debating session like this one tonight on the issue of Pennsylvania. Whether it goes the full 2 hours is an open question. What's not an open question is, once again, this will not change the results of any state, Pennsylvania or otherwise. It's just going to drag this on a little bit further tonight. Hawley perhaps feeling like he had put his name on paper earlier in the week saying he would object to Pennsylvania, and he still feels like he's got to do that.
And Garrett, how many states in total could we see challenged?
There was discussion during the course of the week up to 6, the sort of 6 battleground states that we've talked the most about: Arizona, Nevada, Georgia, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin. Those were the 6 that I think we were most focused on early in the week. Pennsylvania was the one that Republicans felt like they had the strongest case on, that they could make the best argument about if they were so inclined. Whether they do all 6 now, I think, is an open question.
So just so I can try to understand it, if in the Senate side Hawley objects but then yields his time, does that presumably end the debate on the Senate side, but the 2 hours could unfold on the House side? Or would the 2 hours go forward on the Senate side too?
Up to 2 hours would still go forward. Hawley can only yield his 5 minutes.
Okay.
So he can object, and if a House and Senate member both object, it forces this 2 hour clock. He can only yield his 5 minutes. So he's essentially saying, I object to this, but I'm not going to bother to tell you anything about why. Here's some other senators who may debate this.
All right, let's go back to the Senate floor. Lindsey Graham now is making his remarks.
In Louisiana, do it. To hold the country hostage to end Reconstruction. It worked. The commission was 8-7. It didn't work. Nobody accepted it. The way it ended is when Hayes did a deal with these 3 states. You give me the electors, I'll kick the Union Army out. The rest is history. It led to Jim Crow. If you're looking for historical guidance, this is not the one to pick. If you're looking for a way to convince people there was no fraud, having a commission chosen by Nancy Pelosi, Mitch McConnell, and John Roberts is not going to get you to where you want to go. It ain't going to work. So it's not going to do any good. It's going to delay, and it gives credibility to a dark chapter of our history. That's why I'm not with you. But I will fight to my death for you. You're able to object. You're not doing anything wrong. Other people have objected. I just think it's a uniquely bad idea to delay this election. Trump and I, we've had a hell of a journey. I hate it to end this way. Oh my God, I hate it. From my point of view, he's been a consequential president. But today, first thing you'll see. All I can say is count me out. Enough is enough. I've tried to be helpful. But when the Wisconsin Supreme Court ruled 4-3 that they didn't violate the Constitution of Wisconsin, I agree with the 3, but I accept the 4. If Al Gore can accept 5-4, he's not president. I can accept Wisconsin 4-3. Pennsylvania, it went to the Second Circuit. So much for all the judges being in Trump's pocket. They said, no, you're wrong. I accept the Pennsylvania Second Circuit that Trump's lawsuit wasn't right. Georgia, they said the Secretary of State took the law in his own hands. He changed the election laws unlawfully. A federal judge said no. I accept the federal judge even though I don't agree with it. Fraud. They said there's 66,000 people in Georgia under 18 voted. How many people believe that? I asked, give me 10. I hadn't had one. They said 8,000 felons in prison in Arizona voted. Give me 10. I hadn't gotten one. Does that say there's problems in every election? I don't buy this. Enough's enough. We got to end it. Vice President Pence, what they're asking you to do, you won't do because you can't. You talk about interesting times. I associate myself with Rand Paul. How many times will you hear that? The mob has done something nobody else could do to get me and Rand to agree. Rand is right. If you're a conservative, this is the most offensive concept in the world, that a single person could disenfranchise 155 million people. The President of the Senate shall, in the presence of the Senate and the House of Representatives, open all certificates, and the votes shall then be counted. The person having the greatest number of votes for president shall be president. Where in there does it say Mike can say, I don't like the results, I want to send them back to the states, I believe there was fraud? To the conservatives who believe in the Constitution, now's your chance to stand up and be counted. Originalism, count me in. It means what it says. So, Mike, Mr. Vice President, just hang in there. They said we can count on Mike. All of us can count on the Vice President. You're going to do the right thing. You're going to do the constitutional thing. You got a son who flies F-35s. You got a son-in-law who flies F-18s. They're out there flying so that we can get it right here. There are people dying, to my good friend from Illinois, to make sure we have a chance to argue among ourselves, and when it's over, it is over. It is over. The final thing, Joe Biden, I've traveled the world with Joe. I hoped he lost. I prayed he would lose. He won. He's the legitimate president of the United States. I cannot convince people, certain groups, by my words, but I will tell you by my actions, that maybe I, above all others in this body, need to say this. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris are lawfully elected and will become the president and the vice president of the United States on January the 20th.
What an extraordinary moment that we just saw on Capitol Hill, where Senator Lindsey Graham, the Republican who has so often been by the president's side, but as he said, what a journey it's been, because he's sometimes been with the president, sometimes not. Let me pause that thought because I want to hear what the Vice President, Mike Pence, has to say. Let's listen.
And the senator from Texas, Mr. Cruz, and others be sustained. Is there a second? There is. Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin. No. Mr. Barrasso.
So they're starting to vote. Is Garrett Hake still with us, our Capitol Hill correspondent?
Mrs. Blackburn.
Garrett, so they're voting the roll call. What's the vote on functionally? What is this about?
This is the vote on upholding the objection to to the electors. So yes votes here are in favor of the objection, no votes are against it. This will tell us a lot about how many of the objectors, earlier in the week we thought it was about 12 or 13, are still with them. We've seen over the last few hours several of these Republicans who had previously said they would object to the electoral results from these states recant. So this vote, while it won't tell us when this night will end, it's going to tell us a lot about the degree of support that has drifted away over the course of what we saw today.
Yeah, and then to the thought we were just having, as I turn to you, Lester, Lindsey Graham, what a moment.
It was extraordinary. He got very emotional at the end. Basically, he's saying, love Donald Trump. I wish he'd won, prayed he'd win. He didn't. And basically telling his colleagues to essentially deal with it.
He was, and he threw his arms around rhetorically anyway, Mike Pence, to say, we're with you, stay strong, because Vice President Pence has been under enormous pressure from the president to do something to overturn the election. As Senator Graham said, Mike Pence won't do that because he can't do that. It's illegal. It's not constitutional to do so. But Senator Graham has tried to walk that line of supporting President Trump. But tonight is a clear break where he he literally said, enough is enough. He said, if Al Gore can accept a 5-4 vote that he doesn't agree with, then Lindsey Graham said, I can accept a vote of the Wisconsin Supreme Court or some of these other swing state Supreme Courts.
But he, and you listen to some of the various arguments, you see the deep, deep fissures within the Republican Party, among senators and members of the House as well.
Fissures, and also, doesn't it seem, whether it's Mitch McConnell or Lindsey Graham or Mitt Romney, these senators seem truly shaken by what has transpired today on Capitol Hill. Some of them, their voices were shaking. The passion, we see passion on Capitol Hill from time to time, but to say it again and again and again, you just can't say it enough. We've never seen a day like this. We've never seen events like this, and we have not seen statements like this.
But imagine being Donald Trump and watching the TV today, even before the riots broke out. You hear Mitch McConnell basically say, give it up. It's over. Don't do this. It's going to harm the Republic. You hear the vice president. He puts out a statement again before the rioting saying, can't do it. I've got to follow the Constitution. I can't save you. I can't save, your campaign.
He's seeing White House staff of varying levels resign, including, his former press secretary, the First Lady's chief of staff, Stephanie Grisham, resigned. So, you imagine, where is he tonight? Is he in the residence in the Oval Office? What is the First Lady saying? He can't tweet. He's not on Facebook. He's not on Instagram. So, it's just, you wonder what his mindset is right now, what his next steps are. And you and I were just talking. I mean, everyone's going to wake up tomorrow morning in Washington. What will the security situation be there? What are the plans to protect the Capitol again? What are the plans to make sure that any demonstrations that transpire are, in fact, peaceful? Which is as much a hallmark of our democracy as anything else we've talked about tonight.
And there's 2 more weeks left in this presidency.
Yes.
And that is certainly worth noting. We want to bring in Meet the Press moderator, Chuck Todd. Chuck, you should obviously get into this conversation. Dive in wherever you feel appropriate.
Well, no, I mean, you're right on the Lindsey Graham moment there. And I've been speaking Lindsey Graham for a long time, I'd like to say. I thought it was fascinating how he complimented the president, meaning he didn't. He called him, I still think he's a consequential president. That is a fascinating word choice, right? He didn't praise him positively. He used a word that can be interpreted any which way you want, which I think is it's a subtle choice of words that he made, but it's a reminder that you see that there was the Lindsey Graham who was one of the bulwarks with John McCain against Trump and Trumpism for a while. I almost caught a glimpse of that version of Lindsey Graham during that speech there. But look, I will say this. You get the sense there's a phrase back in the during the Goldwater 64 convention. The phrase was "It's a time for choosing." I get a sense here. A lot of these senators realize this is a big moment for themselves. This is a big moment to sort of restore the democracy. And I will say this: quite a few senators are stepping up to the moment. Many are not. Right? We know the ones that have helped create the situation, but there are many that are attempting to step up tonight, so there is some reassurance that I think this Senate debate is giving some of the country tonight.
Yeah, Chuck, thank you. It's just past the 10 o'clock hour here on the East Coast. To say that today has been extraordinary is an understatement. The Capitol under siege in a scene that was almost too hard to watch. What began as relatively peaceful protests this morning soon turned into something we've never seen before as a mob of people stormed the U.S. Capitol. Here's Casey Hunt now with a look at how today's chaos unfolded.
It was a frightening and appalling scene. American democracy under siege by an angry mob. Thousands of Trump supporters storming the Capitol. Rioters breaching the walls of Congress. Tear gas, broken windows, even shots fired. Chaos and tragedy. It began today when Trump supporters gathered in Washington, D.C., urged on by the president to protest Congress's vote count today to declare Joe Biden the winner. For weeks, Trump has lied about the election results, alleging voter fraud. And he expressed defiance about the election's outcome again today to his supporters.
We will never give up. We will never concede. It doesn't happen.
After that speech, his followers marched to Capitol Hill to protest, where inside, senators and congressmen began counting the Electoral College votes.
We gathered together.
While some Republicans were still trying to dispute Biden's win inside the Capitol, the mob outside was growing out of control. Defiant, jeering, USA! They faced off with police on the Capitol steps. And then the standoff became a tussle, the crowd pushing to get inside. And suddenly, the mob broke through, past metal barriers and the police, climbing through windows, sweeping aside security deep into the heart of Congress.
My challenge today.
On the Senate floor, a senator's speech was interrupted. And the business of the day, to count Electoral College votes, halted. Lawmakers were evacuated to safety. Others sheltered in their offices. And the rioters continued to rampage, trying to smash through doors, even the doors to the House chamber. On the other side, police waiting with their guns drawn. Elsewhere, protesters made themselves comfortable, breaking into offices, even climbing the walls. And then a sudden frenzy outside as paramedics rushed a woman to the hospital. She'd been shot, and she died a few hours later. As a shocked world watched the chaos unfold at the Capitol, Joe Biden took the stage.
I call on President Trump to go on national television now to fulfill his oath and defend the Constitution and demand an end to this siege.
Biden, who takes office in 2 weeks, blasted the rioters' actions.
It's not protest, it's insurrection.
And as he walked off the stage, this.
Enough is enough is enough.
Minutes later, President Trump tweeted out a video telling his supporters he felt their pain, repeating his lies about a stolen election. And only then did he urge the mob to go home. Twitter later locked the president's account for 12 hours. By late afternoon, Capitol police officers and the National Guard converged on the Capitol, deploying smoke grenades and tear gas, working to disperse the rioters.
Move back! Move back!
This evening, with a curfew in effect, officials declared the inside of the Capitol secure. Questions piled up about how this kind of assault could happen. But tonight, with the Capitol and a nation shaken to the core, members of Congress were undaunted, going back to business that was interrupted this afternoon, counting the Electoral College votes to declare Joe Biden the country's next president.
Casey Hunt walking us through just this remarkable day. It's almost hard to believe we experience all that in one day, and it continues right now, as we've been showing you in the House and Senate. Members debating objections that have been laid down by some Republicans to the formal counting of the electoral votes. You'll note my partner, Savannah Guthrie, has taken her leave. You'll see her tomorrow morning on Today from Washington, D.C. To lead our coverage in Washington. In the meantime, we want to continue our coverage now with a conversation with Congresswoman Pramila Jayapal. She was inside the House chambers this afternoon when that chaos unfolded. Representative Jayapal, I don't know if you've seen this video of you and some others in the chambers. I don't know if you could see this monitor right now, but if you can give us a sense of what you were seeing and how it unfolded from your perspective.
Yes, thank you so much. I cannot see that, and I haven't seen it, but I've gotten lots of messages about that video. I was sitting in the gallery. The number of people on the floor and in the gallery was limited, so there were about a dozen of us up in the gallery just overlooking the floor. And we started to hear the protesters, perhaps even before the people on the floor knew what was happening. We heard the noises, we heard the shouts and screams. The Capitol Police that were up in the gallery were sort of talking across to each other, across the various sections of the gallery. And then we saw Nancy Pelosi being shepherded out, Steny Hoyer being shepherded out. And before we knew, over the course of maybe 10 minutes, the rest of the members, we were suspended for a little bit. Then we tried to go back into session, then suspended again. And then the members on the floor were quickly ushered out. But those of us in the gallery were stuck there. And we started to hear screams. We heard that the protesters had taken over Statuary Hall, that they were coming towards the chamber. We were told to get gas masks from under the seats, which we did, and some people put them on. And then we were told to go to the ground. And so we were, trying to get under the ground. We could see down on the floor. The floor was empty by then, except for the Capitol Police. They had barricaded the doors they couldn't find a key. There was no keys. I didn't understand how this could be the case, but they barricaded the doors with furniture, with tables, desks. I'm not exactly sure what there was. And then a number, maybe half a dozen Capitol officers around each door with their guns drawn. There were shots fired into the chamber. We could hear them, and it was terrifying. Everyone else was escorted out, but those of us in the gallery were stuck there. There were also people at the doors of the gallery pounding. And so when the Capitol Police felt like it was finally safe, they did let us out. And then we had to go down 6 flights of stairs and make our way safely to a secure location. And we basically spent the last 5 hours or so there.
I mean, this may be a silly question, but were you fearing for your safety at any point in this?
Yes, absolutely. There's no question. There were shots. There were armed protesters. We knew there were armed protesters. We knew that they were entering into various offices, breaking into offices, as Casey's video described. That is, we knew what the scene was, and we knew there was violence being done, and we could hear the shots. There were shots being fired into the chamber. This is the first time anything like this has happened since the 1800s. So this was unprecedented. I think, it was a violent, armed mob that came to conduct insurrection. I don't know how to say it more gently. And when you talk about people being shaken on the floor, there is no question that people understood the consequences of the incitement and the fueling of this violence by the president and his supporters.
Yeah, Representative Jayapal, to hear you describe all that, it is certainly chilling, but it almost feels like you're describing some other place, some other part of the world, the kind of place that we would be calling for democracy to take hold. Were you able to process just the significance of what was happening in the U.S. Capitol?
It is. I feel like I'm still processing it. It has been an exhausting and incredibly difficult day because I don't think, Lester, that the consequences of this will be clear for some time. This is not over and done with. We will prevail, by the way. I just walked off the floor to talk to you, but we are in the process of continuing this debate. We will finish it tonight, and we will declare Joe Biden and Kamala Harris the president and the vice president of the United States as the will of the people requires that we do. But the attack on our democracy, the security of the Capitol, the security of all of us here, and frankly, the security of our Constitution and our democracy, and the fact that so many of our Republican colleagues didn't say anything for some time when we knew this was building, and the president was inciting this violence, and even to almost to the very end, is condoning this violent mob that attacked the Capitol. So I think the consequences are still going to be processed for some time, but I do want to reassure the American people that their will be done. This election will hold. It will be certified by the Congress of the United States. We will do our constitutional duty, and we will ensure that we uphold our Constitution and our democracy. And no violent mob is going to stop us from doing that.
Well, Representative Pramila Jayapal, we thank you for sharing your story, as harrowing as it is, and we're glad you and all of your colleagues are safe tonight. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Our chief foreign correspondent, Richard Engel, is in London tonight and has a look at how today's events in Washington are being viewed overseas. And Richard, as jarring as these events are here, I know they've had a similar effect overseas.
Yes, I would say, though, overseas, Lester, people are not shocked. They are not surprised. I think they saw this coming. Lester, I was with you. I was with Savannah. She just left on election night 4 years ago, and we talked about how devastating this was for America's impression around the world. President Trump always talks about how he's going to restore and how he is restoring America's standing in the world, how America is more respected again, and that he's going to bring America's standing back to some place where it's never been before. But tonight, people are looking at the U.S. with a degree of sympathy, but also with a great degree of concern. They are worried about the next 2 weeks. They are worried, can the United States survive these next 2 weeks, and what does it mean? The U.S. is the leading superpower of the world. So like any massive ship of state or any superpower, when it moves, the rest of the world is impacted. And he is still the commander-in-chief. He is still the most powerful person on the planet for the next 2 weeks. And today, he showed great volatility, effectively inciting a mob to move toward the Capitol, and we all saw what happened. And people don't exactly understand around the world this transition process. Here in the UK, where I am, I'm in London right now, when a political leader is voted out of office, they leave immediately. It's over. It's over that day. There is not a several-month transition period and lots of formalities. It's over, the next person takes over, and they're gone. And they are wondering, what does it mean? What does it mean for everyone else over these next 2 weeks? So there is sympathy, there is concern, there is a degree of fascination. It is dominating world headlines. And from our allies, particularly in Europe, there is a lot of support for the democratic process. There has been many, many tweets, dozens and dozens of tweets from world leaders expressing support for democracy and saying that this was an attack on the democratic process. And it's amazing that Twitter has become the main mode of communication for not just President Trump, but for everyone. And a few tweets that sort of symbolize the reaction. You have Germany's foreign minister saying the enemies of democracy will be pleased by these unbearable images. You have the First Minister of Scotland saying, shame on those who incited this attack on democracy. So the world is watching and the world is concerned.
Yeah, Richard Engel with the view from overseas from London tonight. Richard, thank you very much. We are continuing to monitor the two sessions, the House and Senate sessions right now, debating objections to the counting of the electoral votes. I want to take you to the Senate chamber. Pennsylvania Senator Pat Toomey is speaking now.
Than the complete exclusion of the late arriving ballots. How could we possibly invalidate the entire Pennsylvania election? Over 10,000 votes that were not even included in the vote count. A second charge we heard, and the senator from Missouri alluded to it this evening, is a 2019 Pennsylvania law that allows mail-in ballots for any reason, that might violate the Pennsylvania Constitution. Well, first of all, as Senator Casey observed, this was a bipartisan law passed with nearly unanimous Republican support. Clearly, the state legislators and the governor believe it is consistent with the Pennsylvania Constitution. Secondly, this law was not challenged when it was passed. It wasn't challenged when it was applied during the June primary election. It was only challenged after President Trump lost the general election. But 2.6 million Pennsylvanians voted by mail-in ballot in the general election. Over 37% of Pennsylvania voters in good faith relied on a law to cast their votes as they had done previously. Now, I understand you can make a theoretical argument about whether this is consistent with Pennsylvania's Constitution, and that needs to be resolved for future elections. But because of this constitutional question that some people have, the objectors want to prevent Pennsylvania voters from participating in the presidential election entirely. That would be an outrageous remedy to this purported offense. A third charge we've heard is that Pennsylvania officials did not properly implement Pennsylvania election law in a variety of other ways. But the Trump campaign has shown that many of these issues have, well, first of all, none of these issues would have changed the election outcome, but more importantly, the campaign had many opportunities of which it availed itself to litigate these issues. They did time and again, and they lost repeatedly, often in unanimous bipartisan decisions. Now, some of the objectors also cite Congress's own failure to investigate allegations of election irregularities. And that's their justification for refusing to certify the election results. But the allegations of election irregularities and fraud have been investigated. They've been adjudicated. They were adjudicated in the states in which they're alleged to have occurred. Now, in Pennsylvania, the Trump campaign took their case of election irregularities into the courtroom of Judge Matthew Brann of the Federal District Court. Judge Brann is a conservative Republican Federalist Society member. And here's what he said about the Trump campaign case, and I quote, "This court has been presented with strained legal arguments without merit and speculative accusations unsupported by evidence. In the United States of America, this cannot justify the disenfranchisement of a single voter, let alone all the voters of the sixth most populated state." End quote. So the campaign then appealed Judge Brand's decision to the Third Circuit, and they drew a 3-judge panel, all Republican appointed judges, one appointed by President Trump. The panel concurred with Judge Brand. Mr. President, certainly there were irregularities in this election. There always are. But there's no evidence of significant fraud, conspiracies, or even significant anomalies that cast any serious doubt on who actually won the election. And you know, one of the ways you can tell is look at the big picture in Pennsylvania. Look at what happened.
So we're listening to Republican Pennsylvania Senator Pat Toomey right now arguing against objections to the counting of the electoral votes. This body has already rejected this first challenge, the first state challenge, which in this case was Arizona. I know it gets a bit confusing. That's why I've got Garrett Hake standing by to bail me out here a little bit. Walk us through what's happening here, Garrett.
Lester, right now we're seeing Pat Toomey, Republican senator from Pennsylvania, essentially preemptively defending how his state ran its election. We know that there'll be challenges later on tonight to the Pennsylvania electors, and Toomey, to his credit, has been very outspoken that he believes the Pennsylvania election was fair and forthrightly run, and he's going to defend his state. They're doing this now on the Senate floor because they're operating a little bit ahead of the House's schedule. Remember, both chambers get up to 2 hours of debate time. They can use all of it or not. And in this case, the Senate has finished their debate on Arizona first, and they've voted 93-6 to reject this objection to the electors. So meaning the electors, as far as the Senate's concerned, for Joe Biden will count. And now they've basically got nothing to do until the House finishes their debate and starts their vote. A note for our viewers, that will be a very long process. The House has initiated some COVID-related protocols where they vote in groups, and House votes, even regular House votes, can sometimes be hour or hours-long affairs to get everybody in and out of the chamber. So we're looking at a pretty long night here.
You said 93-6, so that means Republicans would have lost some of the senators that had previously indicated they would object.
Yeah, that's right. They lost a couple of their newer members. Cynthia Lummis, for example, of Wyoming, who's a new member, said she would no longer sustain that objection. James Langford, who we talked about earlier, Steve Daines of Montana, who just got reelected, dropped his objection. But the core group sticking together, I'm looking at the list now, Josh Hawley sticking with his objection, Cindy Hyde-Smith of Mississippi, Roger Marshall, new member of Kansas, Tommy Tuberville, the former Auburn coach, new senator from Alabama, Ted Cruz, and John Neely Kennedy of Louisiana are the 6 Republicans who voted to uphold this objection to the Arizona electors. We'll see if even that group sticks together for the further objections, or if some of them perhaps felt like, having said they would go this far, they still had to, kind of go ahead and put their money where their mouth is.
Yeah, pushing forward, even with those images still fresh in our mind of what transpired at the Capitol today, and of course, both the Senate and House back at the business of debating these objections. I want to go to our political director and moderator of Meet the Press, Chuck Todd. You heard Chuck, 93-6. This first objection about Arizona's numbers has been rejected. There's no reason to think that the others won't follow. And as I mentioned on the air, and probably should mention it more often, that we're putting an awful lot of attention into this process right now because of all that has transpired today. But this is a foregone conclusion. There is no drama here.
Had actually been interested.
Completely. And in fact, before we saw the incidents today and this insurrection, I had been describing what we were going to watch today as performance art, right? Basically a bunch of ambitious pals that want to demonstrate to the Trump base that they were rhetorically willing to pull this stunt, if you will. And to think that we went through this whole thing, the country is rattled, and here are our 6. And it is interesting. I mean, look, 5 of these 6 folks, Josh Hawley, John Kennedy, Sidney Hyde-Smith, Roger Marshall, Tommy Tuberville. It's Alabama, it's Mississippi, it's Louisiana, Kansas, Missouri, of course, Cruz's Texas. Those are some deep red states. Those are folks who their political careers in their minds go up or down based on what the Trump base thinks of them. So it does sort of, you could see this, it's been stripped, we in some ways today stripped down to the core. What is the core, who are the senators that feel as if they have to stick by him? And so you see here, I mean, when you think about it, just 6 Republicans now willing to stand with Donald Trump. It's just remarkable number, because just 2 days ago, it's very possible this number could have easily been 24.
Yeah.
And between what happened last night in Georgia and, of course, the disaster of today, I think Donald Trump is finding out he has no more allies.
Yeah, and Chuck, this happened today. The control of the U.S. Senate went to the Democrats after the John Essos victory in the special election in Georgia. And we haven't even had a chance to really digest that and how that plays into all this.
No, look, in some ways, before today's events, how Georgia went, I think a lot of us thought, okay, if Democrats do end up sweeping the Senate seat, does that sort of take some of the air out of some of what we were going to see today? And what it seemed to do is sort of obviously spin the president up to a point of where he's not fully, whatever it is, he's not fully able to perhaps control his anger, control his emotions here. And it certainly set him off, because everybody, he went and attacked me on Twitter because I made the note that those defeats for those Republican incumbents down in Georgia, they belong to Donald Trump. Donald Trump's legacy as a political leader of the Republican Party has been a disaster. He came into office and there are with a House majority and a Senate majority, and he walks away with the Democrats in charge of the White House, the House, and the Senate. So here he was with that, and possibly this whole thing is imploding, and he can't handle this. In the words of Mitt Romney, that his pride is so wounded he can't seem to handle this moment. But this move here with the Senate, look, it means we're going to see a governing majority. And if anything, the events of today, Lester, I actually think it's going to have an interesting balming, perhaps, and you're already starting to see of it, B-A-L-M, when I say balming, on the United States senators. And I think it's possible that Joe Biden, a former senator himself, who has personal relationships with many of those Republicans who have defended the Constitution, people like Pat Toomey and Mitch McConnell, you might start to see briefly a semi-functional Senate for a period of time. There's an opportunity here for Joe Biden that he may end up having, he may have some brief moments of comity, if you will, where there may be a lot of Republicans who've sort of ashamed of what's happened this month, who feel that they've got to make an extra effort to go across the aisle and work with this incoming president. So it's a real opportunity, oddly enough, for President Biden to sort of unite this country, or at least unite this city, pretty quickly.
Yeah, Chuck, don't go far. Today has been a day that will go down in infamy in the history books. While many expected protests today, no one could have imagined it would go as far as it did. So how did we get here? NBC's Josh Mankiewicz takes a look back.
If you didn't see this coming, it's because you weren't paying attention.
This is a fraud on the American public.
Starting election night, before all the votes were even counted, the president began to light the way for those who followed.
We want all voting to stop. We don't want them to find any ballots at 4 o'clock in the morning and add them to the list, okay? It's a very sad moment.
A lot of people heard him. That same evening, Trump supporters began to gather in Maricopa County, Arizona, demanding to be let in to a vote counting center.
We love Trump! We love Trump!
The volume only got louder. The day after the election, with the outcome still in doubt, Mr. Trump tried to claim victory, literally. On Twitter, he wrote, "We have claimed for electoral purposes the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania." Voters, however, had laid their claims elsewhere. Joe Biden won, and President Trump reached for that volume knob again and again.
If you count the legal votes, I easily win. If you count the illegal votes, they can try to steal the election from us. If you count
What followed was a bewildering comedy of errors, a shotgun marriage of performance art and politics, culminating in Rudy Giuliani's press conference at Four Seasons Total Landscaping in Pennsylvania.
Gee, just about the 700,000 votes that President Trump was ahead by 2 days ago had disappeared.
It felt like the last gasp of a failed campaign, except it wasn't over. And very soon it wasn't funny either.
This election was stolen by mail-in ballots. Those are the ballots that were stuck in the machine 8 times, 9 times, 10 times.
I'd like to see us.
Senator Mitt Romney offered Biden early congratulations on his win. Other Republican leaders pretended it simply hadn't happened. As January 6th approached, President Trump seemed no closer to admitting the electoral reality in front of him.
There's no way I lost Georgia. There's no way. We won by hundreds of thousands of votes.
Over the weekend, Trump called Georgia's Secretary of State, Brad Raffensperger, to claim victory where none existed, and to ask for help in conjuring votes out of thin air and even thinner evidence.
I just want to find 11,780 votes, which is one more than we have, because we won the state.
On Monday, Mr. Trump told his supporters again there was simply no way he had lost.
We've demonstrated that we won the election in a landslide.
Senator Romney got a taste of the anger that generated, as seen in this cell phone video shot at an airport before tonight's joint session of Congress.
Why aren't you supporting President Trump?
The temperature was rising, and once again, Trump seemed to be thinking less about how democracy works and more about his favorite subjects, himself and his enemies. Here he is this morning at a rally in Washington.
We will never give up. We will never concede. We will stop the steal.
And then his call to action.
And we're going to have to fight much harder. And after this, we're going to walk down, and I'll be there with you. We're going to walk down. We're going to walk down anyone you want, but I think right here we're going to walk down to the Capitol, and we're going to cheer on our brave senators and congressmen and women.
Well, he didn't go, just his supporters who broke into the Capitol. After hours of frightening chaos, the president released a video urging them to go home in peace. And then, in the same breath, repeated his lie that the 2020 election was stolen. "We are a government of laws and not of men," said John Adams more than 200 years ago. Today, that idea was tested. Tonight, it may be proven true.
Josh Mankiewicz kind of walking us through how we got to where we are today. We want to bring in now White House correspondent Peter Alexander. He's had a front row to all of this these past several years. I'd love to know what you have to think about that, Peter, what we just walked through that was just laid out.
Well, Josh laid it out very well, Lester. I'm struck by the fact that we as Americans right now have this chief executive who is more connected to the fantasy of how he lost than he is to the reality of the fact that he was, in fact, voted out of office. Some of the most striking comments we heard from the president over the course of these last several weeks are those that we showed you from today, where the president, inciting those supporters, said to them, "We're going to go to the Capitol. I'm going to be there with you. We have to fight harder. He called this an egregious assault on democracy. Of course, they went that direction in mass. Mobs ultimately storming the Capitol, taking it under siege. The president wasn't there for any of it, but it's his language, really, and I've witnessed this from traveling to his campaign events over the course of the last several months and covering him for the last several years. It's his language that these Trump supporters, ultimately today these rioters, have marinated in over the course of these last several years. And without any other information and without a shared set of facts anymore, when there are some individuals who have a different set of facts, which, as was once coined by one of the president's aides, alternative facts than the real facts that we witnessed, it's fundamentally a real challenge for democracy. And this is the implosion, this rebellion, this revolt was a function of that today. It was an alarming day. It was an awful day. I was there at the White House as I left with security, as is our precaution to leave the White House earlier. I passed through just a huge parade of Trump supporters yelling obscenities, "Stop the steal," and frankly, you didn't stop to enter a conversation with them, but as you heard the conversations among some of these folks, some of the things they were saying were literally echoing the words of the president, and you just wanted to fact check every one of them. But in spite of that, and frankly, in spite of the president's effort to sort of create some calm late tonight, it was still mixed with the complaints, and neither of them, I suspect, were heard.
Yeah, Peter, I recall maybe the day of or a day or two before the election seeing an interview with the president in which he seemed very reflective, and he was talking about how painful the idea of losing is. I mean, no one likes to lose, but winning is certainly part of the image that he likes to project. I mean, you've seen this in action.
Yeah, no, that's right. I mean, the thing you've heard from the beginning of his campaign was this idea of winning. We're going to get so sick of winning, the president used to say. And he also would emphasize this other idea, which was the idea of strength. He said it in his comments today, that weakness is sort of the ultimate fault one can have. You have to demonstrate strength. Even in these moments where the president was on the defensive, he would do something sort of more outlandish, more grandiose, in fact, to try to demonstrate this position of strength, even if it was ultimately him who was the one who needed to be defended. It reminds me of a moment that I had with the president early on in this pandemic in March, when I asked the president what was the message he would share with Americans who were scared. This is when only about 200 Americans, I think only a handful of Americans had died, maybe 200 cases existed in the country, but already that fear was seeping in. We heard it. I heard it from loved ones, from neighbors, from others. And I asked the president to speak to the camera, and what would he say to Americans who were scared? And in that moment, rather than show empathy or perhaps weakness, as an aide described it to me, the president tried to show strength. And in his eyes, that strength was attacking the reporter in the room, at that moment calling me a terrible reporter, which did nothing to satisfy the nerves of Americans who were worried not about a conversation between me and him, but about their own family safety and their own safety. So, what I'm struck by is what the off-ramp is for this president at this point. He promised today he would never concede. At this point, does he have any other option to concede? Republicans are obviously furious, not just Democrats. A lot of Republicans are upset about this, with conversations reportedly floating about the idea of a 25th Amendment or censure or even impeachment again. What does the president do with 2 more weeks before Joe Biden is sworn in here? Does he ever concede? What does this do to his political future? There's a lot of soul searching for the party, and this was probably not a good day for this president, certainly in his effort to retain any political career widely beyond his base going forward.
Yeah, Peter, good to have you join us for our coverage. We are continuing to monitor both houses of Congress that are the Senate has finished considering the first objection to the vote in the state of Arizona. It was soundly defeated 93-6. However, the House of Representatives got a bit of a later start this evening after all of today's chaos. They are just now getting to that vote. Let's dip in for a while as they count the vote. Watch this. Watch the numbers on the screen there. Let's bring back Chuck Todd. Chuck, again, we would expect this to go down pretty much as hard as it did in the Senate. Is there anything we should be looking for here?
Well, not quite as hard. I mean, I think that's the question there. Sorry, where I get to watch my vote totals, you guys caught me there standing up to look at my my return monitor there. Thank you, control room, for allowing to take my camera away so I can go see the total, just to see where our numbers are adding up here. Look, we expected somewhere between 130 to 150 House Republicans to essentially agree to this objection. So that's the number to be looking for here, Lester. And I'd say everything under, as you start to see if it's not going to grow as much there. It's interesting to me to see quite a few Republicans haven't decided how they're going to vote yet. That's what to watch for. That'll tell us whether we're seeing the same thing in the House that we're clearly seeing in the Senate. Is it less than 100, or is it going to still be more than half of this House Republican Conference?
For folks that don't watch this sort of thing on a regular basis, why is it a different calculation for members of the House on a question like this as opposed to the Senate?
Well, it's a huge difference for many of these guys, because remember the term gerrymandering, right? The way these congressional districts are drawn, most of these members of Congress only really either have, somewhere, particularly on many of these House Republicans, say 70 to 75% of their constituents are Trump supporters. And in Trump won their districts with 60 and 70% of the vote. So these are, their entire political career in their minds is on the line if they cross the president. And look, unlike many of the president's supporters in the Senate, who frankly are with him out of political convenience, we've seen whether it's Ted Cruz, who denounced him at the Republican convention 4 years ago and now is his buddy, or Lindsey Graham, right? The House Republicans are genuine supporters of the president. Okay, they're not doing it out of as much as perhaps with the same level of cynicism as we see with some of the Senate Republicans. And so I do expect this number to be bigger, and I do expect them to be a little more perhaps not quite as sort of not quite as embarrassed by what happened today. And in fact, one of the president's probably most important supporters in the House is Matt Gaetz. He's a congressman from Florida. And believe it or not, he put out a fundraising email tonight, Lester, that said he was fighting for this election, and he was going to try to, and that he was going to be objecting to this election, and watch him tonight do this. This fundraising email from him was time-stamped after 9 o'clock tonight, after everything went through, after somebody got killed in the Capitol. To think he's raising money, bragging about what he's doing right now in Congress, that clearly just set us off on this terrible path that we've been in today.
Yeah. All right, Chuck, thanks very much. I want to go to White House correspondent Hallie Jackson. Hallie, we're all kind of wondering what we wake up to tomorrow. Will the political landscape look any different? Will we see resignations from within the president's inner circle? What are you hearing? What are you sensing?
So let's talk about this from sort of an actual nuts and bolts perspective, Lester, and then from sort of the political piece that you're asking about. From a nuts and bolts perspective, listen, this is what we're seeing here. It may be messy, it may be ugly, but it is the democratic process, at least for tonight, prevailing with this electoral vote count continuing on. This is going to happen in 2 weeks. I think it's still Wednesday. In 2 weeks from today, President-elect Biden will become President Biden. Vice President-elect Kamala Harris will become Vice President Kamala Harris, right? That is going to happen on January 20th. So that is sort of big picture what is next. The process will continue. However, there are some real question marks, as you point out here, about what we might wake up to tomorrow. So a couple of things. On the issue of resignations, yes, we are hearing a lot of discussion. I have to tell you, Lester, that is kind of the number one thing in the last hour or so, as I've been communicating with sources, that I'm hearing about, this discussion about who it may be, who they may be, if you may see resignations sort of from multiple people at the same time. Nothing to be able to report firmly other than a couple of things. Sources familiar say that the National Security Advisor, Robert O'Brien, is considering stepping down in protest. We're told that the Transportation Secretary, Elaine Chao, by the way, married to Mitch McConnell, of course, is considering what she is going to do next in some of these steps. So yes, I think people are doing some soul searching based on the reporting that I have tonight about whether they want to continue to be part of this administration moving forward. Separately, there's also the president's reaction. He has essentially a gag order that's being placed on him right now by these social media companies. It is the number one way that he communicates. It is his preferred method of communication, other than perhaps calling in to other cable networks, for example. He's basically muzzled at this point because of his tweets inciting violence, according to these social media companies, Twitter, Facebook, Instagram. The huge concern that he could say more to pour gasoline on this fire, on this Democratic fire, if you will. And so that time sort of comes up, right? The muzzle lifts, if you will, tomorrow midday, I think, based on the timing, or maybe tomorrow morning. What is he going to say? What is he going to say, and how will his supporters respond? Some of those supporters, of course, rioting at the Capitol. What happens at that point, Lester? Big question.
All right, Hallie, thanks. And Hallie, you mentioned that he is kind of in this timeout on social media, if you will. His pages essentially silenced by these social media companies. Let's turn to Jolene Kent right now to get some insight on how Silicon Valley here is, how the social media companies are dealing with this, and really the larger issue they face, Jolene.
You know what's interesting, Lester, is I was just looking at a tweet from the Apple CEO, Tim Cook, and he's saying people who are responsible really ought to be held to account. And there's a lot of critics out there of social media giants, not including Apple, saying that Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, Instagram are partially responsible for allowing this kind of violence to be planned, to be seeded, and then it blossoming on their social media platforms for so long. And you have Mark Zuckerberg tonight putting it into words in an internal memo that we have confirmed here at NBC News, and he's calling it mob violence, saying that they're trying to implement additional measures to keep people safe. But on the other side of Silicon Valley and San Francisco, Twitter employees internally, according to our Ben Collins on our Biz Tech team here at NBC, have been starting to really sound off. And this is what you've seen happen over the years. Other people speaking out to myself and our teammates about how they feel negatively about the power of social media when it comes to conspiracy theories, allowing militia groups to grow, things like that. And so we're hearing from internal current Twitter employees on their internal Slack channel saying things like, I don't think fomenting coups is a fairly bright line to draw. Other people say, I've been part of he's the president, we can't deactivate him crowd for 4 years now. And this is a current Twitter employee saying this. But even I have to say, this employee goes on to say, I feel complicit in allowing this to happen, and I would like to see him deactivated immediately. Now, this comes as the companies are taking more aggressive action, right? We have Twitter suspending his account for 12 hours, locking him out, saying that if certain steps are not taken, that permanent suspension is very much on the table. You also have Facebook and their subsidiary Instagram doing a 24-hour lockout. Earlier today, all of the major social platforms took down that video that President Trump put out that basically these big social companies saying he didn't do enough to ask for the rioters to stop the violence on Capitol Hill. So it will be very interesting to see how the president communicates in the next 24 hours when he has lost his ability to do it directly on social media. And more interestingly, how these powerful executives, these CEOs and founders respond to this and what they learn from it going forward, Lester.
All right. Jolene Kent walking us through all that. Thank you. It is interesting hearing the silence right now on social media from the president as all this plays out. I want to go to Garrett Hake right now on Capitol Hill. Garrett, we watched the Senate vote down the first state objection, in this case to Arizona. The House was voting. Where do things stand?
That vote continues. We're about 20 minutes into it. I suspect it'll last at least another 20 minutes more. These House votes take a good deal of time. because they rotate people through the chamber so that it never gets completely full. It's part of their COVID precautions. We're already seeing dozens of House Republicans voting both to uphold this objection and to oppose it. That's the interesting split here. All Democrats are opposing the objection here. As you've said several times throughout the course of the night, Lester, this is a foregone conclusion how this will go. But I do think we're going to see a stronger pro-Trump vote here in this first House objection, as some of these House Republicans trying to get on the record and in the good graces of the president and his supporters. And that's where we stand right now. And then the joint session that was interrupted early this afternoon will reconvene shortly after this vote. My understanding is they're going to go back in and clean the chamber, try to disinfect it one more time before they bring everybody back in and pick up right where they left off with whichever state comes after Arizona. My brain can no longer produce states alphabetically, though, so you're just going to have to take my word for it.
Yeah, I'll take your word for it because I'm not there either at this point in the day. But that being said, if there were another 5 or 6 states here and the objections continue, I can do this math. It'll be late tomorrow morning before this is over.
If there were those objections, and if the lawmakers chose to use all 2 hours of the debate, and I think both of those things are less than likely. The Hawley decision here to say he will object to Pennsylvania, but even he won't use his time to speak about that objection, suggests to me, at least on the Senate side, that the desire to fight this thing out in an all-nighter has really gone out of the chamber. And there may be some desire in the House to do that, but without senators who agree, it doesn't go anywhere. So I think it's possible that we could see, another break for debate on Pennsylvania, maybe another break for debate on Georgia, which had been something Republicans were talking about so much earlier in the week. But one of the main drivers for that was Kelly Loeffler, who has lost her reelection and said on the Senate floor a little while ago that she's not interested in continuing this fight tonight. So, maybe that leaves Wisconsin. Ron Johnson, who I spoke to earlier tonight, wouldn't say one way or the other whether he would object to the electors from his home state. I suppose that's a possibility, but he also didn't vote on to uphold the Arizona objection. He voted with Democrats, with Joe Biden, with presidential reality. So that suggests to me that he's not interested in continuing the fight. So again, this is a lot of tea leaf reading, but I do think we're probably looking at a brief objection over Pennsylvania, and maybe, just maybe, that's it.
We heard from the majority leader, Mitch McConnell, earlier when they came back into this evening session, and he gave another, impassioned speech about all this. Do we know if he was working the room during the time the senators were in lockdown? Was he continuing to try and break people loose from opposing these votes?
I don't know that definitively, but my gut is no. That's not generally how he operates. He's not an arm twister really behind the scenes. What McConnell often tries to do is to prevent these votes from even happening. He doesn't like to get into a situation where Republicans are publicly battling with each other. So we know that he was arm twisting a week ago, 2 weeks ago, urging Senate Republicans not to join in on these challenges, warning them that it would be a terrible vote. But after that, I also know that he was telling his senators that while he would vote against any of these objections, that it was a vote of conscience. There has been, these senators were essentially locked in one big room together for something bordering on 6 hours today. I suspect over the next coming days, we're going to learn a lot about what was said behind closed doors. So there may have been other arm twisting going on, but I think it's unlikely that that pressure came from McConnell. He made his point clear, and I think the appearance of him trying to strong arm his members is just not the way he would operate, and I don't think he would have thought that it would be helpful, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, Garrett, thank you. We'll continue to monitor what's happening in both chambers right now as they continue to consider these objections. Today's chaos and violence unfolded in one of the most secure and sacred places in the country, as we have talked about. NBC's Harry Smith has a reminder of what it represents.
Make it so.
The Capitol building that was so viciously overrun by rioters today is usually as proud a place as exists in America. It is where Franklin Roosevelt steadied a nation crippled by the Depression.
The only thing we have to fear is fear itself.
And where John F. Kennedy called a country to service.
Ask not what your country can do for you. ask what you can do for your country.
Anyone who has walked through it, be it on a school trip or a family vacation, can feel the Capitol's power. It is palpable. To know that the nation's business is carried on there makes your heart skip a beat or two. Through times of peace and times of conflict, through times of want and times of plenty, most of us have believed or wanted to believe that the Capitol was a place where the people's business was conducted. We the people's business. Throughout our history, representatives came from every corner of the country, and as the country grew, so too did the House and Senate. It grew to look more and more like we do, a place where men and women would come to work as equals, where color and origin was no barrier. I have sat in the House chamber for a State of the Union address. I remember looking around the room, from the Supreme Court to the Joint Chiefs, the Cabinet, members of the House and Senate, the robust cheers, the stony silence, a beautifully imperfect mix. The founders conjured all this up, and while it sure was more diverse by gender and race than they ever imagined, it was their idea, the American idea. I have stood in line twice at the Capitol to pay respects to presidents who passed. Both times were the same. You'd expect, I guess, the crowd to be dominated by the party faithful of the president who died. But it wasn't like that. Whatever our differences, in the moment, unimportant. Like Republicans and Democrats lifting their voices together after 9/11.
God bless America, my home, sweet home.
Our most imperfect union suffered a jolt today. A simple procedural step in the peaceful transition of power was crashed by an angry mob. It was as disturbing as it was heartbreaking. It was, quite frankly, un-American. Most of us, I reckon, still believe in our ability to govern ourselves, to abide by the will of our fellow citizens. Many have sacrificed much, and some have sacrificed all to ensure those rights. If not just for them, but for future generations, we pray we never see anything like today's atrocity again.
Harry Smith with an absolutely amazing reflective piece on where we are as a country. Before we close at this hour, I want to bring back Chuck Todd. And Chuck, I hadn't seen Harry's story, and so I didn't know he was going to play that moment on 9/11. Where the spontaneous singing of God Bless America by members of Congress. And I was thinking about that several times today, and then there it was. It feels like, obviously that was a horrible day, but that piece of it, it feels like a part of America we won't get back.
You know, that day we were united because it was an outside force that was coming after us, was coming after our way of life. What makes today so disturbing is it was an inside force. This came from within. Look, this is an inflection point for the country. This is an inflection point for our politics. This is an inflection point for a lot of things. Question is, to what end? Is this going to be a moment that everybody takes this breath and we realize this divisive politics can destroy us? You know, it has been an emanating feature of our politics for most of my adult life. It's been getting worse and worse and worse, and we keep wondering, boy, at some point, are we going to hit a breaking point? You know, today felt like that breaking point. And the question is it going to be this breaking point that turns into an inflection point where we have a bunch of people who take a step back and realize country first? So let's see.
Yeah, and I was also reflecting on the notion that as journalists, we enjoy the give and take of politics and the surprises and the jockeying for position. We cover that sometimes like a sport. This isn't fun.
No, it hasn't been, Lester, and I have to tell you, I have been sick to my stomach about it because of that. And it's like, I'm not ready to go back and cover regular politics right now. That's for sure.
Yeah, Chuck, thank you. It has been an extraordinary day. We will see what tomorrow brings. NBC News, of course, will continue to cover this. This does it right now for our special report. Tune in to tomorrow for Today. Savannah and Hoda will have the very latest on the overnight developments. For all of us here at NBC News, I'm Lester Holt. Have a good night, everyone.
must turn the temperature down. It was a hard-fought campaign, but the campaign is over. The votes have been counted. The count has been certified in all 50 states. And in 2 weeks, on January 20th, Joe Biden and Kamala Harris will be sworn in as President and Vice President of the United States, as they should be. We have serious and urgent challenges that will require working together with our new president, our new vice president, with one another in this chamber, Democrats, Republicans, Independents, and with our colleagues over in the House of Representatives. What's on our to-do list? Well, we can start with making sure that hundreds of millions of Americans get vaccinated, that we get off the dime and start vaccinating. We vaccinated 4 million people last month. 4 million. We're supposed to vaccinate 20. How are we ever going to get to 250 million at this rate? What else is on our to-do list? We're getting our kids back to school. We got kids that are unable to get on the internet, unable to participate in their classes, may not have any adult supervision at home. They're struggling. They're falling even further behind. We need to do something to help them. What else is on our to-do list? Getting their parents back to work, just to name a few things. Think of all the millions of people who lost jobs and they don't have skills anymore to fill the jobs that are needed. They need our help. They need to be retooled and retrained. It's time to stop trying to overturn the will of the people and get back to working on their behalf. Mr. President, Abraham Lincoln has been quoted a couple times here tonight. But he observed at the end of the Gettysburg Address that ours is, quote, a government of the people, by the people, and for the people. Even in the midst of his Civil War, President Lincoln put his unwavering faith in the people to chart our nation's course. We would be wise to remember Lincoln's words at this moment, at this special moment in our nation's history. We're not a government of Trump, by Trump, and for Trump. We're a government of the people, by the people, and for the people. And the people have spoken. The people have spoken. Our job here today is to listen to them. I intend to do that. And I trust that my colleagues will join me in doing that as well. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
President.
Senators recognized.
Mr. President, first I want to thank all of the first responders who helped to protect this sacred chamber today, protect those Electoral College ballots. Today is a special day. On a day when some 2,500 or more Americans will lose their lives to the coronavirus, when another 130,000 will be hospitalized with it, when hundreds of small businesses will close their doors and put thousands of Americans out of work. On this day, the United States Senate is not debating how to get more life-saving vaccines into Americans' arms or how to put 2,000 badly needed dollars into their pockets. No, instead, we are using the first days of the new Senate and Congress to give time to our radical Republican colleagues' baseless and damaging claims of election fraud, all in an attempt to keep Donald Trump in office in violation of the United States Constitution. There's a word for this. It's called sedition. All these unfounded objections to state electors are seditious. They are nothing short of an insurrection against the established order of the United States Constitution and our democratic republic. This is an historically shameful day for the Senate and for our country. To be clear, the notion that there are any meaningful voter fraud that has been identified in the 2020 presidential election is a dangerous, anti-democratic, treasonous fiction. Joe Biden won, Donald Trump lost, period. But that hasn't stopped the president and his supporters from making allegations of voter fraud in some 60 legal challenges across the country, heard by some 90 judges, including Trump judicial appointees. Not one of these challenges succeeded, not one. And despite this reality, my radical Republican colleagues claim we must have a commission to investigate the fraud. Well,
We do know one of the most undeniable instances of substantial and significant election fraud ever. We even have a recording and a transcript of it. It's President Trump talking like a mafia boss to the Georgia Secretary of State, a Republican no less, pressuring and threatening him to fix the election in Trump's favor and holding out the prospect of criminal prosecution if he doesn't. Find me 11,780 votes, Trump said. Well, someone should find Donald Trump a real lawyer and measure him for an orange jumpsuit, because the list of statutes that this latest shocking presidential phone call may violate is too long to recite. The president's words on that phone call, indeed his conduct since the election, demand a serious response, one much more serious than the sham before us today. First, federal and state law enforcement authorities should investigate Donald Trump for election fraud, extortion, conspiracy, and whatever other charges fit the bill, and if warranted, indict and try him for any crimes he has committed. Second, we must recognize that Donald Trump is and will remain a danger to our Constitution and our democracy. So while time is certainly limited, we should impeach Trump again and bar him from holding office in the future. And finally, we should abolish the Electoral College. It is a vestige of a racist Jim Crow America, and we have outgrown it. Every person's vote in every state should count just the same. One person, one vote. Election fraud and reform are very serious issues. Election reform absolutely should be debated in Congress, which is why instead of today's kabuki theater, I invite my Republican colleagues to stand up and say, yes, we need to protect and expand voting rights and election security. We need automatic voter registration. We need online voter registration. We need same-day voter registration. We should make Election Day a federal holiday. We should restore voting rights to people with prior felony convictions. We should support independent redistricting commissions. Let's spend our time on the floor debating that, debating how to reduce the influence of big money in our political system, to slow the revolving door between government officials and lobbyists, to stop gerrymandering and voter suppression. That's the real election reform that we should be debating and supporting, not these shameful, craven, baseless objections. More than 350,000 Americans have died from the coronavirus. That is the truth. Nearly 8 million people have fallen into poverty because of the economic crisis caused by this virus. That is the truth. Wearing a mask saves lives. Vaccines are safe and effective. That is the truth. Joe Biden won. Donald Trump lost. That is the truth. I urge all my Senate colleagues to vote against these objections, affirm our democracy, and recognize that Joe Biden and Kamala Harris will rightfully be sworn in on January 20th as the President and Vice President of the United States.
The senator from Connecticut is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Today was a stomach-churning, gut-wrenching moment in our history. And truly, it was an assault on the heart of our democracy. And I want to join in thanking the first responders and police. But I also want to thank others who have been heroes of our democracy, unsung in many instances. First, all of the election officials, all of the poll workers, all of the members of boards of election who actually counted the votes, who went to the polls and make sure that votes could be cast, and who ultimately stood firm for the integrity of that voting system. I want to thank the judges. There are now about 90 of them who, except for one or two who rule the other way on a technicality, have stood firm for the integrity of that voting system. In those 60 to 70 cases, except for that one, ruled on a technicality, they went with the integrity of our voting system and the rule of law. Today was indeed disgusting and sickening. It was shocking and despicable. It was heartbreaking, but it was not surprising. In fact, today's assault on our democracy, the mob violence, the riots, the thugs and goons who were inspired and incited by the President of the United States, all were of a piece with these past 4 years of a president who has no respect for the truth or the rule of law. Donald Trump's presidency is coming to a close in the very same way it began, with an attack on our democracy. In 2016, the Trump campaign welcomed hostile foreign interference with our election, and the president refused to acknowledge that he would accept the results of the election if he lost. And then, again and again and again, he demonstrated his contempt for the rule of law and for the laws themselves. He obstructed justice, and he would have been charged with it had he not been the President of the United States. He invited a foreign government to interfere in our elections and find dirt on his political opponent. And most disturbingly, these actions by a president who demonstrated that contempt for the rule of law were met with silence from many political leaders, our colleagues here in the Senate among them. Silence in the face of that contempt for the rule of law and disrespect for the law enforcers. So we could have seen today coming. In fact, we did. I warned about it, others did, because the fantasies and falsehoods that drove those rioters, not protesters, the mob who assaulted the temple of democracy, were fueled by the president's misstatements and lies and contempt for the truth. And he was enabled. He had enablers. So today we are stopping in one instance that enabling. But we must also make sure to stop it going forward. And the political stunt that brought us here today offers no great solace that it will. These stunts have consequences. We say words have consequences. And the actions today will have significant consequences. They are an attack on our democracy that undermines the core tenets of our American government and a disrespect for the will of the people and a peaceful transition of power, and the political stunts themselves, driven by opportunism, blaze a path that can be followed by more competent challenges, just as the dictatorial instincts and actions of this president can be followed by more effective would-be tyrants intent on destroying our republic. Yes, we have more important tasks that we should be addressing as well. The pandemic, the economic revival. But today we must be mindful of the threat to our democracy that we face down, and we come together on a bipartisan basis. But silence is never excusable in the face of lawlessness at the very top of our political structure. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
The senator from Delaware is recognized.
Mr. President, I have a question for all of my colleagues this evening, which is what happened here today? And how is it different from what we expected as we assembled in this chamber early this afternoon. Sadly, much like the impeachment trial of just a year ago, I think as many of us slogged our way to the nation's capital and dutifully filed into this chamber, we expected hours and hours of debate and discussion, knowing the outcome, knowing that what was being engaged in by a handful of our colleagues was a political stunt, feeding the ego of our president, who is chasing conspiracy theories about how he actually won the election 2 months ago that he lost, and indulging his belief that somehow, the Congress could still at the last moment snatch victory from the jaws of defeat. Even in the last day, President Trump had been haranguing his own incredibly loyal Vice President, Mike Pence, as if somehow Vice President Pence would simply declare him president today. We knew that President Trump had been stirring up the spirits of thousands, urging them to come to Washington. We had an inkling that he might go out and speak to them, but I don't think as we filed into this chamber, any of us expected that for the second time in our republic's history, the perimeter of this Capitol would be breached, members of the Senate would be rushed to safety, that not just the Capitol Police, but U.S. Marshals and FBI officers and fully combat-geared soldiers would be in the United States Capitol, taking it back from a riotous mob of thugs. Just a few moments ago, I went to the rotunda to see the litter and the trash, the residue and the remnants of those who took over this building today, and to say thank you to the men and women of law enforcement who helped secure it after it fell to an angry mob. But folks, we have to think about the consequences of what happened here today, why this happened, and what it means, and what it teaches. Because frankly, tonight, now, the whole world is watching. The entire world is watching a montage of scenes of folks cavorting in the Capitol, half-naked men taking that seat, scrawling things on different surfaces, parading up and down the Capitol corridors with a Confederate flag, with a Trump flag, and in other ways signaling that they had done something significant. No, in fact, what they've actually done is weakened our democracy, showed some of its fragility, and encouraged our opponents around the world. In the last 2 months since the election, we have one man who has abandoned his post, who has mostly spent his time golfing and tweeting and indulging himself in conspiracy theories and been less and less attuned to our national security and to a raging pandemic. And another man, our president-elect, who is preparing to take over the responsibility for leading this country out of this pandemic and out of its current state of deep, deep division. President Trump has abandoned his post. He does not deserve to be president any longer, and he poses a real and present threat to the future of our democracy. But let me also say this to my colleagues, half of whom changed their intended vote today after seeing what happened in the Capitol. There were, as we began, roughly 13 senators, Republicans, who said they were going to vote against the certification of the election. And when we actually finally called the roll, it was just 6. 7 of them having been chastened by the events of today. But 2 who continue on this quest, clerked for the Supreme Court Chief Justice, are deeply schooled in the law, know better than what they did today. And in the count and the debate going on over in the House, even now, more than 100 House Republicans continue with this effort. On this floor earlier today, this evening, there were strong and clear and brave speeches by Republicans and Democrats alike. So I have a question as we move forward. When will this fever break? When will we finally say to each other, enough is enough of indulging and following populism and demagoguery? Is it time to finally show who the leaders are and to uphold our Constitution that every one of the House members and a third of us swore to uphold just 3 days ago? I will tell you as I look ahead that I am confident that 2 weeks from now, Joseph Biden will be sworn in as the next president, Kamala Harris sworn in as the next vice president, and we have a unique moment in my lifetime. Because as presidents and leaders in the Senate of both parties over the last decades have observed, the Senate has steadily shrunk in its significance, its role, and its power, and the presidency has steadily grown. Not in my lifetime, not since LBJ, have we had an incoming president who spent 36 years in this chamber. We have a chance with Joe Biden, a president-elect who ran on bringing our country together, a president-elect who ran on turning the page from our moment of national division, a president-elect who respects and honors and understands the significance of this body. So we have to take this opportunity to heal, to hear each other, to compromise, to work together, and to see the real challenges facing the American people and take this last, best moment. What happened here today should leave all of us gravely concerned about the health and the future of our democracy, and the opportunity we will have 2 weeks from today is one we should not let pass us by. Thank you, Mr. President. With that, I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
The senator from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. President, more than 350,000 of our loved ones have died from a terrible disease. Small businesses have gone under, never to reopen. Millions have lost their jobs, and too many families don't know how they're going to pay the rent or put groceries on the table. It is tough out there, but Americans are fighters. And despite all the challenges, in November, they did what Americans do when they are unhappy with their leadership. They voted for change. They turned their backs on a sitting president who fans the flames of hatred while bodies pile up in the morgue. Instead, they elected a new president who wants to save lives, to save our economy, and to save our democracy. Even as the pandemic raged, Americans showed up for democracy. States worked overtime to set up safe systems, ballot drop boxes and early voting, and gallons of hand sanitizer. Voters mailed their ballots earlier, put on masks, and stood in line at the polls. The election of 2020 shattered voting records. So here we are on the floor of the United States Senate in the aftermath of an historic election held in the middle of a pandemic. People are suffering, and we should be working to get them the help they need. Instead, we are here because Donald Trump wants to overturn the results of that election. The Republicans objecting to the results of this election will be judged by history. But the rest of us will be judged as well. It is our responsibility to stand up for our democracy, even while other senators work to undermine it. Losing is hard. I ran for president myself. It was a hard-fought primary, but Joe Biden won and I lost. I am not the only one to live through that. A number of senators in this room have run for president. None of us was successful. And when we lost, we conceded and we got out of the race, because that is how democracy works. None of us lied about the results. We didn't throw temper tantrums. We didn't tell our allies in Congress or the states to overturn the results. We didn't feed poisonous propaganda to our supporters. We didn't urge people to march on state capitals or to descend on Washington. We accepted the will of the voters. And it's not just us. It's everyone who has run for president since the beginning of America. Only once in America's history have the people who lost tried to burn down our democracy on the way out. They caused a civil war that nearly destroyed our nation. Make no mistake, The violence we witnessed in this chamber today was the direct result of the poisonous lies that Donald Trump repeated again and again for more than 2 months. His words have consequences. Our democracy has been grievously injured by this lying coward. This effort to subvert our democracy is not merely one last presidential tantrum. This effort is designed to knock out the basic pillar on which democracy is founded, the idea that the voters, not the sitting president and not the members of Congress, but the voters decide who will lead this nation. A democracy in which the elected leaders do not bend to the will of the voters is no democracy. It is a totalitarian state. And those who pursue this effort are supporting a coup. I urge my colleagues to vote no on this effort to overthrow our democracy. I yield, Mr. President.
The senator from Alaska is recognized.
Ask that the Senate stand in recess, subject to the call of the chair.
Without objection.
The coronavirus exploding to staggering new records. We come on the air, several major developments. President-elect Biden moves forward with his transition.
The story.
Tell me about day one in the White House. What are your priorities going to be on those first days?
From every angle.
You're finding some brightness in all of this, aren't you?
That's what teachers do.
On the ground.
What most worries you over the next couple months?
And in depth.
How are you feeling?
Incredibly optimistic that we're at this point.
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Saw today.
Yeah, and then to the thought we were just having as I turned to you, Lester, Lindsey Graham, what a moment.
It was extraordinary. He got very emotional at the end. Basically, he's saying, love Donald Trump. I wish he'd won. Prayed he'd win. He didn't. And basically telling his colleagues to essentially deal with it.
He was, and he threw his arms around it rhetorically anyway. Mike Pence to say, we're with you, stay strong, because Vice President Pence has been under enormous pressure from the president to do something to overturn the election. As Senator Graham said, Mike Pence won't do that because he can't do that. It's illegal. It's not constitutional to do so. But Senator Graham has tried to walk that line of supporting President Trump. But tonight is a clear break where he literally said enough is enough. He said if Al Gore can accept a 5-4 vote that he doesn't agree with, then Lindsey Graham said I can accept a vote of the Wisconsin Supreme Court or some of these other swing state Supreme Courts.
But he, and you listen to some of the various arguments, I mean, you see the deep fissures within the Republican Party, I mean, among senators and members of the House as well.
Fissures, and also doesn't it seem, whether it's Mitch McConnell or Lindsey Graham or Mitt Romney, these senators seem truly shaken by what has transpired today on Capitol Hill. Some of them, their voices were shaking. The passion, we see passion on Capitol Hill from time to time, but to say it again and again and again, you just can't say it enough. We've never seen a day like this. We've never seen events like this, and we have not seen statements like this.
But imagine being Donald Trump and watching the TV today, even before the riots broke out. You hear Mitch McConnell basically say, give it up, it's over, don't do this, it's going to harm the Republic. You hear the vice president, he puts out a statement, again before the rioting, saying, can't do it, I've got to follow the Constitution, I can't save you, I can't save your campaign.
He's seeing White House staff of varying levels resign. including, his former press secretary, the First Lady's chief of staff, Stephanie Grisham, resigned. So, you imagine, where is he tonight? Is he in the residence, in the Oval Office? What is the First Lady saying? He can't tweet. He's not on Facebook. He's not on Instagram. So, it's just, you wonder what his mindset is right now, what his next steps are. And you and I were just talking.
Madam Speaker, the Vice President and the United States Senate.
The joint session of Congress to count the electoral vote will resume.
The tellers having taken their seats, the two houses retired to consider separately and decide upon the vote of the state of Arizona to which an objection has been filed. The Secretary of the Senate will report the action of the Senate.
In the Senate of the United States, ordered that the Senate, by a vote of 6 ayes to 93 nays, rejects the objection to the electoral votes cast in the state of Arizona for Joseph R. Biden for president and Kamala D. Harris for vice president.
The Clerk of the House will report the action of the House.
Ordered that the House of Representatives rejects the objections to the electoral vote of the state of Arizona.
Pursuant to the law, Chapter 1 of Title 3 of the United States Code, because the two houses have not sustained the objection, the original certificate submitted by the state of Arizona will be counted as provided therein. The tellers will now record and announce the vote of the state of Arkansas for president and vice president in accordance with the action of the two houses. This certificate from Arkansas, the parliamentarians advise me, is the only certificate of vote from the state that purports to be a return from the state, and that is annexed to it a certificate from an authority of the state purporting to appoint or ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Arkansas seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida received 6 votes for president, and Michael R. Pence of the state of Indiana received 6 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of vote of the state of Arkansas that the teller has verified appears to be regular in form and authentic? Hearing none. This certificate from California, the parliamentarians advise me, is the only certificate of vote from the state that purports to be a return from the state, and that has annexed to it a certificate from an authority of that state purporting to appoint or ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of California, I would say the great state of California, seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Joseph R. Biden Jr. of the state of Delaware received 55 votes for president, and Kamala D. Harris of the state of California received 55 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of the vote of the state of California that the teller has verified appears to be regular in form and authentic? Hearing none. This certificate from Colorado, the parliamentarians advise me, is the only certificate of vote from the state that purports to be a return from the state, and that has annexed to it a certificate from an authority of the state purporting to appoint and ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Colorado seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Joseph R. Biden Jr. of the state of Delaware received 9 votes for president, and Kamala D. Harris of the state of California received 9 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of the vote to the state of Colorado that the teller has verified appears to be regular in form and authentic? Hearing none. This certificate from Connecticut, the parliamentarians advise me, is the only certificate of vote from the state that purports to be a return from the state, and that has annexed to it a certificate from an authority of that state purporting to appoint or ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Connecticut seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Joseph R. Biden Jr. of the state of Delaware received 7 votes for president, and Kamala D. Harris of the state of California received 7 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of the vote of the state of Connecticut that the teller has verified appears to be regular in form and authentic? Hearing none. This certificate from Delaware, the parliamentarians advised me, is the only certificate of vote from the state that purports to be a return from the state, and that has annexed to it a certificate from an authority of the state purporting to appoint and ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Delaware seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Joseph R. Biden Jr. of the state of Delaware received 3 votes for president, and Kamala D. Harris of the state of California received 3 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of the vote of the state of Delaware that the teller has verified appears to be regular in form and authentic? Hearing none. This certificate from the District of Columbia, the parliamentarians advise me, is the only certificate of vote from the district that purports to be a return from the district and has annexed to it a certificate from an authority of the district purporting to appoint or ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the District of Columbia seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Joseph R. Biden Jr. of the state of Delaware received 3 votes for president, and Kamala D. Harris from the state of California received 3 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of vote of the District of Columbia that the teller has verified appears to be regular in form and authentic? Hearing none. This certificate from Florida, the parliamentarians advise me, is the only certificate of vote from that state that purports to be a return from the state, and that has annexed to it a certificate from an authority of the state purporting to appoint or ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Florida seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida received 29 votes for president, and Michael R. Pence of the state of Indiana received 29 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of vote of the state of Florida that the teller has verified appears to be regular in form and authentic? Hearing none. This certificate from Georgia, the parliamentarians advise me, is the only certificate of vote from that state that purports to be a return from the state, and that has annexed to it a certificate from an authority of the state purporting to appoint or ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Georgia seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Joseph R. Biden Jr. of the state of Delaware received 16 votes for president, and Kamala D. Harris of the state of California received 16 votes for vice president.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia rise?
Mr. President, myself, members of the Georgia delegation, and some 74 of my Republican colleagues, and I object to the electoral votes from the state of Georgia on the grounds that the election conducted on November 3rd was faulty and fraudulent due to unilateral actions by the Secretary of State to unlawfully change the state's election process without approval from the General Assembly, and thereby setting the stage for an unprecedented amount of fraud and irregularities. And I have signed the objection myself.
Sections 15 and 17 of Title III of the United States Code require that any objection be presented in writing and signed by a member of the House of Representatives and a senator. Is the objection in writing and signed by a member and a senator?
Mr. President, prior to the actions and events of today, we did, but following the events of today, it appears that some senators have withdrawn their objection.
In that case, the objection cannot be entertained. Section 18 of Title III of the United States Code moves us. This certificate from Hawaii, the parliamentarians advise me, is the only certificate of vote from the state that purports to be a return from the state, and that has annexed to it a certificate from an authority of that state purporting to appoint or ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Hawaii seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Joseph R. Biden Jr. of the state of Delaware received 4 votes for president, and Kamala D. Harris of the state of California received 4 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of vote from the state of Hawaii that the teller has verified appears to be regular in form and authentic? Hearing none, this certificate from Idaho, the parliamentarians advise me, is the only certificate of vote from the state that purports to be a return from the state, and that has annexed to it a certificate from an authority of the state purporting to appoint or ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Idaho seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida received 4 votes for president, and Michael R. Pence of the state of Indiana received 4 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of vote from the state of Idaho that the teller has verified appear to be regular in form and authentic? Hearing none, this certificate from Illinois, the parliamentarians advise me, is the only certificate of vote from that state that purports to be returned from the state, and that has annexed to it a certificate from an authority of that state purporting to appoint and ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Illinois seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Joseph R. Biden Jr. of the state of Delaware received 20 votes for president, and Kamala D. Harris of the state of California received 20 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of the vote of the state of Illinois that the teller has verified appears to be in regular form and authentic? Hearing none, this certificate from Indiana, the parliamentarians advise me, is the only certificate of vote from that state that purports to be returned from the state, and that has annexed to it a certificate from an authority of that state purporting to appoint and ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Indiana seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida received 11 votes for president, and Michael R. Pence of the state of Indiana received 11 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of the vote of the state of Indiana that the teller has verified appears to be regular in form and authentic? Hearing none. This certificate from Iowa, the parliamentarians advise, is the only certificate of vote from the state that purports to be a return from the state, that has annexed to it a certificate from an authority of the state purporting to appoint or ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Iowa seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida received 6 votes for president, and Michael R. Pence of the state of Indiana received 6 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of vote of the state of Iowa that the teller has verified appears to be regular and authentic? Hearing none, this certificate from Kansas, the parliamentarians advise me, is the only certificate of vote from that state that purports to be a return from the state, and that has annexed to it a certificate of authority of the state purporting to appoint or ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Kansas seems to be regular in form and authentic. It appears therefrom that Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida received 6 votes for president, and Michael R. Pence of the state of Indiana received 6 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of vote of the state of Kansas that the teller has verified appears to be regular in form and authentic? Hearing none, this certificate from the Commonwealth of Kentucky, the parliamentarians advise me, is the only certificate of vote from that state that purports to be a return from the state, has annexed to it a certificate of authority of the state purporting to appoint or ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the Commonwealth of Kentucky seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida received 8 votes for president, and Michael R. Pence of the state of Indiana received 8 votes for Vice President.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of the vote of the Commonwealth of Kentucky? That the teller is verified appears to be regular in form and authentic. Hearing none, this certificate from Louisiana, the parliamentarians advise me, is the only certificate of vote from that state. It purports to be a return from the state, has annexed to it a certificate of authority from the state purporting to appoint or ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Louisiana seems to be regular in form and authentic, and appears therefrom that Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida received 8 votes for president, and Michael R. Pence of the state of Indiana received 8 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of the vote of the state of Louisiana? That the teller is verified to be regular in form and authentic. Hearing none, this certificate from Maine, the parliamentarians advise, is the only certificate of vote from that state that purports to be a return from the state, that has annexed to it a certificate of authority from the state purporting to appoint or ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Maine seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Joseph R. Biden Jr. of the state of Delaware received 3 votes for president, and Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida received 1 vote for president, and Kamala D. Harris of the state of California received 3 votes for vice president, and Michael R. Pence of the state of Indiana received 1 vote for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of vote of the state of Maine that the teller is verified, appears to be regular in form and authentic? Hearing none, this certificate from Maryland, the parliamentarians advise me, is the only certificate of vote from that state, purports to be a return from the state, has annexed to it a certificate from an authority of the state purporting to appoint or ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Maryland seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Joseph R. Biden Jr. of the state of Delaware received 10 votes for president, and Kamala D. Harris of the state of California received 10 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of the vote of the state of Maryland that the teller has verified appears to be regular in form and authentic? Hearing none, this certificate from the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, the parliamentarians advise, is the only certificate of vote from that state, purports to be a return from the state, and has annexed to it a certificate from an authority of the state purporting to appoint or ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Joseph R. Biden Jr. of the state of Delaware received 11 votes for president, and Kamala D. Harris of the state of California received 11 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts? The tellers advised appear to be regular in form and authentic. Hearing none, this certificate from Michigan, the parliamentarians advise, is the only certificate of vote in that state that purports to be a return from the state and has annexed to it a certificate of authority of the state purporting to appoint or ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Michigan seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Joseph R. Biden Jr. of the state of Delaware received 16 votes for president, and Kamala D. Harris of the state of California received 16 votes for vice president.
For what reason does the gentlelady from Georgia rise?
Mr. President, I, along with 70 of my Republican colleagues, object to the counting of the electoral votes for the state of Michigan on the grounds that the error rate precedes the FEC rate allowed at 0.0008%, and that the people who signed affidavits at risk of perjury, their voices have not been heard in a court of law.
Section 15 and 17 of Title III of the U.S. Code require that any objection be presented in writing and signed by a member of the House of Representatives and a senator. Is the objection in writing and signed by a member and a senator?
The objection is writing, not signed by a senator.
In that case, the objection cannot be entertained. Are there any further objections to counting the certificate of the vote from the state of Michigan? The certificate the teller has verified appears to be regular in form and authentic. Hearing no further objections, this certificate from Minnesota, the parliamentarians advise me, is the only certificate of vote from that state that purports to be a return from the state. Annexed to it, certificate of authority from the state purporting to appoint and ascertain electors.
President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Minnesota seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Joseph R. Biden Jr. of the state of Delaware received 10 votes for president, and Kamala D. Harris of the state of California received 10 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of the vote of the state of Minnesota that the teller has verified appears to be regular in form and authentic? Hearing none, this certificate from Mississippi, the parliamentarians advise, is the only certificate of vote from that state that purports to be a return from the state, as annexed to it a certificate of authority of the state purporting to appoint and ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Mississippi seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida received 6 votes for president, and Michael R. Pence of the state of Indiana received 6 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of vote from the state of Mississippi that the teller has verified appears to be regular in form and authentic? Hearing none, this certificate from Missouri, the parliamentarians advise, is the only certificate of vote from the state that purports to be a return from the state, that has annexed to it a certificate from an authority of the state purporting to appoint or ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Missouri seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida received 10 votes for president, and Michael R. Pence of the state of Indiana received 10 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of the vote of the state of Missouri that the teller has verified appears to be regular and authentic? Hearing none, this certificate from Montana, the parliamentarians advise, is the only certificate of vote from that state that purports to be a return from the state, and that has annexed to it a certificate of authority of the state purporting to appoint or ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Montana seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida received 3 votes for president, and Michael R. Pence of the state of Indiana received 3 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of the vote of the state of Montana that the teller verified appears to be regular in form and authentic? That the teller verified appears to be regular in form and authentic? Hearing none, this certificate from Nebraska, the parliamentarians advise, is the only certificate of vote from the state that purports to be a return from the state, that has annexed to it a certificate of authority from the state purporting to appoint or ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Nebraska seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida received 4 votes for president, and Joseph R. Biden Jr. of the state of Delaware received 1 vote for president, and Michael R. Pence of the state of Indiana received 4 votes for vice president, and Kamala D. Harris of the state of California received 1 vote for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of vote from the state of Nebraska that the teller is verified as regular in form and authentic? Hearing none, this certificate from Nevada, the parliamentarian advises, is the only certificate of vote from the state that purports to be a return from the state, and that has annexed to it a certificate of authority from the state purporting to appoint or ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Nevada seems to be regular, in form, and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Joseph R. Biden Jr. of the state of Delaware received 6 votes for president, and Kamala D. Harris of the state of California received 6 votes for vice president.
For what reason does the gentleman from Alabama rise?
Mr. President, I and 55 other members of the United States House of Representatives object to the electoral votes of the state of Nevada in order to protect the lawful votes of Nevada and all other American citizens.
Section 15 and 17 of Title III of the United States Code requires that any objection be presented in writing and signed by a member of the House of Representatives and a senator. Is the objection in writing and signed by a member and a senator?
Mr. President, it is in writing, but unfortunately, no United States Senator has joined in this effort.
In that case, the objection cannot be entertained. Are there any further objections to counting the certificate of vote of the state of Nevada that the teller has verified appears to be regular, in form, and authentic? This certificate from New Hampshire, the parliamentarians advise me, is the only certificate of vote from that state that purports to be a return from the state, has annexed to it a certificate of authority of the state purporting to appoint or ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of New Hampshire seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Joseph R. Biden Jr. of the state of Delaware received 4 votes for president, and Kamala D. Harris of the state of California received 4 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of vote of the state of New Hampshire that the teller has verified appears to be regular in form and authentic? This certificate from New Jersey, the parliamentarians advise, is the only certificate of vote from the state that purports to be a return from the state, has annexed to it a certificate of authority of the state purporting to appoint and ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of New Jersey seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Joseph R. Biden Jr. of the state of Delaware received 14 votes for president, and Kamala D. Harris of the state of California received 14 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of vote of the state of New Jersey? The teller's verified appears to be regular in form and authentic. This certificate from New Mexico, the parliamentarians advise, is the only certificate of vote from the state that purports to be a return from the state, and that has annexed to it a certificate of authority of the state purporting to appoint or ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of New Mexico seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Joseph R. Biden Jr. of the state of Delaware received 5 votes for president, and Kamala D. Harris of the state of California received 5 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of the state of New Mexico that the teller has verified appears to be regular in form and authentic? Hearing none, this certificate from New York, the parliamentarians advise me, is the only certificate of vote from the state that purports to be a return from the state, has annexed to it a certificate of authority from the state purporting to appoint and ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of New York seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Joseph R. Biden Jr. of the state of Delaware received 29 votes for president, and Kamala D. Harris of the state of California received 29 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of vote of the state of New York that the teller's verified appears to be regular in form and authentic? Hearing none, this certificate from North Carolina, the parliamentarians advise me, is the only certificate of vote from that state that purports to be a return from the state, has annexed to it a certificate from the state purporting to appoint and ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of North Carolina seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida received 15 votes for president, and Michael R. Pence of the state of Indiana received 15 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of vote of the state of North Carolina? That the teller is verified appears to be regular in form and authentic. This certificate from North Dakota, the parliamentarians advise me, is the only certificate of vote from the state. It purports to be a return from the state. It has annexed to it a certificate of authority of the state purporting to appoint and ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of North Dakota seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida received 3 votes for president, and Michael R. Pence of the state of Indiana received 3 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of vote of the state of North Dakota? That the teller is verified as regular and authentic. Hearing none, this certificate from Ohio, the parliamentarians advise, is the only certificate of vote from the state. It purports to be a return from the state, has annexed to it a certificate of authority of the state purporting to appoint or ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Ohio seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida received 18 votes for president, and Michael R. Pence of the state of Indiana received 18 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of vote from the state of Ohio? That the teller has verified as regular in form and authentic. Hearing none, this certificate from Oklahoma, the parliamentarians advise, is the only certificate of vote from that state, purports to be a return from the state, has annexed to it a certificate of authority of the state purporting to appoint or ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Oklahoma seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida received 7 votes for president, and Michael R. Pence of the state of Indiana received 7 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of vote of the state of Oklahoma that the teller has verified to be regular in form and authentic? Hearing none, this certificate from Oregon, the parliamentarians advise, is the only certificate of vote from the state that purports to be returned from the state, has a certificate of authority from the state annexed to it to appoint and ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Oregon seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Joseph R. Biden Jr. of the state of Delaware received 7 votes for president, and Kamala D. Harris of the state of California received 7 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of vote of the state of Oregon that the teller has verified as regular in form and authentic? Hearing none, this certificate from the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, the parliamentarians advise, is the only certificate of vote from the state that purports to be a return of the state, has annexed to it a certificate from an authority in the state purporting to appoint and ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Joseph R. Biden Jr. of the state of Delaware received 20 votes for president, and Kamala D. Harris of the state of California received 20 votes for vice president.
For what reason does the gentleman from Pennsylvania rise?
Mr. President, sadly but resolutely, I object to the electoral votes of my beloved Commonwealth of Pennsylvania on the grounds of multiple constitutional infractions that they were not, under all of the known circumstances, regularly given. And on this occasion, I have a written objection signed by a senator and 80 members of the House of Representatives.
Is the objection in writing and signed by a senator?
Yes, Mr. President, it is.
An objection presented in writing and signed by both a representative and a senator complies with the law. Chapter 1, Title 3 of the United States Code The clerk will report the objection.
We, a United States Senator and members of the House of Representatives, object to the counting of the electoral votes of the state of Pennsylvania on the ground that they were not, under all of the known circumstances, regularly given. Signed, Josh Hawley, United States Senator, Scott Perry, Member of Congress.
Are there further objections to the certificates from the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania? The chair hears none. The two houses will withdraw from joint session. Each house will deliberate separately on the pending objection and report its decision back to the joint session. The Senate will now retire to its chamber.
Saw today.
Yeah, and then to the thought we were just having as I turned to you, Lester, Lindsey Graham, what a moment.
It was extraordinary. He got very emotional at the end. Basically, he's saying, love Donald Trump. I wish he'd won. Prayed he'd win. He didn't. And basically telling his colleagues to essentially deal with it.
He was, and he threw his arms around it rhetorically anyway, Mike Pence, to say, we're with you, stay strong, because Vice President Pence has been under enormous pressure from the president to do something to overturn the election. As Senator Graham said, Mike Pence won't do that because he can't do that. It's illegal. It's not constitutional to do so. But Senator Graham has tried to walk that line of supporting President Trump. But tonight is a clear break where he literally said enough is enough. He said if Al Gore can accept a 5-4 vote that he doesn't agree with, then Lindsey Graham said I can accept a vote of the Wisconsin Supreme Court or some of these other swing state Supreme Courts.
But he, and you listen to some of the various arguments, you see the deep fissures within the Republican Party, among senators and members of the House.
The House will be in order. Pursuant to Senate Concurrent Resolution 1, the House will be in order. Thank you. Pursuant to Senate Concurrent Resolution 1 and Section 17 of Title III, United States Code, when the two houses withdraw from the joint session to count the electoral vote for separate consideration of an objection, a representative may speak to the objection for 5 minutes and not more than once. Debate shall not exceed 2 hours, after which the chair shall put the question, shall the objection be agreed to? The clerk will report the objection made in joint session.
We, a United States Senator and members of the House of Representatives, object to the counting of the electoral votes of the state of Pennsylvania on the ground that they were not, under all of the known circumstances, regularly given. Signed, Josh Howley and Scott Perry.
The chair will endeavor to alternate recognition between members speaking in support of the objection and members speaking in opposition to the objection. Before I recognize the gentleman from Pennsylvania, the House will be in order. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Perry, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is a somber day for the defense of the Constitution. See, the Constitution is just a piece of paper. It cannot defend itself. That is why our leaders swear an oath to uphold and defend the Constitution, and that's what I'm doing here this evening. The Constitution states the times, place, and manner of holding elections shall be prescribed by the legislature, not the courts, not the governor, not the Secretary of State or other bureaucrats or elected officials, the legislature. In Pennsylvania, the Supreme Court unilaterally extended the deadline for ballots to 3 days after the election. They actually wanted 10. The Supreme Court is not the legislature. The Supreme Court mandated unpostmarked ballots to be received, destroying the validity of all the votes that were cast timely. The Supreme Court action defied the law, the legislature, and the will of the people. The Supreme Court authorized the use of drop boxes where ballot harvesting could occur. The legislature never authorized that form of voting, and the court had absolutely no right to do so. Responding to the Secretary of State, Kathy Boockvar, the Supreme Court ruled that mail-in ballots need not authenticate signatures. Once again, the court not only defied the Constitution and the will of the people, but by so doing, they created a separate class of voters, thereby violating the Equal Protection Clause prescribed in the Constitution. How can we have two legally separate classes of voters? Yet the court made it so, not the legislature. The Constitution doesn't mention the court when determining the time, place, and manner of elections because they're not authorized to make those decisions, and yet they did it. And the U.S. Supreme Court has refused to hear the case, denying the evidence and denying the demands for justice from the people of Pennsylvania and America. These aren't my opinions. These aren't partisan viewpoints. These are irrefutable facts. 6 days before the election, guidance emailed from the Secretary of State required that counties shall not pre-canvass or canvass any mail-in or civilian absentee ballots received between 8 o'clock Tuesday and 5 o'clock Friday, and that they must be kept separately. That was 6 days before the election. 2 days before the election, county received new guidance from the Secretary of State informing counties that they shall canvass segregated absentee and mail-in ballots as soon as possible upon receipt. The Secretary of State is not elected by the people. She is not a member of the legislature. Yet she, and she alone, determine the time and manner of elections. Unconstitutional, ladies and gentlemen. In defiance of a U.S. Supreme Court order that all ballots received after Election Day be segregated, the Secretary of State knew once they were canvassed, that is, opened and commingled with all the other ballots, they would be counted with all the rest. And what's the remedy for this defiance, for this law breaking? So far, the court has decided there is no remedy. There is no penalty for this lawlessness, this dilution of lawfully cast votes, this defiance of the Constitution. no remedy. When the state legislature requested the governor convene a special session to address the unanswered questions and try and provide a remedy, he refused. When votes are accepted under unconstitutional means without fair and equal protection for all, the only result can be an illegitimate outcome. Illegitimate. The voters did not create this mess, but the will of the people is absolutely being subverted by the deliberate and willful actions of individuals defying their oath, the law, and the Constitution. In Pennsylvania, we use the statewide Uniform Registry of Electors, or the SURE system, as the basis of determining who can vote. Unfortunately, a recent attempted audit by the Democrat State Auditor General concluded that he was unable to establish with any degree of reasonable assurance that the SURE system is secure and that Pennsylvania voter registration records are complete and accurate. That's what we're relying on, ladies and gentlemen, that right there. This is the very same system used to certify the election in the contest for President of the United States. This is the very same system that the state used to certify the 2020 election, even though its figures do not match more than half of Pennsylvania's 67 counties. To this day, right now, while we stand here, how can this election be certified using a system that after 2 months still displays that over 205,000 more votes were cast in Pennsylvania than people who voted in the November election? Let me say that again. 205,000 more votes than voters.
Time has expired. For what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise in opposition to the objection.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, to my colleague from Pennsylvania, I will say this. I carry the same Constitution that you do. And the Constitution, sir, does not allow you, me, or any member of this body to substitute our judgment for that of the American people. It does not allow us to disregard the will of the American people. Because under this Constitution, under our Constitution, Congress doesn't choose the president. The American people do. And they have chosen in resounding numbers, as every single member of this body well understands. Now, I have been at a loss, Madam Speaker, to explain what happened today, but there's a statement that I found that largely summarized my thoughts on the matter. The scenes of mayhem unfolding at the seat of our nation's government are a sickening and heartbreaking sight. This is how election results are disputed in a banana republic, not our democratic republic. I am appalled by the reckless behavior of some political leaders since the election and by the lack of respect shown today for our institutions, our traditions, and our law enforcement. The violent assault on the Capitol and the disruption of a constitutionally mandated meeting of Congress was undertaken by people whose passions have been inflamed by falsehoods and false hopes. Insurrection could do grave damage to our nation and our reputation. In the United States of America, it is the fundamental responsibility of every patriotic citizen to support the rule of law. To those who are disappointed in the results of the election, our country is more important than the politics of the moment. Those are not my words. Those are the words of former Republican President George W. Bush. To my colleagues, it is after midnight tonight. It's been a long day for our country, a long day for our republic. Let us dispense with this. Let's do the right thing. Let's honor our oath. Let's certify the results, and let's get back to the work of the American people. And with that, I yield to the distinguished Chairwoman Lofgren.
Madam Speaker, our duty today is significant but straightforward. We must count the votes of the electors as cast in the Electoral College and announce the results. As discussed, our roles and responsibilities are established by the Constitution and federal law, and they're clear. The facts before us are also clear. Pennsylvania submitted one slate of electors as chosen by the voters of the state. The slate was certified according to state law. Now those lawful results must be counted and announced. Despite disinformation and any number of false claims that you may have heard, including here today, as former Attorney General Barr said, quote, "We've not seen fraud on a scale that could have affected a different outcome in the election." This is not simply a conclusory statement. The results of the election have been litigated. The record is clear. The lawsuits challenging the election results failed. They failed because there's simply no evidence to support these baseless claims. You know, it's one thing to tweet a belief, quite another to provide actual evidence. These cases failed because there is no evidence. Judges ruled in the lawsuit that the 2020 election was sound. So it should come as no surprise that Republican office holders have recognized the election results as legitimate and accurately determined in an election that was conducted safely, securely, and with integrity. We all take an oath to support and defend the Constitution. And as we near the end of the task before us, let's remember the beginning of the Constitution. Before Article 2 and the 12th Amendment, which spell out the Electoral College, and before Article 1, which creates Congress, the Constitution begins with the preamble. The preamble is short and bold. We, the people. The people spoke in historic numbers. Their votes have been counted. Their choice is clear. It's time, as the law requires, to announce the state of the people's vote. The violence and disorder inflicted on our democracy by seditious rioters today is an indication of why adherence to our Constitution is so vital. I urge all of us to stand up for law, for democracy, for our Constitution, and to stand up for America and reject this objection. And I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. Gentleman's time has expired. What purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I rise to support the objection.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. A day that was intended to debate the importance of election integrity and the rule of law tragically became a day that will be a black mark in our nation's history. Nevertheless, the work of this House must go on, as America will go on. We must all sincerely thank the Capitol Police and Metro Police for their selfless actions today, putting their safety and lives on the line to protect this House. The lawlessness and violence of today must be condemned, just as all violent protests must be condemned. Nevertheless, the fact remains a large number of Pennsylvanians are enormously frustrated with actions taken by elected and appointed officials in Pennsylvania, which have led to a high level of distrust for this past election. We have the United States Constitution, which is the reason we have been and will continue to be a great country and a country of laws. The U.S. Constitution is unambiguous, Madam Speaker, in declaring that state legislators are the entity with the authority to set election procedures and to enact any changes to election law. Article 1, Section 4, Clause 1 states the times, places, and manner of holding elections shall be prescribed in each state by the legislator thereof. The authority of election procedures lies with the state legislator, period. In Pennsylvania, this authority was indisputably usurped by the Pennsylvania's governor's office, by the Pennsylvania Secretary of State, and by the Pennsylvania Supreme Court. These unlawful actions include, but are not limited to, accepting ballots past 8 p.m. on Election Day, inconsistent application of verified signature requirements for in-person ballots versus mail-in ballots, authorizing the curing of mail-in ballots with less than 24 hours' notice, leading to inconsistent preparedness between counties, and authorizing the use of unsecured drop boxes, which is not permitted in statute. If such unlawful actions are to be accepted, what do we have to look forward to next year? The Pennsylvania Secretary of State allowing online voting because it may be raining in Philadelphia? It was a free-for-all. Madam Speaker, it was back in 2005 when then Minority Leader Pelosi, while leading 31 Democrats as they objected to the presidential elector certification, as they did in the last 3 presidential elections when a Republican won, and stated, quite well actually, that the members of Congress have brought this challenge and are speaking up for their aggrieved constituents, many of whom have been disenfranchised in this process. This is their only opportunity to have this debate while the country is listening, and is it appropriate to do so? Thank you for those words, Madam Speaker. They were appropriate then as they are now. If there is an American ideal that all citizens, regardless of party affiliation, can agree upon, it is that we must have election integrity. We should not certify these electors which were derived by unlawful actions and a result of inaccurate vote tallies. I yield the remainder of my time to Representative Joyce.
You have to stay standing.
Madam
Gentlemen, stay
Speaker,
standing.
I rise in support of the objection. Tonight, my heart is heavy as we consider the dark acts that transpired in this chamber today. But, Madam Speaker, the American people can be assured that violent and irrational attacks on this body cannot derail the constitutional responsibility that lies in front of us. This has always been about upholding the law. It's always been about protecting government of, by, and for the people. Preserving the rule of law is more important than ever. We must acknowledge that unconstitutional acts unduly impacted the presidential election in Pennsylvania. Contrary to law, the Supreme Court extended the deadline for mail-in ballots for 3 days beyond the election day. Contrary to law, the Secretary of the Commonwealth discarded mail-in ballot signature verification safeguards. These leaders took advantage of a deadly pandemic and seized the state's legislature's rightful authority. I took an oath to uphold the law and defend the Constitution. I pledged to protect free and fair elections. I cannot in good faith certify electors that were selected under an unlawful process. I will object to the Electoral College certification to protect the will of Pennsylvania voters, to uphold the law, to restore trust in our electoral system, and ultimately to save our Constitution. At Gettysburg, which is in my district, President Abraham Lincoln spoke about the great task of ensuring government by, of, and for the people shall not perish from the earth. Thank you, and I yield.
Expired. Thank you. What purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I rise in opposition.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes without objection.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Nearly 7 million Pennsylvanians showed up to vote in the 2020 elections. They cast their votes for Democrats and Republicans up and down the ballot, including the entire U.S. House delegation, the entire state House, and half of the state Senate, and other state and local races. Since the election, there have been allegations of widespread election fraud in Pennsylvania. But remarkably, the 20 suits filed by the Trump campaign, Pennsylvania Republicans, and others challenging the results in Pennsylvania have never claimed that there was voter fraud. Perhaps that's because attorneys can lose their license when they make unsubstantiated claims in court. That's where the rubber really meets the road. So, if these lawsuits didn't claim election fraud, what did they claim? Most of the legal challenges to the presidential election in Pennsylvania question relatively small numbers of ballots that were allegedly tainted by technical violations. Even assuming that all these ballots had been cast for Joe Biden, throwing them out wouldn't have changed the result of the election. Now, one exception is the lawsuit filed by one of our colleagues from Pennsylvania, Kelly versus Commonwealth, which would have thrown out all the mail-in votes cast in the 2020 general election on the grounds that Act 77, the state law allowing those votes, was unconstitutional. That suit would have disenfranchised 2.5 million Pennsylvanians. Let's let that sink in. 2.5 million Pennsylvanians would have had their votes nullified. Now, I want to provide my colleagues with some background about the state law at the heart of this challenge. In 2019, the Republican-controlled state legislature approved Act 77, a bipartisan bill to reform the state's election laws, which instituted no-excuse mail balloting. Act 77 was supported almost unanimously by Republicans in the state House and state Senate. In fact, it was unanimous in the state Senate and all but 2 Republicans in the state House. Moreover, once this act was passed, Act 77 had a 120-day period where challenges could be filed against the act if people thought it was unconstitutional. Well, 4 months went by, nobody files a challenge. In June 3rd, Pennsylvania had their primary under this new system. Nobody challenged the primary election. It was only challenged in November when Republicans didn't get the result they wanted at the top of the ticket. Not surprisingly, this case was dismissed by the Pennsylvania Supreme Court, and an appeal to the U.S. Supreme Court was denied. Another exception is Texas versus Pennsylvania. They asked the court to reject the results of the Pennsylvania contest, the presidential contest in Pennsylvania and several other states, disenfranchising tens of millions of voters. 7 Republican members of the Pennsylvania U.S. House delegation signed the U.S. House Republican brief in support of Texas versus Pennsylvania. Well, I feel compelled to point out to my colleagues that the same voters who sent them to the 117th Congress cast their votes for the president by marking the very same ballots, which were read by the very same ballot scanners and monitored by the very same election workers. Yet our colleagues who signed the brief only want to invalidate the presidential votes. This is illogical and inconsistent, colleagues, and I'm pleased to note that the Supreme Court rejected it as well. The fact is, the election has received unprecedented scrutiny in the courts. I believe it's irresponsible and undemocratic to argue today that the U.S. Congress ought to relitigate the 2020 presidential election and second-guess the will of the voters in multiple states, the decisions of numerous state and federal courts, including the Supreme Court, and the counts and recounts conducted by state election officials. There were 20 lawsuits filed in Pennsylvania challenging aspects of the Pennsylvania presidential election. In 19 of them, you got laughed out of court. The one case you won affected roughly 100 votes. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris won by over 80,000.
Gentleman's time has expired.
I yield back.
For what purposes, gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I rise to support the objection.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes for that objection.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise this evening with a heavy heart. The violence that occurred today at the U.S. Capitol was senseless, destructive, and counter to our American values. This past Sunday, each member of this body took an oath to uphold the United States Constitution. And while the path of least resistance, particularly following today's events, would be remaining silent, my oath to uphold the Constitution does not permit me to maintain silence. While systemic voter fraud was not something proven, we've witnessed a systemic failure in the application of Pennsylvania's voting law when it comes to the 2020 general election. In late 2019, the Commonwealth revisited and modernized its election law with the bipartisan Act 77. Granted, in late 2019, the Commonwealth legislature did not have the foresight to anticipate how COVID-19 would present challenges to voting. Despite that, it is not up to the governor, the secretary of the Commonwealth, nor the state Supreme Court to unilaterally create law. The election abuses to Pennsylvania Act 77 taken by the Pennsylvania executive branch and upheld by the Pennsylvania judicial branch were clearly unconstitutional and had an obvious, if not measured, impact on the 2020 election, particularly when it comes to the citizens' faith in the electoral process. Irregularities in Pennsylvania included uneven application of the law, ballot curing, ignoring signature validation requirements, using unsecure drop boxes, accepting ballots beyond the deadlines, and interfering with certified poll watcher access, among others. These actions were taken by the Commonwealth's governor and Secretary of State, while the Pennsylvania Supreme Court circumvented the authority of the state legislature. Furthermore, the chief law officer of the Commonwealth sat idly while this process unfolded. Now, I join many of my colleagues in Pennsylvania requesting the legislators in Harrisburg conduct an investigation and audit to ensure such negligence will be prevented in future elections. I have serious concerns about how these irregularities in the application of the Commonwealth's election laws will play in future elections. Only with equal application of the law will the voters of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania have certainty in their election processes. And I remain committed to ensuring the voters receive an electoral system they deserve and where equal application of the law is guaranteed. If our election integrity is compromised, we have failed the very voters who have sent us here to defend the Constitution. I yield my remaining time to the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Harris.
Thank you very much. I thank the gentleman for yielding. The oath I took is very simple. Madam Speaker, you administer it. It's to support and defend the Constitution. Now, as you walk back to the office buildings, you walk by that wall that has when the various states accepted that Constitution. And remember, when a state accepts the Constitution, it agrees to accept every part of the Constitution. It doesn't get to pick and choose. Pennsylvania was there when it was written. They were so enthusiastic about the Constitution, they approved it in 1787. My state, Maryland, is a little further down the wall, 1788. They were there when it was written. The clause that gave the legislature the power over the elections was there when they accepted it. It's been there since. How dare the judicial branch or the executive branch of that state usurp the legislative authority? That's a clear violation of the Constitution. Now, we heard there's no evidence. Evidence? The Pennsylvania Supreme Court unilaterally extended the deadline to receive absentee and mail-in ballots. Does anybody contest that over here? Does it say the legislature did that? No, it doesn't. It says the court did it. That's a violation. That's what the Texas lawsuit was all about. We disadvantage other states when states like Pennsylvania, the executive branch and judicial branch, cheat on the Constitution. And that's what they did here. But there's more evidence. But wait, there's more. The Democrat Secretary of the Commonwealth eroded integrity by dismissing signature authentication on a ballot. Does anyone here believe the Pennsylvania legislature would have agreed to create a separate system for mail-in ballots and in-person ballots? That if you mail it in, you don't need a signature? But if you vote in person, you do, and it has to be authenticated? Of course not. The legislature clearly wouldn't have agreed to that. But that didn't stop the usurpation of constitutional authority. Madam Chair, I vigorously support this objection, and I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record the objection to counting the electoral votes of the state of Arizona additional signers.
Without objection.
Madam Chair, my motion is in front of the table.
Without objection.
Thank you.
Thank you. What purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I rise in opposition.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, tonight we will not be picking the president. For the people did that on November 3rd. Rather, tonight in this House, we will decide whether American democracy survives. Let us be under no illusion. These are the stakes. If this objection succeeds, and the will of 7 million Pennsylvania voters is cast aside, it will be the end of our representative democracy. Now, there is no reasonable debate about what happened in this election in Pennsylvania. 7 million Pennsylvanians voted. Joe Biden won by over 81,000 votes. This was certified in 67 counties by bipartisan local elected officials, including Republicans, and every single court, whether the judge is a Democrat or a Republican, has reaffirmed this outcome. The objectors, however, claim we do not know the will of the people because the election in Pennsylvania was somehow conducted corruptly. Much of their objection centers around the state law passed in 2019, known as Act 77, that gives voters the option of expanded mail-in voting. Objectors are alleging that this law was somehow a brilliant plot by Democrats to disadvantage Republicans and rig elections. This is laughable. Here are the facts. Act 77 was a Republican-led effort in a Republican-controlled legislature. Literally every single Republican in the Pennsylvania Senate voted for it. And in the State House, the vote among Republicans was 105-2. Here is what the Republican Speaker of the Pennsylvania House had to say about Act 77. Quote, "This bill does not benefit one party or the other, or any one candidate or single election. It serves to preserve the integrity of every election and lift the voice of every voter in the Commonwealth." So there is no question as to the facts surrounding this election. They are as clear as they are overwhelming. The only question that remains is this: will this House reaffirm our fidelity to our democracy, or will we end it? I must concede, Madam Speaker, I have been naive about one subject. I always just assumed our democracy would naturally endure, almost as if it was predestined. I never even questioned it until the last several years. 2 centuries ago, one of our founding fathers cautioned against this notion. John Adams wrote, "Remember, democracy never lasts long. It soon wastes, exhausts, and murders itself. There was never a democracy yet that did not commit suicide." I now realize the wisdom of his words. Never again will I take for granted our democracy. It must be jealously defended by every generation, always. But, Madam Speaker, despite the alarm I feel that our democracy has been brought to this breaking point, as we've seen today, nonetheless, I still maintain hope. Growing up in Philadelphia, raised in an immigrant family, I was often brought down to visit the historic sites. Every summer, without fail, we would spend a day seeing Independence Hall, Congress Hall, the Liberty Bell. It was at Independence Hall where our nation was declared free and our Constitution born. At the Constitutional Convention, the oldest and most widely accomplished delegate was Benjamin Franklin, one of our greatest founding fathers and my city's greatest citizen. On the final day, as the last delegates were signing the Constitution, Franklin pointed to the painted sun on the back of the convention chair. Observing that painters had found it difficult to distinguish between a rising sun from a setting sun, Franklin went on to say, quote, "I have often, during the course of this session, looked at that sun without being able to tell whether it was rising or setting. But now at length I have the happiness to know it is a rising sun." Madam Speaker, on a day like today, when a mob has stormed the Capitol and some members are threatening the core of our democracy, it can be hard to tell whether for American democracy the sun is rising or setting. But I maintain my faith that tonight, by an overwhelming bipartisan majority in Congress, we will uphold the will of we the people and our democracy will live. I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. Beautiful. Florida? For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Georgia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I rise to support the objection. I'd like to point out that all of the cases that have been thrown out on standing, not the evidence of voter fraud. I'd also like to point out the same people who for 4 years have failed to find a shred of evidence to convict President Trump of Russian collusion are the same people trying to discredit hardworking American poll watchers who are risking perjury by signing affidavits confirming massive voter fraud in multiple states. The same fake news who took the word of Christine Blasey Ford against Justice Kavanaugh, who her own friends denied happened, also dismissed the sworn under penalty of perjury accounts from people who witnessed the election fraud. The same fact checkers who told you that Dominion machines weren't connected to the internet and couldn't be hacked are the same people telling you that there's been no voter fraud and no violations of election law. But it's been proven that these machines are connected and that they can be hacked. We have heard repeatedly argued that objecting to these ballots is unconstitutional and violates the rights of state legislatures. They would rather us affirm fraud and pass the buck back to states rather than following the process Madison, Hamilton, Jefferson, and the framers of the Constitution designed. When states fail to do their job, we are the last line of defense. Congress is here for this exact situation. We are here to be the fail-safe when states refuse to protect the people's votes. By objecting today, we are telling thousands of witnesses who signed affidavits that we have their back, and we will not allow local officials who violate their own election laws to steal this election from those who lawfully voted. I yield the remainder of my time to the member of North Carolina.
I rise today to support the foundation of our democracy, the Constitution of the United States of America. This document is the fabric and the solid foundation of a nation we call America, which has been a beacon of hope and a shining city on the hill for over 230 years. The words of our Constitution, as spelled out in Article 2, Section 1, are very clear when it comes to our elections. Mandating, not suggesting, not implying, but mandating that state legislatures, not secretaries of state, not state commissions, not county officials, not governors, but state legislators prescribe the time, places, and manner of holding elections. This mandate was not followed in the great state of Pennsylvania. If we allow this fraud to go on, a football analogy, in the moving of a goalpost after the ball has been kicked and in the air, the preview of coming attractions will be future elections that do not adhere to honest and open voting by we the people and the loss of our great republic. As a lady told me not long ago, don't spit in my face and tell me it's raining. This is exactly what's happened to the American people in this election. In the words of Winston Churchill, when Great Britain was under siege by Germany, he said, there will be a time when doing your best is not good enough. We must do what's required. And we must do what's required to save this great republic.
Purpose that the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania seek recognition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As terrifying as today was here in the People's House, it was thankfully fairly short in duration. In contrast, the pain and fear that so many Americans are experiencing this year has been long and continuous to this very moment. Rather than pitting Americans against Americans as we are here, we should be working to ensure rapid distribution of vaccines and adequate relief to Americans who are struggling economically because of this horrific pandemic. But we're not doing that. Instead, we have witnessed a stunning assault on our democracy itself. This challenge is not an act of patriotism. The position of the objectors is completely incompatible with patriotism. Our country is defined by her great people, and our democracy is defined above all else by our Constitution. A Constitution that these individuals want to ignore because they've decided that their judgment, the judgment of a small minority of partisan elites, should somehow override that of the more than 155 million Americans who participated in this election. That, my friends, is not democracy. We should all remember, this country's founding was a rejection of monarchy, a rejection of the notion that any one person could be all-powerful. Our commitment to self-determination is what gave rise to our Declaration of Independence and our Constitution. It's why our founders made the choice to build a country anchored in respect for the rule of law, rather than one tied to the whims of men. It's why we have free and fair elections that allow us to vote out those who hold office. I am proud to join the vast majority of my colleagues in both chambers, Republicans and Democrats alike, in making it clear that our democracy is bigger than any of us. Let's be clear. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris won a victory of 306 electoral votes in the Electoral College, the same margin that President Trump won by in 2016 when he called it a landslide. Nearly 7 million of my fellow Pennsylvanians braved this devastating pandemic and economic crisis to cast their ballots, culminating in a total turnout of more than 70%, the highest in the history of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. And nationwide, we saw record-breaking turnout. Both in Pennsylvania and nationally, the president's efforts to overturn the election results in the courts failed resoundingly, with many of the strongest rebukes coming from judges the president himself appointed. In fact, contrary to the assertion of my colleague from Georgia across the aisle, not a single lawsuit in Pennsylvania alleged fraud. She may not be aware of this, but allegations of fraud require specificity and detail, and no lawyer could risk his or her license to make such false claims. I am heartened that several of the country's leading Republicans, including Senate Republican Majority Leader McConnell, Senator Mitt Romney, and former Republican Speaker of the House Paul Ryan, have spoken out against this political stunt. Senator Romney said the egregious ploy to reject electors may enhance the political ambition of some, but dangerously threatens our democratic republic. And as former Republican Representative Charlie Dent from my district said, the claim by the president of voter fraud in our state was simply reprehensible. The truth is that he suppressed his own vote by discouraging mail-in voting. And as Pennsylvania State Senator Gene Yaw, also a Republican, has said, my question is, if the mail-in voting of Act 77 was so bad, why did the Trump organization send out a mail-in ballot application to every registered Republican in the state? Today, I am thinking of all of the people who took the time to do their civic duty and vote, many standing in long lines or painstakingly researching how to vote by mail correctly. We reject these disgraceful attacks on the voters of Pennsylvania and this attempt to throw out their votes. To those in this chamber who may cynically believe that stoking the forces of disinformation and division may be worth a short-term benefit to their political careers, I would urge serious self-reflection. Our democracy is one of the most precious resources of the American people, protected against enormous odds and at great sacrifice by each generation of service members and everyday citizens who put their lives on the line to build a freer and more equitable nation. They deserve better than what is happening in this chamber today.
Gentlewoman's time has expired.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield back.
Thank you. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I rise today to support the objection.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to start by making two basic points. Number one, individual states who administer elections must ensure that they're conducted fairly, uniformly, and in accordance with the law. And number two, every American wants to be and deserves to be confident that our elections are secure and that all eligible legal votes are counted accurately and in a transparent manner. And I'll say this, in my district, in Lancaster and York counties, I think that occurred. I'm very proud of my county election officials who upheld the Pennsylvania Constitution and followed the letter of the law. But unfortunately, that sentiment is not shared across the Commonwealth. And today, my objection is not about voter fraud. It is grounded in unconstitutional measures taken by bureaucrats and partisan justices in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania that have unlawfully changed how this election was carried out. This potentially changed the outcome and certainly caused millions of our state's voters to question the election results. Other speakers have outlined this issue. In brief, the Pennsylvania State Legislature in 2019 passed the bipartisan election law reform bill, and then the partisan Pennsylvania Supreme Court took it upon themselves to rewrite that law just 7 weeks before the election. They unlawfully legislated from the bench and made substantive changes to the law, including allowing for unsecured drop boxes and ordering that ballots received after the election be counted, among other things. And the Pennsylvania Secretary of State took it even further. Her unilateral, unconstitutional changes resulting in counties treating ballots differently, so that some voters had the opportunity to change mail-in ballots to correct deficiencies, while in other counties their ballots simply were not counted. As members of Congress, we serve as a voice for our constituents. This is the one time I have a voice in this process, and I cannot simply look away when tens of thousands of my constituents have real and legitimate concerns about how this election was conducted in Pennsylvania. And in fact, I think inadequate response to those concerns by Pennsylvania's officials is one of the major problems. Simple measures like audits should be routine and random and supported by both parties, and I believe they are critical for restoring faith in elections, in Pennsylvania's elections moving forward. The bottom line for my constituents is that Pennsylvania's officials at all levels failed to conduct a uniform and legal election, and for that reason, they inappropriately and unlawfully certified the state's electors. And with that, Madam Speaker, I'd like to yield the balance of my time to my colleague from Pennsylvania, Mr. Keller.
I thank the gentleman from Pennsylvania. Madam Speaker, the violence that occurred in the Capitol today was shameful, unacceptable, and un-American. We are a nation of laws, not lawlessness, and we will never give in to the mob. Thank you to the men and women of our Capitol Police and other law enforcement agencies who heroically defended this building. The criminal behavior we witnessed today before us does not erase the facts before us. I'm objecting to the certification of Pennsylvania's electoral votes because Governor Tom Wolf, Secretary of State Kathy Boockvar, and the Pennsylvania Supreme Court violated the state legislature's clear constitutional authority to set election proceedings. Under the Pennsylvania Constitution, only the General Assembly has the power to set election law. Additionally, Article 2 of the U.S. Constitution explicitly grants state legislatures, not the governor acting alone, and not the courts, the explicit power to determine the manner of appointing presidential electors. Pennsylvania's court unlawfully extended the deadline to receive absentee and mail-in ballots. Governor Wolf's administration dismissed signature authentication procedures for absentee and mail-in ballots, allowed for the uneven administration of the election across counties, and unilaterally changed Pennsylvania's election code without the state legislature's consent. The Constitution is clear, and the facts are indisputable. This past weekend, each member of this body stood in this chamber and swore an oath to protect and defend our Constitution. I intend to fulfill my constitutional oath, which the people of Pennsylvania have entrusted in me. My objection is grounded in the Constitution and rule of law. If we allow the governor